Okay, welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 7, Planning and Environment, for the additional round of Budget Estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to the elders, past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Sue Higginson. I'm the chair of this committee. I welcome Minister Scully and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will be examining the proposed expenditure for the portfolio, planning and public spaces. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Mr Preshaw, as you did not attend the initial round of hearings, you will now be sworn prior to giving evidence. Could you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Yes, it's Clay Preshaw, Executive Director of Planning System Reform. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And for all other witnesses, I remind that you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn again. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45, and then again at 5:15pm. We will now begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister and officials, for joining us at this budget estimates
Good
today.
to have you here, Mr Rath. I think before hostilities begin, I think I'd like to congratulate you on your elevation and to the portfolio. I know we've chatted about this a number of times and you've got a strong interest, so hopefully that we can pursue some things in the greater good of New South Wales residents.
Two Wollongong boys coming up against each other.
Well, that's right, exactly.
Minister, how many applications have been received by the Housing Development Authority?
Delivery Authority?
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me just get my stats in front of me here. There have been, the most recent information I have is 1,070 expressions of interest.
Right.
And of those, 624 have been assessed by the panel.
And how many approved?
So of those, there have been 308 that have been declared as state significant development. Across those, they could deliver between them around 102,000 homes.
So none actually approved yet?
No. There have been 2 approved.
Two have been.
Yep.
Just 2 applications so far approved.
So if just to set this out for you, because I appreciate this is a new area of planning. It's really come into a permanent part of the planning system in New South Wales. We started this on January the 8th, 2025, opening it up for expressions of interest, and the process runs. Expression of interest comes in. There's an assessment, an early preliminary assessment that's done by the department against the criteria for that expression of interest. The Housing Delivery Authority, of which the Secretary is a member, meets, assesses, makes recommendations as to whether or not they should be declared or not declared as state significant development. Once a declaration or once that recommendation is made, and I agree, there is a process where there is a the declaration's made, and then the proponent needs to come back and have a scoping meeting. SEARS, so the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements, are issued, and then the proponent goes away and develops its environmental assessment, which is its detailed development application. It's then assessed, and of the two that have been through the process, the average time to determine those has been 184 days. So it's quite quick, given that is in that's the end to end.
And that's calendar days.
Yeah.
And are you disappointed there hasn't been more approvals? I mean, it's been 12 months. You've only had 2 approvals through that through the system. I know you've had more assessed as state significant development, but only 2 approvals.
I think
in 12
it's important.
months.
Let's step through those numbers. What I think, I'm not disappointed in the approval numbers, because you can only assess and consider what's in front of you. What I am a little disappointed in, I have to say, is the speed at which EISs are being lodged by proponents. So of the 308, and there is time lags in this because it's not all done at one point in time, but of the 308 declared projects that have been declared as state significant development, 149, so less than half so far, have had their SEARs issued, and these are very straightforward. It's a very straightforward process to get that, but it does rely on a proponent coming forward.
Yep.
And then further to that, only 21 have actually submitted environmental impact statements. So they've submitted all of the information that they're required to do the assessment. So the department, in fairness to them, can only assess what's been put in front of them. And at this stage, only about 14% of those that have been declared as state significant development, in addition to the 2 that have been determined, have come through into full-blown EISs. So look, my appeal, I guess, if you like, in this forum is for those other 120 odd people who have got SEARs issued, get your EISs in.
Maybe it's still too onerous.
I don't think it is. I think we've got probably the most streamlined SEARs available to this. There's an industry-specific SEARs that relate to this. There are still requirements that have to go through. In fairness, any development proposal would have a similar level of requirement on them, probably more if they went through some of the council tasks, council pathway. But I think we can all speed up. If you can get an EOI in quickly, I think you should follow that on with getting your EIS in as quickly as you possibly can.
Minister, it's been reported that 17,000 dwellings in the Hills Shire Council have been given development approval, but that developers have been delaying commencement to get a bigger windfall from the HDA. What's the government doing to close that kind of loophole?
Look, you describe it as a loophole. I think it's a response at a point in time. So when you introduce a new measure, when we introduce, say, the infill affordable housing bonus, when we introduce the changes to the low and mid-rise and the like, people consider their position. That's what, as you indicated earlier, you're an economist, that's what markets do and market and people do. What we have had is some people come back through that pathway. In some of those recommendations, they don't necessarily go through to declaration. They are directed back to stick in the pathway that they're already part of. I can't reject an expression of interest, but the HDA has been diligent in looking at those ones that come through and saying, well, hang on a second, you're well down a path here already. You should stick that out and have that, because it's often state significant development. It's often someone who may have come through, say, the infill affordable housing SSD pathway. You're going down the path of that. You're pretty far down it. You should stick to that pathway.
The TODs, how many applications have been approved and commenced?
So there's about 18,000 dwellings worth of applications within the TOD pipeline, and around 10% of those, I think it's just under 1,800, have been approved, and a number of them, I think, are due to start construction. Now, not all of those necessarily come to the state for assessment. Some of them will go to councils.
So you don't know the commencement rate on
Look, I'd have to take that on notice. I haven't got it in front of me at the moment. Sorry.
And what about the LMRs? Where's that at in terms of approvals and commencements?
Yeah, so the LMR, I haven't got that number in front of me, unfortunately. Miss Gibson, I don't know if you've got it there, sorry.
Yeah, so I can say that we have more than 480 applications in LMR areas. And there are also some that have used the State Significant Development Pathway. So there's another 75 applications there. In total, that's nearly 18,000 dwellings under assessment or have been approved in the LMR areas.
And how many approved?
There's been about 400, nearly 400 approved from local DAs and complying development certificates, and 4,500 through State Significant Development.
And any commenced yet, or still too early?
I don't have the information about whether any have commenced at this point.
As you understand, CDCs are a construction certificate in their own right, so they wouldn't come back for those ones necessarily.
But that would, yeah, okay. We assume that would show up in the commencement figures. But
Which importantly, I mean, its commencement figures are rising. I mean, and we should look at the entire pipeline of this. So we've had commencements, 75,000 construction commencements, which is up 10% over the last 12 months. So they are rising, which is good sign.
So, and of those 75,000, and
They will be everything.
It's good that it's going up, but it's not 75 commencements in 1 year is not going to lead to 75 completions in a 12-month period.
No, there's a lag because it takes time to actually build something. You're absolutely right. But what we are seeing is an increase in lodgements, an increase in approvals, an increase in construction approvals, an increase in commencements, an increase in completions, and an increase in the number of dwellings under construction.
It's all very good.
It is, and a decrease in the number of days taken to do assessments.
Yeah.
So those general trends are heading in the right direction.
But of
now,
those,
what we have faced, what our challenge had been from day one, is the fact that over the term of the previous government, construction had collapsed. The forecast was for a mere 36,000 dwellings a year to be completed per year over the next 5 years, and this was a big thing to turn around. It was a big challenge to turn around in the face of challenging macroeconomic environment, increases in building materials, labour shortages, challenges with finance. But we are seeing that turnaround, and it was always the approach that when we undertook planning reform, that there would be a lag between any reform that we introduced and the time that it'd start to show up in some of those performance numbers. And it was always the case that it was never, we're not assessed and we're not we're not doing this on a quarter by quarter basis. We're looking at a 5-year term, and we remain determined to do everything in our power to make sure that the government settings are right to achieve that 377,000 homes.
The 75,000 homes under construction figure, how many of those do you think will be built in the next 12 months? 40,000, 50,000?
Oh, look, of those 75,000, it's a mix of everything from a single story dwelling right the way through to a 20, 30 or beyond story apartment building. So each of them have their different timelines. The important thing about any development, any progress when it comes to addressing the housing challenges that we inherited is making sure the pipeline is growing. And what we are seeing is absolute growth in the pipeline.
But you need 100% essentially of those dwellings that have commenced to be completed in the next 12 months to reach your housing target.
No,
there's no way you're going to get to 100% of the.
See, again, you're taking a very stylised and simplistic approach to the way the target is done. The target, if we go back to how the target was established and what the target is 377 well-located homes delivered over the period, a 5-year period to the 30th of June 2029. Now, yes, you could, if you wanted to, you could divide it down to how much of a house had to be delivered per minute, if you like. But that doesn't necessarily reflect the reality of both the construction sector nor the reality of turning around a planning system that was probably, if not the worst, one of the worst in the country, and that's what we've been endeavouring to do. It had always been, we have to create the capacity to be able to deliver at the back end, and that was the situation that we inherited when we came to office, which is why we started with a forecast that we were going to be well under the even earlier housing target that had been set when we were only set to complete 180,000 homes over the 5-year period.
So we're on track. You're saying we're on track to reach our targets.
I would prefer to be much further advanced because
they're not the figures I'm looking at.
To be honest, I would prefer to be much further advanced. I would prefer it if we hadn't had a system that we had to fundamentally rebuild when we came to office in March of 2023. However, what we inherited was a confused and confusing system. We had multiple ministers responsible for different parts of the planning system.
Your party rejected the planning system reforms in 2013, so it's a bit rich to say that you inherited a mess of a system.
Neither were you. I mean,
you inherited a mess of a system.
I noticed the other day that
you created a very messy system.
Point of order.
Yes, I'll hear the point of order.
I think point of order is pretty obvious. Both the honourable member is speaking over the minister. He's trying to give an answer, and I'm not sure he's actually asking a question, more hectoring the minister. So perhaps he could ask questions.
I don't think I was asking a question or he was answering either. So I'll ask another question.
But can I just remind all of us though, this is also about Hansard.
Yeah,
Hansard are the very best anybody could ever have, and they can't do 3 voices all at the same time, or even 2.
True.
It's impossible.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Are you, Minister?
But just on the 2013 reforms, I don't think anyone in this room was in the Parliament in 2013. I mean, I'm looking at my colleagues.
I was a junior staffer.
Well, I mean, if you're
Natasha
fetching
was
the
here.
coffee,
She voted for the reforms.
Well, there you go. If you're fetching the coffee for someone, I mean, that doesn't mean you are in the chamber actually voting on any legislation. So, and I don't think, as a minister who was commissioned in April of 2023, who wasn't in the Parliament in 2013, I can be held accountable for the decisions of anyone at that time.
The TODs and the LMRs are supposed to deliver 112,000 homes over 5 years. Are they on track? What figure are you looking at the moment?
We are seeing an increasing number of proposals being lodged through both of those pathways. I think you've got to reflect on why we've done the planning reforms that we've done. And I know you've been involved in conversations about it, but the planning reforms and the reforms to the system that we've undertaken are not aimed at delivering just for the housing accord. They're aimed at delivering well beyond it, which is why we've done changes that haven't been done in a generation. The low and mid-rise stuff, I mean, I can take you back to, for instance, when Minister Stokes, in one of his iterations as minister, undertook, this is in 2019, so this is very early days of the previous term. The medium density code came into effect in 2018, but the rollout of the policy aimed at fast tracking has been limited because 50 councils achieved a deferral, and then a further number of councils then went on to get a further deferral, and then it was put off, and lo and behold, something that had not been addressed for years and years and years was left on my desk as one of the problems I inherited. Now, we've addressed that. We've made dual occupancies available across every LGA except for 4, and they're for very good reason, those 4 that don't have them in R2 zones. We've got permissibility again for terraced townhouses, manor homes, small residential apartment buildings. We've got the additional density closer to where there's train stations and town centres. These are all the things that you would have loved to have done, but you couldn't get it through. Now, we've managed to do that. We've managed to take on the challenging things. We've managed to reform the system. We've managed to collapse planning into the responsibility of 1 minister rather than 5. We've reduced the number of organisations and entities that are associated with, made sure the department is streamlined in terms of strategic planning and planning assessment. These are all things to make the system go better, and that's starting to bear fruit. Now, would I prefer that it was further along? Absolutely. Would I prefer that housing construction hadn't collapsed under the previous government? We had to clean up the mess? Absolutely. But the reality is, you work with what you've got. We got a confused and confusing planning system that was only going to deliver 36,000 homes a year at best, and we've reformed that.
You're also 40% behind your National Housing Accord target. How can you say that?
Okay.
How can you say that what you're doing is anything other than a colossal failure?
Really?
40% behind.
I mean, you're
40% behind what you
no,
signed up to.
We just went through this. No, so let's check.
Well, it's
check
a lot of
ourselves
catching
through
up,
that.
Minister.
You're saying we're 40% behind a target that's not done for another 2.5 years.
It's a lot of- it's a- you agree, it's a lot of catching up to do.
Based on data, completions data at the end of September last year, right? So you're an economist, as you said. In your economic studies, you would have understood time series and statistics. You would have understood the response of markets to changing circumstance. What we are seeing is a 26% increase in between 2023, 24 and 24, 25 in the number of lodgements. What we are seeing is a 24% increase over the same period in the number of approvals. 3/4 of those, I might add, are as a result of state significant development applications driven by policy changes of this government. What we are seeing is a trend growth over the last 12 months of 10% increase in the number of commencements. We've got the highest number of dwellings under construction of any state and territory. We've got other states that are going backwards. We've had a 37% increase in the last quarter in completions, the highest quarter recorded since March 2021. And at the same time, we've got the average DA assessment time at the local government level down by around a third. Now, would I prefer that we had some magical solution that was going further? Sure. I think any government would have fired, if they discovered a silver bullet somewhere to address people's housing challenges, would have fired it long ago. But what we inherited was Sydney with the second least expensive, least affordable city on the planet that has spilled over into regional New South Wales because we didn't have a planning system that was fit for circumstance, was more obsessed with process than it was with outcomes, and we are turning that around.
It's good to see that the pipeline is getting a bit healthier, but it doesn't seem like the pipeline is anywhere near where it needs to be to reach your housing accord targets.
You're the only one celebrating that.
We're not celebrating.
You are
it.
celebrating.
We're holding,
every
we're holding,
release
Minister, we're holding you to account
celebrating
for failing to meet your targets. We're not celebrating it.
Oh.
We want you to reach your targets. It's
so
in the interest of the people of New South
signed
Wales.
up. The New South Wales Liberals and Nationals are now signed up to the housing accord because it's been unclear for the last couple of years whether you are.
We want to build more homes.
No, so
Minister,
are you signed up to the housing accord?
The purpose of budget estimates is for me to ask you
No,
questions.
it's also important for me in setting policy to know whether or not you agree
unless you
with
want
the
to join the
basic thing we're
opposition
trying to
and
do.
I'll sit in that chair, Minister.
Okay, so you haven't signed up to the housing accord. Okay.
The reality is that from the figures that I've seen, is that you're massively behind where you need to be on the TODs and the LMRs. It was reported that, and I've asked you for the figures about where we're at now, but as of a few months ago, you're only 3,500 dwellings in newly submitted applications as part of the TODs and the LMRs.
Yeah, and now we're
you need to be at 112.
Now we're more than 20-odd thousand.
You need to be at 100.
Look at the difference a few months makes.
You need to be at 112,000 homes completed within 5 years. The pipeline doesn't look healthy enough to get you up to the targets that you set, especially as part of two of your most signature reforms, the TODs and the LMRs.
New South Wales was passed out on the map when you left office, and your government left office. 36,000 homes. Now that's only 180,000 homes. That's less than half of what the housing accord target, which you haven't signed up to still as an opposition, would have delivered 180,000. 180,000. We're getting more than that through in lodgements at the moment.
Signed up
Thank
to
you.
something
Okay, it's time. You will be able to resume this part when it's back to your time.
Yep.
Minister, as the Minister responsible for public spaces, I know that you would support the right to protest and understand protests are a common use of many public spaces. Is that correct?
Yes, they can be used as public spaces.
The Premier, Minister Sharp, Minister Harris and Minister Dibb have now all confirmed that no ministers opposed the public assembly restriction laws in Cabinet, and I take it that that would include you too.
Not only did I not oppose them, I signed 2 of the restriction orders
And so,
as acting police minister.
but you do understand that these laws are opposed by so many civil society organisations, Labor members,
So you think? Hang on. So
as well as, I'll just finish
Yeah,
the
sure,
question.
sure. No.
And now we have seen what resulted from those laws. Why, as Minister for Public Spaces in Cabinet, did you not support those other views? Those views so widely held by so many in our community.
Okay, so let's just first off, let's address what the public spaces portfolio is about. The public spaces portfolio is largely the oversight of a number of select public spaces. It's not every common area in New South Wales. It's the larger parklands under the Greater Sydney Parklands Trust Act. It is Penrith Beach. It is other things, as well as some financial assistance through a range of programs and measures to provide better public space outcomes that are largely delivered through a local council level. But on the broader issue, I think, and I maintain the government's position, that in the face of a terrorist attack, we should be able to geographically limit protest activity for strictly limited period of time based on the basis, or the Police Commissioner can, on the basis of intelligence.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
But why do you have to protest immediately after a terrorist attack?
I don't think anyone was proposing to protest immediately after a terrorist attack. I'm asking you
Yeah.
why you think
Because
that protest
Yeah.
is related to a terrorist attack, and why
Because that's the legislation. The
didn't.
protest restriction is related to a terrorist event. Right? That's the designate. That's in the legislation that was passed by both houses of this parliament. Right?
So in Cabinet, you
So
thought it was a great idea that these laws were the laws
First off, I don't discuss what I say and do within Cabinet. There is confidentiality around Cabinet discussions for very, very good reason.
Well, I think
However,
the Premier, the Minister, and 3 senior ministers have already blown that open, clearly.
Well, that's up to them. I'm saying the position I take. Right? I don't discuss matters out of Cabinet. I don't discuss matters out of caucus. That's just a personal principle. If others do it, if others choose to do it, that's on them. However, what I do support is the government's position.
And you see that what resulted at Town Hall in that public space was something that's justified based on your signing of declarations?
The matters associated with the events on that evening are now a matter of investigation by the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission, and I think that independent body should do its work. However, I think detailed questions on the events of that night should be directed to, in terms of operational matters, be directed to the Minister for Police and the Police Commissioner, not me as the Minister for Planning and Public Spaces.
Thanks, Minister. I just want to take you briefly to the Riverstone precinct, the Marsden Park North. On what date did you form the view that development in the Riverstone wetlands precinct was now acceptable, or have you not formed that view?
Okay, so are you referring to the recent public exhibition of the Marsden Park North precinct work?
I am, the one which will see 960 homes built in an area of high flood risk.
So let's go to this, because there's been some. I'm not going to say deliberate misinformation, but there's been some incorrect assumptions made here. So, if I take you back to the end of October 2023, at that time, in conjunction with the Deputy Premier, I made an announcement that the current plan that was on the table for Marsden Park North, which was several thousand homes, would not proceed.
Because it would place lives at risk.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
That was on the basis of flood advice. Now, that didn't say that nothing could take place. It just said that plan would not be taking place and that we would be limiting it. What we then set about was a period, and I can quote you from that announcement. The New South Wales Government will continue to work closely with councils and other stakeholders to explore land use options. We went on further. Work is also underway to understand where additional housing can be accommodated to mitigate the impacts of these decisions on the housing pipeline. Now, what happened was in September 2024, work started on a new rezoning proposal for the Marsden Park North area that considered the flood studies, some update to the flood studies and the guidelines, as well as the evacuation in the event of a major flood. Right, so a responsible approach to land use planning. The rezoning proposal and associated documents were put on public exhibition on the 17th of November 2025. That closed on the 30th of January 2026. That included, and I'll take you through the detail because I think this is important, because this is the not reported elements of this. Approximately 260 hectares was for employment land, which would allow for almost 3,900 new local jobs. A good area, a good outcome in an area that needs jobs.
That floods and goes underwater and will create a catastrophic risk to life.
Hang on. If I can take you through the full process, because I think it's important that we see the full context, right? Because that was not what's been in the public domain.
Minister, can you address
so
this
around
one point?
960 homes on that land impacted by flooding. Now, those homes also have an additional requirement that all new homes are to be located above the new flood planning level, set at 1 in 100 chance per year of a flood event, with an additional 3 metres freeboard to allow for climate change impact. So in other words, development could only be on land that was typically within the 1 in 500 year chance per year of flooding.
Do you think do you think they'll be able to be insured, those homes?
Well, yes, I do, because of where they are, right? In addition, right, you've got to understand this, as there's that you can't take point in time and apply it consistently. So at the same time, there's been considerable upgrades that are underway to new state road infrastructure that's being delivered by Transport for New South Wales. The Bandon Road upgrade and extension across the floodplain is underway. Garfield Road West widening and upgrade for the provision of shared paths is underway. And Richmond Road, a $720 million upgrade overall, which was announced earlier this week, is underway, but particularly the $150 million commitment of that section of road between Alara Boulevard and Heritage Road. Now, what that is additional evacuation capacity. But what we've done, in addition to 260 hectares of employment land, 960 homes on land that's well above what the previous government was intending to do, close to 60 hectares of open space, protection of more than 80 hectares of conservation land, as well as new transport links, there's a cap. There's an employment cap, right? So a jobs cap.
So those people.
And a homes
so
cap.
you're suggesting then that with all of this, we will be able to just get those people out of the death flood trap on good roads as quickly as we possibly can, and quicker than what the coalition were proposing.
I'm not suggesting that.
Well, that's all I'm hearing, Minister.
No. I'm basing that off expert advice. I don't make these assessments myself.
Okay, so with expert advice, what do you say to the fact that just last week, former Fire and Rescue Commissioner Greg Mullins said, "I never dreamed we would have a government rolling back flood and bushfire protections. This is the first government which has done so, as far as I can tell. It fails every test.
Yeah,
Developers' profits are trumping community safety."
Yeah, as I said at the time, I find that comment offensive because it's wrong. Right, I find it personally offensive because the suggestion and another part that was not reported in that was that we were putting people's lives at risk, and we were happy about doing that. We've actually done the opposite.
I don't think anyone's saying you're happy about it. I think what people are saying
it was
is
in the non-reported part of that comment, right? As it was retold to me, right? So what we've done is the exact opposite, and what we've done is nothing different than what we said we'd do in October 2023, when we said the then plan of the previous government for thousands of homes in the area at the 1 in 100 level.
Minister,
would
did
be
everyone...
reversed. We never said that nothing
Did
could
anyone
take
from
place.
Morris Yema's firm speak to you or anyone in your staff about it?
No. All of my meetings with Mr. Yema, I appreciate the titillation of this sort of stuff, but all of my meetings with Mr. Yema...
It's not about titillation, it's about trying to understand.
Are reported and declared as per their requirements. I answered this extensively in the House in question time. All of the interactions of my office are referred to the department, as they are required to do for follow-up. And all of the department's meetings, I might add, are declared on their register as they're required to do with third-party lobbyists.
You would appreciate, though, the Premier does refer to meetings that he just happens to have in corridors and so forth. There
I'm
are
not the Premier.
I'm just saying, those things are very real in our modern world. We
Well,
know that.
look, to be honest, I've not struck Mr Yammer wandering any corridor that I've been wandering.
Thank you. Mr Raddick.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Now, you just told my colleague, the Honourable Chris Rath, that you wish you were far more progressed on housing construction than you were, and you said if there was a silver bullet to speed up construction, you'd fire it. So that's good sentiment. Now, I'd like to suggest that there are two silver bullets you could fire, and that is making the biodiversity offset scheme and the basic standards optional rather than compulsory. The biodiversity offset scheme was introduced in 2017. In that year, in New South Wales, there were 42,000 homes built just in Sydney, but according to your own data from your own website, only 28,300 homes were built from 2024 to 2025 across the entire state. Now, do you see any correlation?
Where's that from? Because that's not a number that's familiar to me.
Well, I've got it here that according to your own data published on your own website, only 28,300 homes were built.
I'd have to check where that came from, but that's well below the 40-odd thousand that were actually built across the state.
Okay, well, that might be talking about completions.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about completions too.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, it will be interesting to look into that. But do you, Minister, the important question is, do you see a correlation between rising red and green tape costs, such as the biodiversity offset scheme and the basic standards?
Let's go to the biodiversity offset scheme. It's been in a pretty poor state when we came to office, and we know it needs some work. And I've been doing work with Minister Sharp with respect to that. On the basics arrangement,
Well, when you say you're doing work on it,
Yeah.
are we looking at sort of making the burden heavier or lighter?
No. We're looking at fixing up the system that was not working for anyone. This is in terms of the legislative reforms and other reforms that Minister Sharp is pursuing. On the basics requirements, the basics standards have been increased by this government in reflection of a changing climate, and I know that you, Mr. Ruddock, have different views on the impact of a changing climate, but the reality is that the days are getting hotter, and you have to wander around Sydney earlier this week to know that. A bit cooler today, but and the standards with energy efficiency and the like are improving because that upfront investment does deliver a longer term benefit in terms of the lower operating costs of a home. Now, the logical conclusion of what you're suggesting is that we should basically do away with all building standards and be happy and satisfied if people knocked up a tin shed and lived in that.
Well,
I've heard other people suggest to me
that's
that
what happened
there
in
should
New
be,
South Wales for the first almost 2 centuries.
Yeah, it did.
And those
but I
houses
think-
built in the 19th
think-
century are still standing.
Yeah, and they're standing because they weren't tin sheds. They weren't tin sheds,
Yeah.
right? And they also need regular improvements and updates. But I've had people suggest to me that we should get rid of curb and guttering because if we got rid of that, and in 100 years ago we didn't have curb and guttering and it was okay then, so it should be okay now. Perhaps not. I've had people suggest to me that we should not have a requirement to have windows in bedrooms and we should just have these dark boxes. I think not. What we have to do is balance the social licence that comes with quality of build, which is why we've expanded the work of the Building Commission, which Minister Chanthong is in charge of, and while at the same time improving standards because that's what people want. Now, recently I had the opportunity to go with McDonald Jones Homes and Landcom.
Yes.
Mr. Wendell was there with me
Yes.
to open a first net zero home.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And
I've been following that.
lowers the cost. This lowers the cost of
Yes, well, that's the
running
second
a
time
home.
you've said that, and it's all through your press release. Okay,
Yeah,
but
'cause
you're
it does.
talking about the long-term cost. Okay, but what does it add to the value of the construction of the home in the first
Well,
place?
it varies.
Why were we just
It-
talking about the long-term savings,
Yeah,
which
well-
I'll acknowledge will happen?
Okay.
I'm
well,
doubtful
the
they're as
difference,
big
the
as you
difference
think.
in price of Colorbond between a dark roof and a lighter roof is the marginal cost is zero, right? Because there's the same price product, right?
Min-
But that's part of it, right? Dark roofs is part of it. is very much part of it, except for in a couple of areas where dark roofs are still okay because they need for solar absorption. But it also depends on what you need to do to achieve the basic standard, which relates to your orientation on the block. It relates to whether you choose to do fans or air conditioning, or whether you're doing gas appliances or electrical appliances. There's not a universal outcome. Yes, improved building standards, the increased size of buildings, all add to costs. Ultimately, the increased cost of land adds to costs, the increased cost of finance adds to costs. But when you're looking at the overall benefits for the individual household, the person who may buy it into the future, as well as the overall outcomes for the entirety of society, then these are better outcomes overall, and it's what the market is starting to expect. You wouldn't have the interest that in that net zero home in Wilton that we've seen over the last few weeks of its open houses if there was an interest from the market in this.
So would you agree, though, Minister, if we made the biodiversity offset scheme and the basic standards optional for home builders, do you agree that it would reduce the construction cost and therefore the price that the
I can't
purchaser
say,
would
because
pay?
you're assuming that all of those costs would be passed on. Any cost reduction would be passed on, and I can't guarantee that.
Well, I think that's what would happen. But so you think that it's just a...
I'm not sure, because I've seen in other markets where there might have been cost reductions, where rather than substituting a lower price, that the seller of the given product decides to increase their margins.
You must have a lot of conversations with developers, the people who go out there and actually...
I have a lot of conversations with a lot of people.
I'm sure you do. Now, what do they think about the biodiversity offset scheme and the basic standards?
Look, they agree that it needed improvement when we came to office, which is exactly why we're undertaking a series of reforms led by Minister Sharp, and you'd have to address the detail to her to deal with that.
Okay, now Ken Henry is somebody that I'm guessing this government sort of has a reasonably high opinion of his opinion. Now he is saying that the
I can't comment to all the government members, but I'm aware of Mr. Henry's views.
Yes. Now he says the biodiversity scheme is not strong enough, and he wants a whole-hogged embracement of nature-positive radicalism. Now, can you
did not say radicalism.
Well, it's in that direction.
But if you want
Chair. So, can you sort of speak to that and give the committee some assurance that we're not heading in that direction?
Look, the government has been clear about the series of reforms that it is pursuing, and Minister Sharp is diligently setting about those reforms.
Okay, now you have mentioned the Panorama Net Zero Home. And I've read your press release, and look, I have to admit, it looks quite impressive.
Have you visited?
No.
You should go out there. It's
You
great.
should buy one, John.
Well, that's
No.
it's
It's actually really good, and it's a really good example and showpieces, which is why it is a display home as to what you may be able to do.
Now, I do think, Minister, that that this house, if it lives up to expectations, that it will be a basically self-sustainable home. You can run, toasters and TVs off solar panels. I don't think you can run heavy industry off it. But in your press release, you do say that the net zero home is built to handle future climate conditions. So, how much were we expecting the temperature of the world to go up to based on how we came out with this policy? What are we saying? In 5 years' time, we're going to be up 4 degrees Celsius, or because when you've said it, we're anticipating future climate conditions. I'm guessing you're saying it's going to get hotter.
We are anticipating, and if you have a look at the State Disaster Mitigation Plan and other documents this government's developed, you'll see that what our expectations are with respect to the changing climate. The changing climate is not just limited to temperature, as you would appreciate. It's limited.
Well, that's how it was originally sold to us.
Well, it's also... Again, much like Mr. Raff tried to fit me up for a decision I wasn't involved in 2013, I don't think I can be held accountable for what the IPCC may have said globally in its earliest days. I'm not a member of that, as you'd appreciate. However, we do know, and anyone in the insurance sector will tell you, I deal with the insurance sector a considerable amount because of their interaction with housing. Anyone in that sector, anyone who's studied climate science will tell you that the the level and frequency of storms, of adverse weather events are increasing in both frequency and severity, and these are the things that we're trying to accommodate. What we're also trying to do through that particular house is demonstrate how new products are coming to market. For instance, the bench tops in there are largely made of recycled material out of a place in Narrabri. Right, great part of the world, and it's showing how you can have the circular economy and recycled materials integrated into new products that are for the overall benefit, and promote and support and encourage domestic manufacturing at the same time, while reducing the risk of silica dust hurt and damage to the lungs of kitchen installers.
Let me just
I would
get
have
in
thought
one
that
more,
would
sir.
be a welcome outcome.
Now, with that display home, you know what? I will take you up on your offer. I will go out there and have a look at it. And I'd be fine if everybody chose to have one of these net zero homes. Okay, if as long as it's not compulsory. But can you give us some confidence that this display home is really just to be for people to look at to see what could happen, and it's not the forerunner of making this the compulsory method of building any future homes in New South Wales?
I'm not aware, and I certainly I haven't been developing and working on any plans to make that a compulsory build. What it does offer, though, is some insights into people who are undertaking a new build or people who are renovating, to have a look at the suite of options and the various combinations that they may wish to incorporate into their own build. And I think providing people with information helps markets operate far more efficiently.
Make these things voluntary, Minister, and you'll achieve your housing targets much quicker. Thank you.
Well, I think people expect a level of build that reflects modern standards, and I don't think that we should throw out quality in a desperate race for quantity.
No, I think the market will look after the quality. Anyway, I relinquish to the chair.
It's back to the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. The 75,000 figure that you've been using, I mean, I can see approval numbers, commencement numbers, completion numbers. Where does the 75,000 figure come from?
This is the number under construction, the Australian Bureau of Statistics.
Well, the commencement figure that is 47,198. So where's the 75,000?
The
figure?
75,000.
So you're saying it's not a commencement
The 75,000
figure.
was published by the Australian Bureau of Statistics in its building activity. I think it's called building activity statistics that were published for the period ending as at the end of September. It was published earlier this year, I think it was.
Yep, so end of December.
Yeah.
Okay, but just to be clear, it's not an annualised commencement figure. That's not what you're suggesting?
No, it's the current. It's a point in time. It's the number of dwellings in whatever form they may be that are under construction at that point in time, and for the reporting of the ABS. Now that includes single dwellings. It includes right the way through to multi-storey apartment buildings, and each of those will obviously have different timeframes for their completion.
What's the abandonment rate from approval to completion?
Describe? Can you outline what you mean by abandonment?
Obviously,
is this where people get halfway through a build and then they give up?
You obviously have a much higher approval rate than completion rate. Not every approval turns into a completion.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So
at
the
the moment,
rate that the developments are abandoned?
Sure. At the moment, there's 15,000, according to the last lot of statistics, 15,332 homes that are approved but not commenced. Now, again, that's a point-in-time measure, so there may be a whole range of reasons why a development may be approved and not commenced. Sometimes that relates to post-consent approvals, something that the government is working to speed up. It may be that people are still seeking finance. It may be in the event of a multi-dwelling building that people need to have an amount of pre-sales before that they can get commercial finance to start construction, which is why the government's got the world-leading $1 billion pre-sale finance guarantee to assist with getting those to market and under construction earlier. It may be that people, a mum and dad, may not have secured the construction finance that they need to get underway. It may be that just that it was approved the day before.
Yeah. I assume feasibility is a huge part of that abandonment.
No, look, let's not describe it as abandonment, because oftentimes those dwellings will end up still being constructed. They're just at that point in time, they're approved but not commenced. And I just ran through a range of reasons why that may be the case. But we have found, let's take, for instance, multi-dwelling apartments, right? And multi-dwelling buildings. Now, oftentimes, the commercial financiers have a requirement of 70% or more of pre-sales before they can get underway. A developer will go out to the market with an approved plan and say, hey, this is what we're going to do. For the first couple of months, they get a really good response. They might get to 50% relatively quickly, but can't get that last bit. This is why the government's used the strength of its budget position to actively be engaged in that market by saying to developers, we will provide you with a guarantee, not a subsidy, not any other transfer payment. We'll provide you with a guarantee for the last bit where you've sold half of them, or for up to 50% of your project, up to a total cost of $50 million, where then you can go out and seek commercial finance. You can then continue to sell those properties to the market as you're building them. But we believe that that's going to take about 12 months off the time taken to get construction moving. Now, if you save that, again, if you reduce the time to assess it, you reduce the number of post-consent conditions you need to go through, you reduce the time getting to construction, and you reduce then the time for those final things getting to market. Not only do you get really excited people who are putting new keys into new doors of homes, but you are getting construction underway faster, which I think is an overall good outcome for everyone. And it does provide an innovative approach for the government to use the strength of its balance sheet, because we've been able to maintain strong credit ratings because we've gone through a series of budget repairs in order to get work underway.
It sounds all very positive. The issue, I suppose, is that with these post-consent conditions, I mean, I feel a bit sorry for you, because, I mean, your department's approving developments, but then after the fact, don't you feel a little bit let down by your colleagues at Transport or Water?
My
for
colleagues do
instance, that
excellent work.
they're holding up. They're holding up developments.
Mr.
You're saying
Mr.
yes.
Mr.
You're
Rath,
giving
Mr.
you're
Rath,
giving
I appreciate-
approvals, and then Transport or Water or some other agency is essentially knocking it back or delaying it. Aren't you a bit frustrated with your colleagues?
I appreciate you may be disappointed by your colleagues, but I find my colleagues great to work with. Now, this is why the Development Coordination Authority is such a big change and a big important change in terms of the Planning Systems Reform Act, which was passed with the almost universal support of the Parliament. And I thank the opposition, particularly Mr. Speakman and Mr. Farlow, for their efforts in doing that. If only everyone had to come on board, it would have been great. But the Development Coordination Authority has two roles, and two distinct roles, and these have been in operation for a little while now. But the first one is to deal with the actual assessment process and the coordination of the response from the New South Wales government agencies. At the moment, or previously, and until it kicks into gear on the 1st of July, you could have gone to one of 22 different agencies within the New South Wales government in order to get a concurrence and referral. It costs time. 60 days for the first one on average, 100 days for each one in addition to that, right? So that soon adds up very, very quickly. But the second part that's being worked on, and in fairness to the Department of Planning in the past, their responsibility ended at an approval. The Planning System Reform Act has effectively extended their responsibility to assist through the Development Coordination Authority with the post-consent requirements to make sure that they can assist and can help work through the challenges someone may have with a water licence to do some basement excavation. It may assist with dealing with any biodiversity offsets. It may assist with just dealing with transport and related challenges for that construction. But the aim is that, because no one had previously been looking at that post-consent area. because no one took responsibility for it, like anything else that no one takes responsibility for, it's poorly managed and has no oversight. We've decided, an active decision of this government, the Department of Planning, through the Development Coordination Authority work across government, is best placed to assist with that. And I think this will make a real difference to not only mums and dads who are trying to get things moving more quickly, not only councils who are trying to get things moving more quickly, but to larger proponents, which again will cut time and assist with project feasibility.
Minister, if 80 homes are knocked down and converted into 30, does your department count that in the completion figures as 30 new homes or minus 50 homes?
Sorry?
It's the ABS who counts.
Yeah, sorry, that's where I was
Does
going.
the ABS
The
count it
ABS
based on
counts.
the data
The ABS generates the data on which the housing accord figures are published against. Now, they determine what is a new build in that sense and report that. So we don't have direct control over it. We don't report it. They extract that from the information sources, which include the planning portal that they have available to them.
So it's a gross number overall that they're using. It's not a net number.
Yes and no. Yes and no. It's a gross number but it excludes a number of things too, right? So disappointingly, real dwellings, a number of real dwelling types and typologies aren't included in that. And look, I'd be happy if you wanted to join with me in advocating to the Commonwealth to change this, because I think New South Wales is at a disadvantage as a result. So for instance, student housing is not incorporated in that. Now, there is a big push as a result of a federal government policy for universities to encourage and support the growth of student housing for a number of reasons. One, it takes pressure off the private rental market, and two, it provides a good option for students when they are studying and when they have to move to study to provide it. But unfortunately, all the resources that go to that, labour, materials, everything else, does compete, as you would accept, with the resources needed to build other forms of housing. But unfortunately, they are not counted. Other forms of housing, such as seniors housing and residential aged care, co-living, they also aren't included. And this is where New South Wales gets at a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to some of the measures of success when it comes to the housing accord targets, because a lot of things that are under construction and are being delivered and need to be delivered to make not only our cities but our regional communities work better simply aren't counted. So I mean, I'd welcome you joining with me to lobby your side of politics to encourage the inclusion of that, because I think it should be counted, because there is a resource substitution effect, one. Two, these are real dwellings for people. And three, it just makes sense that if we are going to measure things, we measure things properly.
How many homes have progressed from pattern book design to construction so far?
Pattern book, let me get you the most recent details. So the pattern book at the moment, there's been 22 CDC applications submitted, 10 have been approved so far. One just down the road, almost equidistant from you and I. I won't reveal the address. I'll suffice to say it's in Corrimal, but which is exciting. But we are starting to see more of those come through the planning system. Again, there's a time lag. Which I think you would appreciate as someone who understands that markets don't react immediately, particularly when you've got lumpy investment like housing. But we are starting to see more of them come through, which is exciting.
But one commencement in 6 months, surely you're a little bit disappointed at that.
Look, I think the 6 to 9 months is about the timeline that people make a change with respect to a planning system change. So some of those we're actually seeing probably a little bit earlier, but we've got 22 CDC applications submitted, 10 have been approved. You'll start to see more of those going. Mr. Wendler has got 7 of them under construction himself out at Edmondson Park, and looking at more options underway at Landcom. We've got Homes New South Wales looking at it. We've got SOPA, which will have some going as well. And I think you'll start to see more mums and dads who may have picked up a plan at the discount introductory price, may have picked up a plan relatively cheaply, and are now going about the process of sourcing a builder, sourcing some land on which to do it, to build on, and the like.
Minister, you can have all the rezoning in the world, but do you accept that development projects are stalling largely because they're no longer financially feasible?
Look, there are, again, I think it's wrong to conclude that that the housing construction market is a homogenous sector, right? We are finding, and in talking to people, that that feasibility differs across projects and across geography. But when we came to office, I had people on my doorstep in the lead up to and after we came in complaining about the planning system and how that was helping to drive the collapse of home building. Again, to point out that it had collapsed by a third under the previous term of office, down to 36,000 a year. The other thing that was not up to scratch at the time, and I think anyone would agree with this, was the planning portal. But what wasn't being talked about was the doubling of land values, particularly in Sydney, over the last 10 years, which is a huge cost. The more than 30% increase in materials over the last 5 years. Now, I notice in the last the inflation stats that's moderating, but it's still increasing. Interest rates and access to finance were being a problem. Again, we're helping with the pre-sale finance guarantee, access to labour and the cost of labour, as well as challenging macroeconomic conditions. And I think at the time, we also had the lasting impact of the Morrison government's home builder scheme, which is credited with shifting demand, right, and shifting that market, and not in a good way. It made it more expensive to build a home because it distorted markets for labour and for materials. And the Centre for International Economics has actually done some work on cost and feasibility. And so, for instance, a mid-rise apartment, when we look at where things have increased, construction costs over the last 5 years, 76,000. Land acquisition up 50,000. Financing costs up 49,000. Required margin up 36,000. They're the big changes in this that are not talked about. The government is doing everything in its power to reduce time. Because time is the biggest cost that the government contributes to in terms of the planning system and in terms of post-consent conditions. So we're cutting the time through of assessments through planning reform. We're driving down the time that councils take on average by about a third so far through the statement of expectations and our expectations on council. We've been rezoning for greater density, which increases capacity, which changes the feasibility in areas. We've got the land audit and rezonings to increase the supply of land that's available. We've got the pre-sale finance guarantee, as I've touched on. We're active in the market through Landcom, not just through the equity injection, but also through their essential worker housing. We're investing $3.4 billion in the workforce, and today I announced the Works in Kind and Infrastructure Opportunities Plan, which will assist with developers making the choice as to whether or not they want to make an all-cash contribution or a part cash contribution and Works in Kind to cover their infrastructure things. So we're working on the elements we can work on. What we can't reverse immediately is the cost of land. What we can't reverse is the transactions that people have already undertaken to deal with that. But we can do is make sure that there's more housing types in more places. Now, interestingly, when you talk feasibility, there is a distinct geographic, there are geographic differences, right? Sydney, for instance, even the Illawarra, even Newcastle, even regional New South Wales is not an homogenous market. But what we're seeing, interestingly, is areas that had not done any of the heavy lifting when it came to housing over the past decade or so are slightly more feasible than other areas. Now, I think that goes to pent-up demand, it goes to restricted supply, it goes to all the things that you've spoken about in the past that have had a price impact. The price mechanism, unfortunately, is working, but it's not working in the interests of people who are looking to rent or to buy a home.
Minister, are things really that financially bad in the housing construction sector that the government has to underwrite or guarantee individual projects?
Look, I think in the it's not that they're financially bad. I think this speeds up things, right? So one of the big challenges we heard, and the Housing Task Force did some proactive work in talking to a number of people who had approvals that hadn't converted into construction. And a number of those were related to post-consent conditions, which we were able to help out and get them underway. But a number of them also related to the fact that access to commercial finance, there was a particularly high bar in terms of pre-sales. So I think this is actually a really innovative approach to using the government's balance sheet without any upfront money from taxpayers. Like in the worst of all circumstances, we would end up as a government with a small number of dwellings, a small number of dwellings that we would acquire at a discount that we could then use for social housing, for affordable housing, as rental housing for essential workers, or just to sell ourselves. And in fact, a former colleague of yours sent me a text on budget day saying, pre-sale finance guarantee, great initiative, I wish I'd thought of it.
Minister, how much...
And interestingly, but just to go on to that, well, it's currently being copied by the South Australians. It's currently being examined seriously by the Kiwis. And I think you'll find that other people will copy this really innovative Minns Labor government approach to get construction going.
Well, if
quicker.
Chris Bishop's doing it, it must be good. But Minister, the housing and productivity contribution, how much money has that raised?
I think the current balance on the account is about $67 million. Someone will confirm that
Yes.
for me.
Sixty-seven?
67?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, of
The-
course, now in saying that, the special infrastructure contribution areas are still transitioning. So not everyone is paying a housing and productivity contribution, and I think it's important to look at that in the context of its introduction was heavily discounted in the first year, somewhat less discounted in the second year, and not all of those people who are coming through the system at this point in time would necessarily be liable to make a payment.
But Minister, you're never going to reach your forecast, surely. The suggestion was, or the forecast was, that over 4 years it would raise $1.5 billion. You're at 67 million.
Well, that was a forecast
surely
provided.
that's a disaster.
That was a forecast provided to us by Treasury. So the detail of how they arrived at that, you'd have to address to them. We don't do the forecasting of the revenue.
Yeah, it seems like it's way, way off in terms of where it needs to be.
Well, I mean, in your circumstance, it would be zero because you didn't even support infrastructure contributions at a state level. And what you would be happy with, by extension of not supporting anything, which you proposed.
Well, you support a tax on housing.
But you
It's a
guys
tax on
proposed
housing.
this the last in government. It didn't get through the upper house, but you booked, I think it was about $954 million over the forward estimates. You booked that in the half-yearly budget review. You used that as a means to prop up some of your budget outcomes in the lead up to the election. And then when we improved the system, made it better, and had a way to long-term finance infrastructure along with housing and jobs in a number of areas in New South Wales, you then rejected it. So I don't think you've got any credible leg to stand on when it comes to not only providing infrastructure alongside housing, but also financing infrastructure, because you're still dead set determined to privatise everything. And you've said it in your own words, it was reported in the Financial Review, you're determined to privatise rather than make sure that infrastructure is being
You've
delivered.
never
Thank
sold off
you.
any land, have you,
Thank
Minister?
you. We'll come to that shortly about the privatisation of the Coffs Jetty foreshore in a moment. Not yet, Minister. Can I just ask you about the New South Wales? I know that there's now a High Court application, but the proceedings, the Denman, Aberdeen, Muswellbrook, Scone, Healthy Environment
Yeah, as you'd
Group.
appreciate, and as
And
you just mentioned, there's a High Court.
There's a High
proceeding,
Court.
So we're limited in what we might be able to say.
Sure. As at the December 2025 supplementary estimates hearing, it was confirmed, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it was confirmed that there's no pause or moratorium on projects in relation to the assessment of climate change impacts from coal developments. There was the assertion that Scope 3 emissions are being applied to projects currently under assessment. And there was no clear detail on how localised climate impacts will be assessed. Has the department done any further work or taken any approach, or at the moment is it hands off carry on business as usual and wait for the the High Court?
No. I mean, we've got an active court decision, and the department is always conscious of the court decision, and we do incorporate the local impacts of following that court decision, the local impacts of Scope 3 emission in the assessment process.
As in...
By we, I mean the collective, not me personally. I don't do assessments, as you mentioned.
But then, so how do you see that? How do you reconcile that position with the fact that the Court of Appeal found that not to be the case?
Well, the Court of Appeal, as I understand it, and I don't know if the Secretary or Mr. Precia might jump in and add any detail to this, but as I recall it, the court found that hadn't been taken into account, that Scope 3 emissions had been considered, but that found that having accepted that Scope 3 emissions would contribute to climate change globally, that the Commission, and this is the Independent Planning Commission, failed not necessarily the Department. The
No,
Independent
I
Planning
appreciate
Commission,
that.
right?
Failed to
So
take
there's a
into account the
distinction, but they
localised.
failed to take that into account.
Yeah.
Now, as a result of that Court of Appeal, we have been, in the assessment, taking the local impact of Scope 3 emissions into consideration as part of assessments.
So is it your contention then that you disagree with the Court of Appeal? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying that in assessments that have been done post that decision, and I'll be stand to be corrected by the Secretary, that we have been taking that decision, and as a result, have been considering the local impacts of Scope 3 emissions in the assessment process.
And so where is that reflected? Has any change happened to Sears, or how have you actually implemented that change?
So noting that this is a current appeal matter, so there isn't a finalised decision until the appeal is resolved. We have been seeking guidance and advice as to how we can incorporate this into... pending the decision, I want to be careful about how I say that, how we will incorporate the implications of the legal decision into Sears and into assessment. Merit assessment, though, does take into consideration impacts to the environment, and that has been a part of our normal practice as well. However, noting, as the Minister has said, that this is currently under appeal, we would not be making changes to Sears until we had a final result as a consequence of the Court of Appeal.
That's interesting. I've never really seen where a decision is made, departments and government agencies determine their actions based on the current law. The current law is what the Court of Appeal has held, but you're not...
As I said, we are aware of that, and it is a consideration as part of the merit assessment process.
And so then what is the department doing to assist the IPC in relation to articulating the assessment for the localised impacts of climate change, the impacts of climate change on a local environment?
So the IPC and the department have sought advice on how we would undertake this work. It is very complicated. I think I've stated that before.
Can I ask whom you've sought that advice from?
I'll just have to get the name for you. I'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sort of independent expert advice on how the implications of the ruling and the implications of anything that comes out of the appeal can be integrated into the planning system. So we're very alive to it.
Thank you.
I don't think in any way are we pretending that there are not implications. However, they can be complicated, and I want to make sure that we get the independent advice and we're able to enact that as well.
Thank you. I'll come back to that later today, if that's all right. But Minister, so are you satisfied at this point?
Sorry, can I just add one piece of clarification that I just got from my team? We have not actually issued any CERs since the court decision.
Yeah.
So there hasn't, that's your
Can't
answer.
incorporate it into something you haven't issued, I guess.
Thank you. So, Minister, are you satisfied that at this point in time, this is a serious issue that your department and agency needs to grapple with?
Of course.
And that...
Of course. I mean, I don't think we should... We are conscious always of the enormity of our task and the making sure that we're taking into account all contemporary law, policies and standards. But, we also added, climate change as as an object of the Planning Act for the very first time. A recommendation of your committee
That's
that
right.
you voted against.
No, Minister, please don't characterise it wrongly. We did.
Well, sorry,
it
you
was the
voted
suite of
against it.
amendments that we voted
Well,
against.
that was one of
I
the
spoke
suite. You
very
didn't
clearly,
seek to separate it.
I spoke
So
very clearly that the addition
the
of an
record
object
shows.
is good.
The record shows what the record shows, right?
Well, the record
we
also
do
shows.
take this into account. We do take it into account seriously, but and it's why we set around all the things that we do.
Minister, the response to submissions in relation to the Coffs Jetty foreshore
Yep.
precinct redevelopment has finally been published.
Mm-hmm.
The response is quite alarming in relation to affordable housing and the requirement or the concern that there is a proposal by Property Development New South Wales to privatise an entire part of public land that is loved by the community for various development, including housing, and none of that housing will be affordable housing. What the heck is that, and how do you justify that?
Well, one, I think you've got to separate the response, publishing a response to submissions from the publisher from the proponent in this case. I do not administer Property and Development New South Wales. It's a responsibility of Minister Kembla.
But surely you think that's unacceptable.
I do not administer Property and Development New South Wales. That is a responsibility of Minister Kembla. I will leave any comments with respect to the detail and their response to submissions
Who will
to Minister
finalise?
Kembla,
Who will be the final
to Minister
determining
Kembla.
authority as to whether that planning proposal goes ahead or
planning
not?
proposal is being assessed, and I believe, I think, is it delegated to you, Secretary, or?
No, I would not. It would be delegated to Ms Gibson to
Yeah.
finalise. I'd have a
There you
conflict of interest due to having both parts of the
So,
business.
Minister,
Of course, yes, sorry, yeah.
it will ultimately be under delegation of you
Yes,
to
like
the
many things
Secretary,
are.
who will then delegate it further to Ms Gibson.
Mm-hmm.
Does it concern you that the response to submissions for this planning proposal, which I remind you, there was a public referendum about the proposed Minister, 68% said no. You and others, rejected.
Can you just
Minister,
refresh
I'll
my-
finish.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
You and others rejected that referendum and said the development is very different now. 61% of public submissions outright oppose and object to the planning proposal. That will be delegated to Miss Monica Gibson ultimately to make the decision.
Correct.
And as part of that planning proposal, the developer, this is public land, the developer has said it's not economically feasible to
Okay.
engage
All
with
right.
any
So
affordable housing.
There's a few things in that chair. Could you? Sorry, I don't have it in front of me, and I think for the committee, given this discussion, I think for the committee's interest, it'd be important. Have you got the text of the question that was used in that local government election there in front of you?
I don't have it with me. It was about, you know what it was about. It was
I know
about
what it was about, but I think, like any referenda question, right? And we've all seen that recently.
Let's move on from the referendum question.
But you've introduced
No,
that.
what I
you've
said,
introduced
Minister-
as part of the reason why a particular decision should be made.
No,
So
Minister, I
think
no,
it's
I
important
didn't.
that
I
we go
moved
to
on
it,
from that.
right?
I said that
Well, I'm not moving on
everyone
from it yet, because
rejected
I think
the
it's important
referendum.
that the committee know. Yeah, but when you're saying everyone rejected the referendum,
As in-
what exactly did they reject?
No, what I'm
Right?
saying
What
is
exactly did they
you,
reject? They
along
rejected.
with
They said
other-
no to a particular
You,
question,
along
and a
with
referendum
others-
question, whether it's a republic under the Howard government or whether it's the Voice under the Albanese government. Everyone knows that the question in a referendum is the key source of sometimes seeking a particular outcome. However,
What
in
about
this
61%
circumstance-
of submissions
Sorry,
that
Chair, can I
oppose the
finish?
planning
Can I finish,
proposal?
Chair? Can I finish my answer, Chair?
I'll uphold the point of order against myself. It's a habit of mine. I do it.
I appreciate your particular passion for this. I've seen the media reporting and the like, right? The department, as in every other assessment, will absolutely undertake the merit-based assessment reflecting on the response to submissions as it does in other circumstances.
Before handing over to my colleague, I will just finish on this point. Minister, this is a shocking proposal. It's contrary to everything
Well,
you
I
stand for,
think-
and it should be rejected.
Well, okay,
Over to you,
I'll
Mr.
take
Raddick.
that as feedback because you're outside the formal submission period, but we'll incorporate your comments.
I think I did submit a submission.
But okay, I see. As you'd appreciate, I don't read it. I haven't looked
you.
at every submission.
Mr. Raddick.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, when you were in opposition, you proudly voted in favour of the Matt Keane renewable rollout, etc.
I did.
Yes. And if anything, you sort of believe it didn't go
Well, it was
far
our
enough.
idea.
Okay, great. Okay, so you own it. Good to hear.
Well,
Now-
not the
now-
final version of it. They
Okay,
they
but
bastardised it a bit.
In
but-
government, there's barely been any change, but one change from the previous government is that you have created the Net Zero Commission.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm hopeful that you can confirm that any recommendations you receive from the Net Zero Commission that you would consider to be only advice and not policy.
In an assessment context you're referring to, Mr. Rowe?
Well, they come out with policy statements on all sorts of things. But so when they come out with a statement, you will say that, well, that's just one piece of advice that you receive. It's not something that's going to set government policy.
Yeah. So the first thing that is always looked at in any of these circumstances is government policy.
Is what, sorry?
Is the law and government policy.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
good.
So a report from a body
Yep.
that is not government policy is treated as a report from a body that is not government policy.
Thank you.
Government policy is pretty clear when it comes to greenhouse gas emission reductions.
Yeah.
We've legislated it,
We're gonna change the
that's the point that the assessment planners look at when they're undertaking their assessments.
Thank you. And can I ask the same question to Ms Fishburn from the Secretary of the Department of Planning? So you will also be familiar with the Net Zero Commission, and you will know that they have opinions on various things. Some people call them a hive of radicals. But when you receive a recommendation,
Some people call the upper house that.
yes.
Oh, we are.
proudly.
I've got other descriptions, but yeah, so be it.
But so when the Net Zero Commission makes a suggestion to you, that is you consider that advice and not policy. Is that correct?
I absolutely echo the Minister's answer. We assess against the policy of the day.
Terrific, thank you. Okay, now, Minister, Sydney and Melbourne are quite similar cities, similar populations, similar economies.
Well,
but
Sydney's far better.
Sydney, Sydney is far better. Yes, I agree with that. Okay, but what would you say is what would you have a ballpark guess as to what the difference is in the average residential? The cost of an average residential home in Melbourne compared to Sydney?
I think I haven't got the most recent numbers, but I think it's in the order of $500,000 or $600,000. It may be more at the moment.
Well, I've got it 35 to 40% cheaper.
Well, I don't know what. I
Quite
haven't done the
significant.
maths in my head.
That's a big number. You'd agree.
It is a
with
big
Minister?
number.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Now,
But insofar as there are many similarities between Sydney and Melbourne, there's also a number of differences in terms of its planning system and in terms of the approach that it's taken to its city's growth. Right. So Sydney, as you would appreciate, is bounded at the north, the south, and the west by national parks.
Yes.
It's in the middle, has a fantastic harbour and Parramatta River. Right. To the northwest and the southwest, there are areas that are challenged with respect of natural hazard that needs to be taken into account. It's hillier, whereas Melbourne is flat and has taken the approach of city growth by rolling out. Now, when you look at the cadastre, when you look at the nature of housing, when you look at the approach that needs to be taken to building, these are some of the elements that come into it. However, Sydney has been burdened by a pretty confused and confusing planning system that we inherited, that we've been undertaking reforms of, which have added to the situation that we're in.
look, I do agree. The geography is different. Melbourne is flatter, and then there's surrounded by farmland, which can be converted into resident. And yes, we have the Blue Mountains and the Royal National Park and Coringa and the ocean. But doesn't that tell us that we should be sort of looking at building up more enthusiastically than we are?
Well, that's what we're doing. That's what the government's whole policy has been reorienting the
Okay.
system towards. Now,
Good
that's
to hear.
that's not exclusively, of course. We still have a number of greenfield areas. We still have greenfield areas beyond Sydney. But the government's approach has been to drive density.
Good to hear. Okay, now just yesterday there was an article in a journal I'm sure you've heard of, the Sydney Morning Herald, and it was entitled how Melbourne beats Sydney on the housing crisis solutions.
Yep.
And they're quoting from Brennan Coates
From
at
the Grattan Institute.
You're
Yep.
familiar
Yep.
with that?
Yep.
Now, from what I understand from this media report, the key finding from the Grattan Institute is that in Melbourne it is standard practice for a townhouse to have up to 3 stories, but in Sydney the standard practice is for townhouses to have 2 stories.
Yeah,
now,
so
that's
there's-
a very simple reform, Minister.
Yeah, it
How
is,
could we
and-
go about
and-
bringing...
and
you
if-
just said
if-
you do want to build up. How can we go about bringing that reform, that simple reform, to Sydney?
Well, it already is.
here.
It already is. Right. And look, I mean, I congratulate and welcome any inputs from think tanks and the like about how anyone can do things better. I think it's important that we have independent assessments of those things, and the Grattan Institute has provided good insights into a whole range of policy areas in the past. However, when it comes to this one, they've got it a little bit wrong. In terms of low density density dwellings in Sydney, 3-storey terraces and townhouses are available. 3-storey residential flat buildings are available in those areas. So it's good that they're looking at that. You know, both Sydney and Melbourne have some elements of a code-based system. We're looking to expand that. So as Sydney and Melbourne have elements of our low and mid-rise reforms, which are similar to some of their activity centre reforms, are sort of a hybrid between our low and mid-rise and our transport-oriented development that they've done there. We've done the equivalent of the activity centres in 45 locations, in addition to 171 locations for the low and mid-rise. What the Grattan Institute was primarily looking at was area within 5 or 10 kilometres of basically Martin Place, and looking at the zoning with respect to that to look at capacity. What we've prioritised is capacity where there's infrastructure capacity, so that where you can build straight away and you can add density.
But so you did preface that response by saying that we already have the same rules in Melbourne about...
We have similar rules. We're not
Okay.
we're not strictly comparing apples and apples.
Well, just
here.
walk us through that. Is that something that was a state government decision? You've told the local councils that they now need
Yes.
to approve this?
Yes.
And how long ago was that decision made?
The CODECEP's been in place for some time, but the low and mid-rise housing decision, and it was done it came into effect early last year.
Okay, well that's good news. And what's been the results on the ground? Are people taking it up? Are people converting 2 stories into 3 stories?
Look, converting 2 stories into 3 stories doesn't add another dwelling necessarily, unless you're doing a residential flat building and subdividing it that way. So if you were to knock down a 2-story townhouse and increase it to a 3-story townhouse, you might have more space for your family, but you're not adding a dwelling. What we are seeing is a combination of a couple of things when it comes to the low and mid-rise areas. We're seeing a lot of councils who are trying to get out of it, like they did before under the previous government. They were able to avoid it. So we've got some court cases where people are wanting to take the government to court to overturn the planning rules. But when we've got other areas where people are consolidating lots in order to go ahead and build in some really well-located areas.
So you're saying that you have given an instruction to the local councils to be friendly towards these...
We've
three-story
changed the
developments.
planning policy by increasing permissibility, so a rezoning, that increases permissibility both in housing typology and as in the size of the box that you're able to build.
And then
in,
you're
so to
saying
speak.
that some councils have have sort of resisted this.
Well,
and
for
then-
instance,
and who's taking them to court? Is it the developers
it's
taking
an
them to court?
individual in Marsden who wants to take us to court, or is pursuing legal action at the moment to try and overturn the low and mid-rise housing policy. We had a similar approach. Ku-ring-gai Council took us to court to try and overturn the transport-oriented development policy. However, in credit to them, we were able to negotiate an outcome which led to the same, if not more, homes and jobs in those areas as a result. So what we have done is expanded the capacity to do dual occupancies to all but 4 local government areas in low R2 zoned areas. The reason 3 of those, there was some natural hazard risk where they were in one council, the R2 zoning that was used as downwind of the sewage treatment plant. So it's a suboptimal place. So I would expect most people would not necessarily want to live there, but dual occupancies now can be built everywhere. And I think if you go around to a lot of local government areas, you're seeing an increasing number of dual occupancies, particularly in that knockdown rebuild style of dwelling coming through the system. They're often coming through as local DAs or local complying development. So we don't necessarily see them immediately in our stats. You're also seeing more land consolidation. For instance, there's a number of landowners in Rose Bay who have recently joined together and sold together so that people can go up with greater density in Rose Bay. Was out there recently. Looks like a great place. I can't afford it. I'll stay in Wollongong, but I love Wollongong. But the residents are pushing back against that. They don't believe that they should have additional housing there. I disagree with them. We saw in today's paper there's another consolidation of lots in Marsden that people are looking to build some residential flat buildings. I think about 100 units was in that. So we are starting to see those land transactions, the first part, which are turning into planning or development applications.
Okay, a short question from the opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, at what point did you realise that signing up to the Housing Accord targets was a huge mistake, as you would never meet them?
I've not determined that signing up to it is a huge mistake. What I have signed up to and what the government will continue to pursue and is determined to pursue is planning reform and assistance within the planning system and beyond across government that will allow us to address the housing challenges we have in New South Wales with a fierce determination to meet the 377,000 new homes. What I am disappointed though is the opposition's confirmed today that it hasn't signed up to that housing accord. Now, let's have a look who has signed up. So the federal government signed up, state and territory governments have signed up, local government signed up, and the building and construction sector have signed up. But the building, well, you.
What do you want us to sign,
and long
Minister?
long may that be the case. Long may that be the case. You were the government when the housing accord was introduced. You wouldn't even sign up to the 314,000 homes. What we are determined to do, and that's all parts of the industry now are signed up to it. Everyone is determined to address housing in this country, except the so-called pro-housing opposition in New South Wales.
Minister, can I just ask you quickly about the Narrabri lateral gas pipeline that is proposed?
Yep.
The Premier's been really forthright about he wants this project to get up, he wants Narrabri gas project to get up, it's something he thinks should happen. He's even flagged this idea of acquisition of farmland along and conservation land. Given the ecological, hydrological and Gomeroi cultural heritage concerns that were raised in the EPBC referral, what's your department and what's your view in terms of the impacts of that project?
I think the project is currently under assessment, if I'm not mistaken.
So how are you at, or is that a project that will be determined by the IPC? Is it something that you'll have your fingers touching, or there's
the previous Narrabri gas project was determined by the IPC.
It was.
So we would anticipate that this project would also be determined by the IPC.
Do you understand the concern and sensitivity that the Premier has spoken so publicly about the project?
The Premier gets asked to commentate on a whole range of things. I mean, he was asked in a press conference the other day about whether or not he was disappointed that people were getting ripped off because they're getting too much froth in their beer. For the record, I'm annoyed about that, right? So he's asked about the price of Balmain Tigers football tickets. I mean,
with
he's asked
respect,
about
Minister,
a lot of
this
things,
is not about beer.
right?
This is about people's
gas
lives.
Is an important
this is about
part.
climate
gas
change.
is an important part of our energy mix. At the moment, right, and will continue to be for some time. We've got to power energy. We are doing everything in our power to build out the renewable energy
Gas is
system.
not renewable.
I didn't say it was. Did the words gas is renewable come out of my... No, they didn't. I said it's an important part of our energy mix as we move from coal-fired power to renewable energy. That build-out is happening. The approvals are now at speeds that we haven't seen them before. We've got a lot of projects in the pipeline, and we've got more coming through the pipeline. The Department of Planning will assess anything that comes to it in accordance with all the legislation and policies of the day.
Right, it's government time.
Questions from the government? at this
No
point in time?
questions from the government on
Can I just provide clarification, Ms Higginson?
You certainly can.
I'm just looking at the Narrabri lateral pipeline and it's critical state significant infrastructure.
Oh, there you go.
so-
I'll approve
Yeah,
it.
the minister
Or,
will approve it.
I'll do
You
the-
will approve it. Is that
No, look, that was the approval will come to me, or the assessment will come to me for ultimate decision. Just to be clear before anyone, this is not a Barack Obama aliens comment, right? It'll be assessed. It'll come to me as the consent authority.
Minister, your words were, "I will approve it."
It
on
will
that
come
basis,
to me as the consent
they
authority.
were your
Chair.
words,
You-
Minister.
You know what?
Minister,
well,
they were
yeah.
your words. On that basis,
Which I corrected. Which I corrected. for
they were your
clarification.
words. On that basis, we will now break for a short break, and we will reconvene at 11:15. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, welcome back
There you go.
after morning tea. I'd like to now hand over to questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, reports indicate that Landcom has delayed or withdrawn projects in Western Sydney, Tallawong, Rudy Hill and Austral due to feasibility. How was this project not feasible, even if Landcom was getting the government-owned land for free?
I think there's a few things to unpack in that, and I think Mr. Wendler here is best placed to do that. But I don't think I'd not accept the assertion, one, that there was land for free, or two, that these weren't feasible. What I would say is that Landcom has a series of decisions to make as a state-owned corporation, and goes through that diligently, and is developing a great pipeline of projects at the moment to make sure it's making the contribution to it. Like, for instance, if we want to talk about Western Sydney projects, we've got Glenfield underway. We've got Edmondson Park, great. We're doing the pattern book. We're doing some modern methods of construction work. We've got MacArthur Gardens North, which is adding some density right near Campbelltown train station. North Wilton Panorama, where I know Mr. Ruddock's going out to visit the net zero property out there. We've got ads. We've got Northwest Places. But I might ask Mr. Wendler to add something to that. But there is a strong pipeline of work out of Landcom, a Rand government legacy that is being brought back to life under the Minns government.
Yes, I support what the Minister said. We are a big investor in Western Sydney, and the Minister highlighted some of the projects. If I go back to the projects that you mentioned, Mr. Rath, there are reasons that we did not progress with these projects, and they have nothing to do with anything that is that you can see in broader Western Sydney. We were not landowners of these sites. The three sites were or are owned by the Office of Strategic Lands. We have been working with them for a number of years to develop the sites. One site got a development approval, that's in Austral. And then when it was about deciding how to go forward, the two parties could not agree on what the land value is. And this is something that's a very normal occurrence. There's definitely a kind of an inbuilt natural tension between a seller and a buyer. And so we made the commercial decision of then not pursuing with that, and OSL as a landowner can move forward with the sites. As I said, one of the sites already has a development approval.
But wait a minute. So just to get my head around this.
Yes, we can.
This is government-owned land that the government agency, Landcom, wants to buy to develop it. And you couldn't agree on the price. I mean, why aren't you getting this land for free? It's government land.
Well, that's
isn't that one of the benefits of Landcom? Is that you can develop?
Let's go back to the why aren't you getting this land for free? There are accounting standards, there are Treasury rules with respect to that. The land trade is well established. It was exactly the same under the previous government as it is today, because we've got to still meet those requirements and obligations. Any questions with respect to that policy is unfair to ask of Mr. Wendler. He manages within that policy confines, but the policy ultimately is that it should be directed to the Treasurer.
Yes, Minister, I accept that, but Landcom also sits with you.
Sure, but I am the operating minister. There's two shareholding ministers as well. But you asked about why, if land is not for free, why shouldn't it be for free? That is a policy decision that is not one of Landcom's making. That is one of accounting standards and Treasury policy, and anything with respect to the means through which land is transferred from one agency to another within the New South Wales government is a matter best directed to the Treasurer.
Well, okay, but just to get this straight, these projects fell over because the New South Wales government couldn't agree with the New South Wales government how much the land is worth and should be paid for.
I would say the projects have not fallen over. We just are not developing the projects for the landowner. The landowner will now decide to move forward with these projects with someone else. That's what the fact is. But coming back to your original question is, we are a state-owned corporation and we do not get land for free.
Right. So you have to pay market price for land?
As does everyone else. I mean, this is a standard arrangement within government, has been for a long standing. Any matters and decisions with respect to that need to be addressed to the relevant minister, which is, and certainly, most certainly, that is not Mr. Wendler. However, the fact remains that Landcom does have a pipeline of more than $3 billion worth of investment in projects to deliver around more than 30,000 homes over the lifetime of those projects in Western Sydney at the moment. So this is not, you can describe it and try and characterise it as Landcom pulling up stumps on Western Sydney. It's anything but. There was a arrangement, whether it be the land audit, whether it be this transaction or others, that goes through exactly the same process. At some point in time, Landcom has decided that it doesn't want to proceed with that because they can't reach agreement on the price and has moved on to other projects.
Yes, I understand a private developer that might want to buy land from the government and you have to pay market price and you go through that process. I completely understand that. What I think I'm finding difficult to understand, and most people would find difficult to understand, is a government agency, Landcom, cannot agree with another government agency, the Office of Strategic Lands, how much the land is worth and how much it should be paid for.
Right, so
what do you think?
What do you think should be
the project is not feasible?
What do you think?
I mean, you're buying land from yourself.
That's not
the New South Wales government's buying land from itself.
There was nothing about
But you can't agree
feasibility
on
in
the
the
price.
question. There was nothing about feasibility in the question. Landcom made an offer. That offer was not accepted. There was negotiation that went over a period of time. At some point in time, you either decide to proceed and pay a price that you wouldn't want to pay, or you decide to move on to other priorities.
But surely the benefit of Landcom in part is that you can resolve some of these issues being a government agency that might not be available to private developers.
Unfortunately, a lot of land transactions that were scoped by the previous government were booked against projects that are currently under delivery. I mean, there's a lot of land transactions that were booked against projects like metros and the like in order to pay for them. We're living with the consequences of that as well. You don't start with a clean slate. Maybe in 20 or 30 years, if you're still around and get to government, you'll understand that. But you don't start with that clean slate. We are trying to deal with the consequences and overhangs of a lot of previous government's decisions. And I'll let Mr. Wendler finish.
And just add, the structure of Landcom has not changed since the Landcom Act around 25 years ago. So we are a commercial business. We have an independent board. We need to make commercial decisions, and at the same time as well support the government in its housing policy.
I accept that, but it looks to me, and to I'm sure a lot of people, that the New South Wales government is haggling with the New South Wales government over the price of land.
What are you suggesting as an alternate approach?
Well, I'm just flabbergasted that you couldn't agree amongst your own agencies what the value of this land
Sorry, I mean,
would
the
be.
Liberals and Nationals can't agree amongst their joint party room on things.
I don't know how that...
it's like people don't always agree. Like, it's not compulsory for Mr. Wendler and Landcom to acquire a property just because it's held in government hands. Ultimately, they have been established as a state-owned corporation with the oversight and responsibilities under their act, and that's how they act. However, there's also $3 billion worth of projects for more than 30,000 homes in Western Sydney alone coming through the efforts of Landcom. They're doing an excellent job.
So the Landcom budget, which is essentially taxpayer money, is being used to prop up the assets of another agency. That's essentially...
But you couldn't
agree.
Complete the
you couldn't
transaction.
agree on the...
Your criticism is, on one hand, that they didn't do the transaction they should have because it's two government agencies and Landcom just should accept whatever price is put in front of them. And then now your contention is that they're propping up or should be propping up other government agencies by accepting that price. Landcom operates within the Landcom Act. That is their requirement, and they'll continue to do so.
There's just shuffling money from one agency to another. But you couldn't agree.
We are a commercial entity.
Well, there was no shuffle then.
We are a commercial entity.
No, there wasn't, because you couldn't agree to make the shuffle work. But it should be very easy.
There's been plenty of other circumstances where we have been able to arrive at that. Landcom is undertaking a number of projects on land audit sites that were identified as a result of the land audit. The joinery at the West Connects dive site, perfect case in point.
And every time we buy a land audit site, we undertake detailed due diligence to make sure that the company and as well that the entity and as well our board are happy with the investment case. So that is what we have to do. We have to operate commercially. That's what we do. That means sometimes we make an investment, sometimes we don't make an investment, and it's all based on detailed analysis.
Minister, what was the result of the contamination tests conducted at Moore Park?
I haven't received the results of those.
But they've been completed.
The tests have been completed. I think the analysis is still taking place.
That's correct.
Okay, so you haven't seen them, but they've been completed.
The tests have been completed. The analysis, I'm unsure whether that's been completed.
Right, and will you commit to tabling that once it has been completed?
Well, what would be the benefit of tabling it? I mean, we all know what the site used to be. The purpose of that testing is to allow us to best direct where we might be able to put structures in place. I mean, and I guess to the extent that the structures will be identified as part of the finalised plans, you'll see that.
Sure, and I mean, you know, as we know, it was a tip that was used to dispose of materials during the bubonic plague. But can you guarantee that this contamination will not increase the cost of the redevelopment?
Well, okay, let's unpack that for a second. One, you've asserted that there is contamination in the sites that have been tested and the sites we're exploring. We don't know whether that's the case.
Well, the reporting was it's highly probable that there would be contamination.
Okay, but highly probable is not, it's there, is it? You would agree that probability is different from fact.
Well, we'll wait to see the results,
Correct,
Minister.
Correct. And what we'll do is we'll work to deliver a new 20-hectare park with a new golf offering and extended driving range within the budget envelope that we've been provided for by the government. The Parklands people are very, very good at operating within their budget constraints. They're very, very good operators.
Yes, the first page of the business case into the proposed redevelopment of Moore Park Golf Course states that none of the project options offset the project capital investment nor achieved socio-economic returns that were better than the base case being the 18 holes at golf that's currently there. When your own business case says every proposed option is worse than the status quo, why are you proceeding?
Because we made a commitment as a government that we would deliver a new 20-hectare park at Moore Park. Right, the area in that part of the world is one of the most densely populated areas of Sydney. We've got a situation where 690,000 people will live in a 5-kilometre radius of Centennial Parklands, with that population expected to increase to around 790,000 by 2041. As I said, it's one of the most densely populated areas. When you've got additional density, like we're doing in other parts of Sydney and other parts of New South Wales, when you're adding to density, you need to make sure that people have suitable recreational areas. We made a commitment to a new 20-hectare park at Moore Park. We've got a budget envelope which the establishment plan is developed around that will deliver that at $50 million. We'll provide a new golf offering, an extension of the driving range, and we'll do that within the budget envelope. That's my responsibility as a minister.
I don't know where the $50 million has come from. I've looked through the report and
the $50 million
I can see lots of different options.
The $50 million didn't come from that report. There were lots of different options. We've developed an establishment plan for a 20-hectare park, a new golf offering, an extension of the driving range, which includes community sporting fields, which are in desperate need in the eastern suburbs of Sydney, and we will deliver that within the budget envelope of $50 million that we've secured through ERC.
Where did the figure come from, Minister? Because I'm looking at
it came from the establishment plan. We developed the establishment plan, which came up with a budget of $50 million to deliver it, and that's what we secured from the Expenditure Review Committee.
How is the $50 million envelope so much lower than the 4 options outlined in the business case?
Because all of those options were every possible bell, whistle, great embellishment and the like that could have gone onto it. What we have done is come up with a plan that delivers a new 20-hectare park, an expansion of golfing, or a renewal, a revision, revamp, however you like to describe it, of golfing activities, an extension of the driving range, new community sports facilities, as well as cycling and running paths, trails, lighting on the main paths, amenities, picnic areas, park furniture, tree planting and landscaping, and the cost estimate of that is $50 million.
Well, Minister, you sat on the report for a year. the business case. You pulled every lever to suppress it until the chamber censured the leader of the government. Was it because you did not want us to know that it would cost more than $50 as part of the 4 different options outlined in the business case?
No,
Is that why you fought so hard
not
against
at all.
it?
Not at all. Look,
It's
I mean,
quite extraordinary to be censured.
why don't you want people who are living in and around Centennial Park to have access to good parklands? Why don't you want that?
Why wouldn't you just table the report?
No, but
Why did it take the Legislative Council to censure the leader of the government?
Why don't you want good parklands in Sydney?
Minister, I asked you a question.
Yeah.
Why did it take the Legislative Council to take the extraordinary action of censuring the leader of the government before you released this report?
It was released nonetheless, right? So otherwise you wouldn't be reading from it now, right? So it's been released, but the government also has a plan for a new park, including a revamped golf offering, extension of the driving range, running and cycling paths, lighting, tree planting, landscaping and the like, as part of the establishment plan, including community sporting fields, and the budget allocation of that is $50 million, and that's what we will deliver.
And you don't know how much any rehabilitation on potential contaminated land would cost? There's been no early figures that you can provide to us?
What part of the reason you do this testing is to work out where it is that you're best to locate things and you can minimise the earthworks associated with it. And that's what we've done, that's what we'll be looking to do, and that's what we'll be looking to do as we finalise that establishment plan and work towards the period where the lease ends.
When do you expect that analysis, the final analysis on the contamination, to be?
Look, I'd have to come back to you on that one. I just don't have a date in front of me.
Right, but
I'm not in control of the scientific analysis, as you'd appreciate.
Right. The Moore Park Collective has put forth a proposal to retain an 18-hole golf course while still releasing parkland to the community.
Yeah, they have.
As well as introducing a new oval, mini golf, putting green and other amenities. Why do you not want to proceed with this proposal, given that it satisfies all stakeholders?
But it doesn't, right? It doesn't satisfy the government, right? Which is one of the key stakeholders, given it's the landowner. The reason it
You know better than everyone else, do you?
No. But let me outline why it doesn't. Because it doesn't meet the requirement and the commitment of 20 hectares of new parkland. So the collective's proposal, and it's good that they put forward an option. I appreciate it. The collective's proposal included 9.5 hectares of existing public parkland at Moore Park South, the northern part of the park, and 11.6 hectares of the current golf course in other areas. The scheme would involve the construction of a new 500-space domain-style underground car park, which would require the removal of several significant trees. Now, that does not satisfy, right? 9.5 hectares less than 20 hectares does not satisfy the 20-hectare requirement. That's what we're working towards, right? So there are ongoing conversations with golfing stakeholders about course layout and course design and the like, and they will continue. However, the Moore Park Collective's plan and alternate proposal included some double counting, which we can't ignore.
So regardless of what circumstances might arise, what stakeholders lobby you on, what the contamination issues might face, you're utterly determined to reduce the golf offering at Moore Park.
What we're utterly determined to do is deliver a new 20-hectare park, a revised golf offering, an extension of the driving range, a community sporting field, possibly more than one, running and cycling tracks, lighting, landscaping, tree planting. What we're committed to do is what we've said on the public record for a long, long time. I don't think this should be a surprise to you.
And Minister, given the lack of economic justification in the business case.
Your characterisation, not mine.
You also want to turn another golf course in Western Sydney into a cemetery. Why do you hate golfers so much?
Oh, that's just rubbish. I mean, that's the most childish, immature thing I've ever heard. I mean, seriously.
No, you've been Labor
seriously.
Worse than.
You know, I mean, I appreciate the contribution, Ms. Mahaley. But that is just absolute rubbish and absolute nonsense, right? What we are doing is creating and make sure that there are backyards for people that are living in one of the most densely populated parts of Sydney. And why is it that you don't want people to have good recreation spaces?
Minister, do you support reforming or reducing the capital gains tax discount?
Well, if I was in the federal parliament, I'd probably have a much stronger view about that. But as the capital gains tax, to the best of my knowledge, and unless things have changed since I've come into the room.
Well, the New
this
South Wales
morning,
government did put in a submission.
we're not administering the capital gains tax.
He's asked you for an opinion.
Yeah.
I think we'd be interested to hear from a senior minister.
sure.
And the New South Wales Wales government did put in a submission to the inquiry,
Sure.
so you obviously have an opinion.
There's a case to be made. There's a case to be made that there is an intergenerational inequity doing it. I think, and I would like to see the outcomes of the current inquiry that are going on at the moment to have a look at it. Do I think that a radical change in that will undermine and destroy housing delivery in New South Wales? No, I don't. However, I think any tax change needs to be looked at in the context of not only budgetary requirements, not only intergenerational equity, but also the principles of taxation.
Thank you. Over to you, Ms Mihaly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Ms. Haley.
Minister, on the last occasion that I think we were in this budget estimates hearing, I may have raised with you the West Terrace car park, and you might recall that. And I think the West Terrace car park being, of course, in Bankstown.
Yes.
The last
I'm familiar
I
with it.
asked, yes, you would be. The last that I was trying to understand whether you had acquired that or compulsorily acquired that from the council.
No.
Okay, you haven't, because the last occasion Miss Monica Gibson said it was unclear at that point in time whether that would continue. So is that going to are you going to acquire
Look,
West
we're
Terrace car
working.
park?
We're currently working with the council. I think Ms. Gibson's looking after this directly, so she can probably add some more detail. But we're working with the council on what will be a good outcome in terms of additional public space in one of the accelerated precinct areas.
So are you essentially saying, are you going to proceeding with it, or you're just not sure yet whether you're going to proceed with the West Terrace car park being converted into open space?
We will be delivering additional parkland in the area that is covered by the Canterbury Bank, the accelerated precinct. It's part of our commitment to all of the accelerated
We
precincts.
previously,
to add
Minister,
parkland.
foreshadowed that it would be that particular car park.
Look, we continue to work with the council, and when we have an announcement on their finalisation
Is the
of any
council
work
objecting to that being turned into open space?
we're working very, very well with the council. I think
Are
I'd
they
characterise
objecting
it
to
as.
the car park being turned into open space? Is that...
Not that they've directly objected.
Well, they have
to
in the
me.
past. I think they raised issues in the past about that when it was first announced. Can I just...
I'm not aware there's any formal resolution to say that either.
Well, I understood that there was from a council meeting last year.
Happy to table it. We'd have a look at
that
it.
there were
but,
some concerns raised by the general
But
manager
look,
at the time.
I met with the mayor, the general manager, and some others recently, and things are progressing well in terms of providing good outcomes for that community.
So that was specifically about the Todd? You met with them about the Todd?
I met with them about a range of issues, and that was one of them.
Okay. You didn't happen to discuss 2 to 10 Restwell Street, Bankstown, did you? The Bankstown Function Centre?
I don't know the address, but
Well, I'll familiarise you with it shortly. Sure. Minister, did you read the Sydney Morning Herald article published on the 24th of January 2026 titled Obeid's Trust's Secret $30 million Stake in Metro High Rise?
I believe I did see that article. I haven't got it committed to memory, though.
Okay, all right. In there, it discusses quite clearly the family trust, Obeid Family Trust, concealed interest in that particular site.
Yes, I recall something
Yes.
to that effect.
Yes.
I think they went. I think it was considerable lengths they went to, wasn't it?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
it was outrageous.
Yeah.
Yes, but my concern with that site has been that the council proposal from 2021, their master plan, was to have that site lifted to 65 metres. The Todd now ratifies that. Minister, did you review that decision?
So hang on. Before we go too far, let's actually get an agreed set of facts here, and I think it may be worthwhile Ms. Gibson clarifying exactly what the accelerated precinct rezoning did with that site, if she's able to.
Yeah, so the Bankstown Todd Accelerated Precinct was informed by work that Canterbury Bankstown Council prepared and adopted in their Bankstown City Centre Master Plan.
Correct.
For the
That's what I
site
just said.
that you are mentioning, that Council's adopted master plan was a maximum building height of 83 metres. When the department reviewed the work undertaken by Council and re-examined all of the areas within that master plan, we've rezoned the land that you're referring to a height of 65 metres.
Correct.
So lower than the height that was in Council's master plan, just for clarification.
Okay. And the next door neighbour, the next door site at the South Terrace Hotel, is that still 39 metres? And across the road, is it 17 metres? Can we, if you can't clarify that
I
now
don't
for
have
me,
all the
can take that
details
on
in front
notice?
of me, but the tallest buildings, which are just north of the metro and train station site, are at 83 metres.
Okay. Well, the site next to, let's call it Eddie Abate's Function Centre,
Well, hang on.
is
Can we
39
actually just refer
metres.
to it by the property address?
Well,
because
2/10
no.
Westfield
For
Street. If
the
you-
clarity of the transcript,
Nobody's
let's refer
objecting to my commentary other than you, Minister.
No. I'm just asking, can we refer to properties in the interest of if the department has to go back and clarify it, so we can
That's
we refer
fine.
to them by
I've
the
already
property
said it's
address?
2/10.
Right, so can
I
we
think your
continue
staff
to
are
do
very
that?
on top of the. Don't get so defensive.
I'm not
Don't get so
defensive, I'm just-
defensive. None of your
Chair,
Labor
should we be
members here
referring to
have
properties
said
by
that
their
there's any
correct
objecting.
description or some
I'm not
colloquial
objecting to anything
approach?
I've said here, Minister. I don't know why you are.
I'm not upset. I'm just trying to
well,
make
don't
sure
be upset.
that
As the
everyone
First
can
thing
get
is,
the
it's
best
caused you
possible
to get very
information.
passionate
As a
about.
planning
Mahaley,
lawyer,
you've
as a
never upset
planning
me in your
lawyer,
life.
legal property addresses do help, but
They do.
the
Thank
question is from the member, and she's entitled to ask. Thank you.
Ooh, sensitive spot there.
Oh, Ms. Mahaley, you've never upset me in your
South Terrace
life.
Hotel next to 2/10 Westfield Street.
What's the
is,
property address of that one?
Is at 39 metres, and across the road is 17 metres. My concern, and you can take it on notice or give it to your department staff here, is that obviously the neighbouring adjoining properties to 2/10 Westfield Street are considerably lower as a result of this TOD. So we're jumping from 65 down to 39 and then down to 17 metres. Now, some of these stakeholders across the road met with me previously, and they raised concerns about corruption with the council.
Yeah,
They-
this is back in 2021
Yeah, they
when it was
genuinely
referred
believe-
to ICAC and found nothing to investigate.
Well, no, not...
Was more recently?
Hang on.
I'm just trying
You
to
don't
clarify.
know what was
sorry.
referred to ICAC, unless you've been privy to
No,
something
no,
that I'm not
I
privy to. Have you
understand-
got
I
something
understand
additional
that,
there that you're relying
I
on?
understand that
I'm
your
only talking
concerns,
about that,
were
that there are
referred to
properties
ICAC.
across the metro that are have been, as a result of your
Sure.
TOD,
Yeah.
are going to have a height of 17 metres. They're actually even closer to the metro entrance than even the property at 2/10. Is the TOD
So what-
now
what's your
finalised? Can I
contention?
just
That should be
confirm,
higher
is
or
this
lower?
now TOD finalised? There's no...
Yes, the rezoning has
in
been
light of the
finalised.
article from the 24th of January, in light of the fact that we now know the interest that Eddie Abate
Let's-
has in that property, are you going to review
and
the
there's the key things, right? Now, no, right? So the Department of Planning does not go about the assessment of any rezoning proposal or the development of rezoning proposals with the property owners or property ownership in mind. It does it in terms of what are good urban form outcomes, the capacity of the land, the existing zoning, the potential future zoning, its distance from key infrastructure and the like. Now, with respect to this property, if it is the case that the Sydney Morning Herald's reporting is correct, and I've got no reason to doubt that, the government has made changes to the Criminal Assets Recovery Act
Yes, which the
to
Crime
allow that to be
Commission has
pursued,
twice now
which
said,
they
Minister,
should
that
which
they
should
can't
absolutely
recover the
be
money.
pursued.
They've twice now made it clear in
Well,
reporting that
as
they
I
can't.
understand it, well, I can't talk to that because I don't
I
do
know
the
that,
recovery.
and that's why I
that
haven't asked you
don't administer
specifically,
that. Yeah.
because I appreciate that it's not your
Yeah,
area,
right.
Minister, and you don't need to. but the Crime Commission has already made very clear that it has
I
reached
think- wasn't
every
that-
obstacle possible.
But wasn't that partly
that they
because of
can't.
the time limitation on it, which has since
I-
been resolved
well,
with a change to
there's
the Act?
no guarantee that the Crime Commission is going to recover any of that. And the last report that they issued last year made it very clear that it was almost impossible. So I'll leave it at
Well-
that. But you don't want to at the same time.
Look,
assist,
personally, if there's an opportunity for
or
the
not
Crime
assist, I should
Commission to recover that, I think they should be pursuing it. And we made legislative changes to facilitate that or to remove some of those restrictions. Now, but like,
Minister,
can we
can I just
separate? Can
confirm
we
on
separate
record?
the two
Can I just
things?
confirm the West Terrace car park is being revisited by your department now as,
Well, it was
as
never
a possibility
unvisited.
for open space?
It was never unvisited. It's always been an active point of discussion
It's
with
an active
Canterbury
point of discussion.
Bankstown
It's just
Council.
been sitting there for quite a while now because we had this discussion a year ago. So I'm just wondering, are you going to acquire West Terrace car park?
Well, we may not
or
have to
not?
acquire it.
You may not
we
have
may
to.
acquire it.
Okay, so
like,
it's
like
back
all
on.
of these things remain unresolved, and I'm
Unresolved.
sure
When do you
that
think you'll resolve it?
like
Because we
like
talked
you,
about this in August of last year, and you were still making a decision then. I've had the same discussion with you last year.
yeah. Well, when it is resolved, there'll be an announcement.
Okay. All right, Minister.
I can't give you a specific date.
Minister, are you going to do another statement of expectations to the IPC as you did previously in 2024?
Sorry.
Statement of expectations to the IPC.
Yes.
You issued it. It expires in June this year. Do you
Yes.
intend to do another statement of expectations? You included a letter from Minister Sharp.
No, that
Uh,
letter was separate,
You
but
did,
sure.
but
Yeah.
you attached it with your
Yep.
inclusion.
Yep.
Any other ministers wanted to include their priorities? Did the Minister for Trade
Not that
want to
I'm
include
not
his?
that I'm aware of.
Will you invite them to do so?
Well, I speak to my
Minister for
colleagues,
Natural
and
Resources?
if there's a good reason to do so, then of course we'll look at it.
Thank you. Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Minister, last time, I think it was last time we were in budget estimates, we talked about the scale of the impact of the, particularly the blueberry industry. Bluey industry. I was gonna say.
The bluey industry.
Nothing wrong with bluey.
I'm sure he likes blueberries too. They're a superfood after all.
Intensive horticulture industry, the impact on the Mid-North Coast.
Organic ones.
I've received a letter back from you,
You have,
that in relation to, this was February this year,
Yep.
in relation to whether or not the government would consider looking at assisting with the local impacts and looking at statewide amendments. You've said that you were advised that these concerns, they're primarily localised to the North Coast. They'd be best addressed through relevant LEPs, local LEPs.
Correct.
Who advised you that?
The department.
What did they advise? What were the reasons? What was the evidence?
They advised that that this was best addressed through local planning strategies, particularly the local strategic planning statement.
You also said that as far as you have also been aware that few New South Wales councils have raised concerns that Coffs Harbour is the most prominent example, and that other councils on the North Coast like Kyogle have embraced the industry. What are the other councils along with Kyogle that have embraced the industry?
Look, I'll have to take that on notice.
Because, of course, it was Nambucca, a council that isn't even mentioned in this letter, that tried to get their LEP changed.
I think this is a good point, and Ms. Gibson, who's been dealing with this, can add some more detail. But the Nambucca Shire Council previously submitted a planning proposal, prepared a planning proposal that would propose that development consent would be required for horticulture in the RU1 and RU2 rural zones unless able to comply with a pretty narrow exempt development criteria. So following a review of that planning proposal and public submissions in early 2025, the department determined not to make the plan as the proposal did not include a sufficient evidence base to support and justify changes required by the gateway conditions, or it did not adequately respond to the submissions made. After this determination, the department advised Nambucca Shire Council that if it believes changes in the rural sector, right, so this was non-blueberry specific, if I recall correctly, including growth in the blueberry industry, warrants potential land use planning changes, it should prepare a rural strategy as outlined in Council's adopted local strategic planning statement. This strategy could then be used to help inform and support any planning proposal and to provide the required strategic merit and evidence base for land use planning changes. The department has reiterated to Council that there is a need to make sure that the potential impacts to all types of horticulture, not just blueberries, are thoroughly investigated and considered. And given the complex nature of horticulture across the North Coast, several other New South Wales government agencies are currently involved in this matter and continue to work for a resolution.
You're aware of the case recently in the Land and Environment Court with Coffs Council.
I'm aware of it, yes.
This is in relation to the polytunnels and the
Yep.
Ruling of the court.
Yeah, as I understand it, that the Land and Environment Court recently ruled against Coffs Harbour Council and determined that buildings, the polytunnels that you've referred to, used by blueberry growers are not farm buildings and do not require development consent on land on which intensive plant agriculture can be undertaken with development consent.
Yeah, exactly. That is where the problem lies now.
So
for
your
councils.
problems with the court?
So I've got, for example, communication from a Coffs councillor that says that council can't require development consent now, for example, for polytunnels. So polytunnels are also used for raspberries as well as blueberries. Can cover many dozens, if not like 100 hectares. So their role going forward, they've said, is to work with state agencies to try and resolve this situation. But what Nambucca, for example, so it's not just one council. It's not. I don't know who advised you on this, but this is Kempsey, Nambucca, Clarence, Coffs. I mean, it is going from Kempsey all the way beyond Lismore. In fact, even up to Tweed now. West Armidale, I've heard they're kind of going west of the Great Dividing Range as well. So. It's not isolated
growth of
to
the blueberry
North
sector.
Coast,
I mean,
as
we are a good
advised
agricultural
you,
producer.
I think is not providing a fully accurate.
Well, if you've got alternate
assessment.
advice, I'm happy to receive it from you.
Well, I have. I've written to you, and I've got this.
But I
letter
mean,
back that's less-
you're contending the content of the
it's
letter
far
of
from
reply.
satisfactory, Minister, because it's full of information that, frankly, isn't correct in terms of what's going on the ground.
If you wish to go through the letter and provide additional information, I'm happy to have a look at it. I also understand that you intend to move a private members bill, which of course the government will look at if and when you decide to do that. I mean, I just hope that this isn't a case of George Bush banning broccoli in the White House, that Ms. Fairman bans blueberries in New South Wales.
So,
I
one landholder, right? There's forums happening across the mid-north coast with hundreds of people packing out town halls.
I saw that there was
Can
a
I
forum
just ask a
convened by
question
yourself
by-
and an organisation called the Nambucca Environment Network, who were characterised, and this is not me, I'm reading directly from the newspaper report, who were characterised as an organisation has spent the last several years lobbying against intensive blueberry farming in the region. So, I mean, they've got a particular position. We have to assess things on their merits, and now we've also got a Land and Environment Court decision
What
that
I'm
we have
about
to take into consideration.
to ask is most of the residents that I'm speaking to up there, they're not wanting to shut down the industry. That's ridiculous. It's not going to happen.
I'm
what
just saying
they're
that
wanting,
wasn't my
thanks,
characterisation, it was
Minister,
just
what they're
what I read.
wanting is requirements such as, so there's this one woman living right next door trying to grow things organically. That's stuffed because of what's happening. What I don't understand is how they can be built so close to my property and so close to streams and creeks and rivers, especially with the risk of spray and runoff that has already occurred. I'm hoping the council can look at simple remedies, which would be to set a border, distance from neighbouring properties, what have you. What is so wrong with the government stepping in and assisting?
We're not assisting. I mean, Ms.
We-
Gibson
you're
can shed some light on
rejecting-
it.
no, you rejected
Well,
the
we rejected a
Nambucca
particular planning
Council's-
proposals. We don't have to accept all of them, right? And what you've just said in reading that comment out was that why can't the council do this? Well, what we're saying with Nambucca Shire Council,
That's all
which was
they're
a
asking
case in
for.
point, yeah, well, with a case in point,
Why
right, which
can't they
I've
have
read
buffer
through and
zones
went
for
through in great
intensive
detail.
horticulture?
Went through in great detail. Is
Minister,
there,
why?
Well,
Just
if-
answer that question.
Chair,
Why
if I
can't
could
they?
answer the question.
Go.
Please go for it.
Okay. So, following a review of the planning proposal and public submissions from the Nambucca Shire Council, which was proposing development consent would be required for horticulture on RU1 and RU2 rural zones unless able to comply with narrow exempt development criteria. So that's the situation. In early 2025, the department determined not to make the plan as the proposal did not include a sufficient evidence base to support and justify the changes required by the gateway conditions or did not adequately respond to the submissions made against the proposal. Now, the department has since gone back and advised Nambucca Shire Council, and I don't believe
Thanks,
that...
Minister.
that
I
we've
do
done-
have, I mean,
Well,
that's all
sorry,
on the planning
Chair,
portal.
If I could answer the
But
question.
I'm
I've been
asking-
asked
No,
to
no,
answer
you
the
have-
question.
yeah,
So I'm
I-
trying to answer
okay.
the question.
Has to be allowed to complete the answer.
Yeah, but he's now
Oh.
reading out something, so I'm aware of what he's saying on the planning
to the
portal.
point of
I
Okay,
can
order?
ask
so if
them
you're aware
later.
of it, why are you answering the question?
Because you're here as minister and I'm wanting to get your opinion
There's a
and
point of order
challenging
before
you
the
as to
chair.
why this has happened.
I think there's no point of order. I think that the engagement is fine. Carry on.
As I said, the department is not standing in the way of anyone. However, it needs to. The Nambucca Shire Council has been advised that if it believes that changes in the rural sector, because you've got to understand that blueberries, there is not a blueberry farming land zoning. Right? It doesn't have its own unique
Intensive
land
horticulture,
zoning.
though, is what I'm asking.
Yeah, sure. But the planning proposal was in relation to blueberry farming and it was insufficient to look at the consequences for all horticultural activities in that shire. We've been advised, the department has advised, that it should, if the council still believes that it warrants land use planning changes, it should prepare a rural strategy as outlined in the its own local strategic planning statement. And we'd be happy to work with them on that. But, you know, this is not a case of saying, well, you didn't do it once, so therefore it's all over and suddenly, and the department is standing in the way of an outcome. What we're saying is, make sure that we're doing it comprehensively, make sure we're doing it correctly, make sure that we're doing it so that it doesn't have unintended consequences.
Thank you. Over to the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, when will you be providing certainty to the port providers at Glebe Island whether they will continue to have a future there?
The government will make a decision with respect of Glebe Island in due course, and we'll make an announcement when that's done.
So no timeline?
I can't provide a timeline for you today, no.
The uncertainty and speculation has been happening for well over a year. Don't you think that's unfair to the port providers there to keep them in the lurch?
Look, when the government has made a decision, it will make an announcement.
How much money would the New South Wales government stand to make if it sold the land at Glebe Island to develop for housing?
Well, I can't answer that. It's not something that the planning system considers.
Has any modelling been done by your department?
No.
Have you received...
Well, the planning
we are-
department is
yeah.
are not valuers, they're not real estate agents, they are planners.
We have not been the lead agency in undertaking that work.
No.
You'd have to ask
It's
that
Treasury.
question to its Treasury and the Cabinet Office.
But have you received any advice from Treasury?
Look, all of the discussions at the moment are cabinet in confidence, so I'm not going to divulge them to you today. You may wish for me to make, statements. You may wish for me to announce policy. That's not going to happen.
But your office and your department have been consulted on a potential transaction at Glebe Island.
My department is involved in considerations of what may be the future of Glebe Island.
And is one of the considerations for the future of Glebe Island the potential revenue that the government would make from such a transaction?
Look, my department gets consulted on planning matters, not on revenue matters. Revenue matters are matters for the Minister for Finance or the Treasurer.
But it's a consideration.
I don't know if it's a consideration. My department is consulted on planning matters.
It's not a planning consideration.
Right. Would you agree that it would be privatisation to sell government land at Glebe Island to a private developer?
I don't know that you can carry. Look, I know what you're trying to do. I know this is the big social media moment that you want. I know Scott Farley used to get these grabs much earlier in the day. You should look back at some of his work in terms of making it sure.
It's a good question, Minister.
Look, I think there's various ways that people characterise privatisation. I mean, the member for Balmain is characterising some changes in Callan Park at the moment as privatisation. I don't characterise it as privatisation, but I also know that no decision has been made, so I can't really comment on it because it may depend on the circumstances of the transaction.
Well, what's your definition of privatisation?
My definition of privatisation is the previous 12 years of the Liberal government.
I think that's more of an example you'd like to use than a definition. But,
well, I mean, you redefine privatisation, my friend.
Surely taking government land, so land owned by the New South Wales government, and selling it to a private developer
What if it's
is
sold to
the very definition of privatisation.
Well, what if it's sold to a government agency?
Well, but that's
So
not my question, Minister. My question
actually, your question was exactly that. Your question was, is the sale, right? You didn't say who the ultimate transactor was in this.
I'm
going
asking
to leave
you,
my comments at that.
I'm asking you, Minister.
You've heard my answer.
Is the sale of government land to a private developer an example of privatisation?
I don't class it as privatisation. No.
That's just ludicrous. Well, hopefully
your characterisation, not mine.
Hopefully
the sale of poles and wires, that's privatisation.
Hopefully, Minister.
The sale of the port of Port Kembla, that's privatisation. The sale of the port of Newcastle, that's privatisation. The sale of the port of Botany, that's privatisation. Right. The sale of the government office block in Wollongong, that's privatisation.
The sale of public land at Coffs
the
Harbour.
Northern Beaches Hospital, there was a disastrous example of privatisation. Your attempted sale and willingness to sell Sydney Water and Hunter Water after the last election that you took is another example of privatisation. There's a litany of examples of privatisation.
Well, when we do it, Minister, it's privatisation. When you do it, it's just good accounting, is it? That seems to be what you're suggesting. Selling government land to a private developer isn't privatisation.
All I know is this government is protecting public assets, not flogging them off like the previous government did.
Does the government recognise that the port supplies a major share of critical construction materials, including cement and gypsum? And if so, where does the government expect builders to get these materials from if the port is closed down? I assume Port Kembla.
Your assumption.
Well, do you acknowledge?
Do I agree that there's building materials that come into that port currently? Yes. I mean, that's a matter of public record. Anyone who goes down there can see that. But as for the future options that may be under consideration, the government is looking at all of those options, and when there is a decision of government, an announcement will be made. I know that disappoints you, Mr. Rath, that you can't possibly get the answer that you want right now, and it might not make your Instagram reels tonight, but nonetheless, that is the fact.
Surely one of the options that's being considered is to relocate the providers to Port Kembla.
Your speculation, not mine.
Has the government done a credible cost-benefit analysis to suggest, or taking into account rather, increased freight costs and hundreds of thousands of extra truck movements a year, especially in your own electorate in the Illawarra and up Mount Ousley? Well,
great that you mentioned Mount Ousley. I mean, fantastic work from the Albanese and Minns governments to invest $402 million in the upgrade of the Mount Ousley Road interchange. Yes. That was about expanding the port capacity. A port, mind you, that you privatised. You flogged off previously in government, and when you sold it for nearly $700 million, right, you left a pittance in the Illawarra. You took it all away, right? So, look, as I will repeat again and again and again, and I appreciate you're going to chop it up and make some sort of fancy Instagram reel.
I'm actually not Insta.
Sorry, you're not on Insta?
Not on this one.
Oh, you're not? Okay. The government has not made a decision. When a decision of government is made, there'll be an announcement and you can look at it then.
If the port providers are forced to move to Port Kembla, will the New South Wales government fund the costs of such a move, in particular the new infrastructure that would be needed to be built at Port Kembla to accommodate them?
Look, I appreciate your strong interest in this, but that is well beyond the remit of the planning portfolio.
well, you would have to be consulted on that. Surely the relocation of major port providers
Well, look, it's
is also
but
a planning
hang on,
matter.
you didn't ask about the relocation of major port providers. What you asked about is compensation. The compensation arrangements, like any compensation arrangements, are well beyond the remit
Well, the
of
infrastructure
planning
that would need
department.
to be built at the port to accommodate the
Again, you
port
didn't
providers.
ask that question. You asked a question, and I answered a question about a compensation payment,
Well,
which I'm not responsible for.
I-
When there is a decision of government, when it comes to the future of that area, an announcement will be made.
There is, of course, a neat compromise on the table for mixed use where we could both keep the working port and still build 2,000 new homes. Is that a compromise the government is willing to consider?
When there is a decision made with respect to that area, there will be an announcement made.
Minister, it was reported, I think a week or two ago, that failing to fix the housing crisis could cost New South Wales $6.4 billion in lost stamp duty revenue, as we're on track to fall short of our target by 156,000 homes by 2029. On top of that lost revenue, how much additional infrastructure funding from the federal government will we lose because of missing our housing targets?
That would have to be a matter directed to the federal government.
Well, you've signed up to the housing accords.
Yeah, something you guys haven't done, as
Well,
we found
Minister,
out earlier
that's-
this morning, that you're
that's
not
just-
interested in doing
Minister,
it. But
that's-
let's
Minister,
go
that's
through
just-
it
that's
again.
just a
Let's
lie.
Go through it. It's
Minister,
not a lie.
no,
You
that is
didn't-
just-
I
you've
asked
just-
you point blank whether the
Yes,
opposition
and
had
Minister,
signed up to the housing
Minister,
accord. You said no.
Minister, I know this is a strange concept for you to understand. This is budget estimates. At budget estimates, members of the opposition and the crossbench ask you questions.
Point of order.
Not the other way around.
I'm just going to hear this point
Yeah.
of order.
I think it's not appropriate for the member to lecture the minister. His role is to ask questions. He should keep his comments
Well,
to asking questions rather than
To the point
making
of order.
commentary
To the point
about
of
the
order,
minister.
Chair.
Keeps on accusing of lying as well. That's unparliamentary.
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's pretty rude.
To the point of order,
Yes.
the minister has repeatedly asked me questions, and I'd like to remind the minister that at budget estimates, it is members of this committee that asks him questions in budget estimates, and he
Well, that's a role for the chair.
He is not maybe familiar with that concept, given he hasn't been doing that.
I might
Okay.
direct that request
On the
through
point
the
of
chair.
order, thanks for raising it. All very good points made. Now let's carry on.
Your
Excellent ruling, Chair.
Great order and natural.
As part of the housing accord, there's a $3 billion fund for state governments that meet their housing targets. You've signed up to the housing accord. Doesn't the New South Wales government stand to lose money from the federal government if it doesn't meet its housing targets?
Okay, again, so you've asked a very different question from what you asked before. Read the question you've read first time. Again, that's the better way of doing it. You asked an open-ended question about federal government policy and infrastructure spending decisions in New South Wales that I can't possibly answer. What I do know, right, is this. The federal government, state and territory governments, local government, and the building and construction industry, right? So, and the industry signed up to the housing accord. As I understand it, the National Cabinet decision included a payment if New South Wales is able to meet, meets its housing accord or could exceed it, housing accord targets. Right. What you also put in there is that if we don't sell houses, we don't get stamp duty. Well, that's a given. The next thing you might say is if we don't encourage smoking, we won't get the excise out of cigarettes, or if we turn over too many petrol vehicles into electric vehicles, we won't get the revenue out of excise. Right. But we're not doing this. We're not reforming the planning system. We're not pursuing the housing accord targets because we want revenue. We're doing it because we want people to have houses. Right, systemically and for a sustained period of time in New South Wales, we have simply not built enough homes. As a result, We're seeing areas that literally have no children coming through to the schools. We are seeing 30 to 40-year-olds leave New South Wales at twice the rate that they're coming to New South Wales. We're seeing our economic capacity diminished by the fact that those people who pay taxes, who raise families, who are a central part of our labour market, who are the entrepreneurs, who are the risk takers, who are the innovators, aren't in New South Wales. We want to attract global capital. We want to make sure people have a home, and we want to make sure that they're living in a good community. That's the desire of the New South Wales government. We're not doing this for stamp duty revenue. We're not doing this for some payment that's unclear at the end of a housing accord period. We're setting the New South Wales planning system up so it can deliver homes, jobs, and better environmental outcomes, not only for the next few years, but long into the future.
So, Minister, are you expecting to still get a share of that $3 billion fund from the federal government, which can only be accessed if you are reaching your housing target?
Well, we've already received some funding from the federal government. And in fact, combination of federal government and state government funds of about $1.6 billion has unlocked $3.9 billion or thereabouts in infrastructure spending across New South Wales that's aimed at supporting houses. The New South Wales government, through the Department of Planning alone, is committing around about $700,000 a day in infrastructure funding. That's part of an $80 million a day on average commitment from the New South Wales government for infrastructure that supports homes and jobs long into the future. But we received $228 million for the Commonwealth for infrastructure. 200 million of that was from the Commonwealth Housing Support Program. We've had contributions made to New South Wales, projects in New South Wales from the HAF scheme. We've got people who are benefiting from the Commonwealth Government's 5% housing deposit scheme on top of the average $20,000 that first home buyers are saving in New South Wales as a result of our stamp duty changes, in comparison to your intention to bring back your forever tax on the family home. We are not privatising assets in direct comparison to your intention to privatise assets. We are not harking back to the 1950s to come up with policy ideas, as your leader is currently doing. But what we are doing is getting on with the task of making sure that people have good homes in good communities, whether to rent or to buy, where they're connected to good jobs, and they are in keeping with our intention and our determination to meet our commitments under the National Housing Accord. And I would have thought that, it's a shame that the spirit of bipartisanship when it comes to this endeavour has evaporated in 2026. It was pretty good in 2025, but it seems that the early days of your tenure as Shadow Minister seem to be going back to the horrible year of the Liberal Party, described by yourself, the horrible year of the Liberal Party of 2024. And that's really disappointing for the outcomes of people in New South Wales.
Please, Minister, this is budget estimates. Were you expecting an easy run today?
No, I wasn't expecting an easy run, but what I was expecting was you to at least be able to confirm with a simple yes or no, and you've confirmed it with a no, that you're not interested in meeting the housing accord targets. I mean, that's a great disappointment. You carry yourself as pro-housing, you carry yourself as the YIMBY of the upper house, and you won't even commit today and ask it to a simple question, will you sign up to the housing accord targets? You don't want housing. That's the end game.
I think, Minister, you'll find that it was Dominic Perrottet who was one of the early architects
of
the housing accord. So
your predecessor in this role,
Minister, stop gaslighting the committee.
It didn't
stop
sign up to the housing accord.
Stop gaslighting
and you haven't
the
done
committee.
It today. You haven't said. I don't know. Other members, have you heard when Ants posed the simple question, are you in support of the housing accord? Have you heard yes? No, you haven't.
But with respect, it is the job of the committee to be asking you questions.
Sure,
Minister.
but I think it's not unreasonable.
Minister, do you want to swap places?
We won't be swapping places.
You can be the shadow minister.
I can assure you I won't be going into the upper house.
The government members have just decided to pay attention and call a point of order.
No, we're happy to let it run for a little while because we know the Minister's
that.
more than capable of handling a difficult situation, but
He is.
I think the members really stepped a bit over the line there.
Thank you.
Yes,
Look, can we take a
asking
temperature
questions
test?
I was being asked a question by the Minister of Budget Estimates.
I did point that out.
Yeah,
I did point that out. Look, to the point of order, let's just take the temperature down half a degree. I wish the government would do that on climate.
I won't be seeking to enter the upper house.
There we go. Okay, carry on. Thank you, Mr.
Minister,
Rath.
what if any, modelling has your department done on projects that might become unviable once the housing and productivity contribution is added on top of council levies, land costs, financing costs, construction inflation, and labour shortages?
Well, there has been some work done in government, which has been assisted by my department. So I think that's a reasonable source of contribution here. So I would point out that the New South Wales Productivity and Equality Commission found that state and local infrastructure contributions for a mid-rise apartment in Sydney was 2.5% of the development costs, or 3.8% of the development costs when you include land tax and stamp duty. On a greenfield house, it found that it was 8.2% of development costs, or 8.8% of development costs when you include stamp duty and land tax. Now, the Centre for International Economics in August 2024, so quite recently, released some further information. I think this is quite telling. It went to the cost and feasibility of both mid-rise apartments and greenfield housing in Sydney over time. Now, this is over the period 2018 to 2023. And it found that the state and other contributions had increased by $1,000 over that period. At the same time, construction costs had increased by $76,000. Professional fees had increased by $7,000. Land acquisition had increased by $50,000. Financing costs by $49,000. Required margin by $36,000. That was for a mid-rise apartment. For a greenfield site in Sydney, state and other contributions had increased by $4,000. But at the same time, construction costs had increased by $67,000, professional services by $9,000, site preparation by $11,000, land acquisition by $24,000, financing costs by $13,000, required margin by $23,000. So, look, there are variations with feasibility across Sydney. And I talk to a lot of people who are involved in the construction sector and involved in development. They were originally pushing and pointing out that the biggest cost that they were facing related to time. And that was time within the planning system, because that time added holding costs, it added interest payments, it added a whole range of other costs and the like. There was additional payments that were made. What we've been able to do, and what is increasingly being reflected in conversations that I have with people who are looking at projects, is that reduction in time that is happening as a result of the planning reforms pursued by this government, whether they be rezoning or whether they be process reforms, is cutting that time. Cutting that time is reducing costs. And today, you would have seen, I'm sure it was in your media clips, there was a lot of media about it, that we've also helped with feasibility improvements by releasing our works in kind policy and infrastructure opportunities plans. Now, this provides an improvement to feasibility by allowing proponents to come forward at various stages in the system and propose that they undertake works in kind arrangements off a menu of options through the infrastructure opportunities plans to undertake those works in kind to either offset or replace cash contributions. So that improves feasibility as well.
Mr. Ruddock.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chair. Minister, in the 1980s, Bob Hawke proposed a very fast train. In the 1990s, John Howard proposed a speed rail. Now, these were these very fast trains that were going to link the east coast to the continent. Those two great visionaries, Kevin Rudd and Malcolm Turnbull, made big promises and big announcement about, linking Sydney to Brisbane via train.
I hope I'm not being held account for all of those.
No. Now, the Prime Minister, Mr. Albanese, has recently said that he's begun detailed planning work on a fast train line from Newcastle to Sydney. And he said it's going to be shovel ready in 2 years. Now, that's not long, Minister. You'd agree. So, what contact or what discussions have you had with the federal government about this major infrastructure project, which the Prime Minister says we're going to be shovel ready in 2 years?
Yeah, look, I think the first thing, one of the first things that I've done with respect to the very fast train project is that I had to sign an instrument that allowed them to do some planning work within New South Wales. It basically gave them some permission to function and operate as the authority in New South Wales. I'll
So
defer.
can I ask how long ago was that?
Look, I'd have to take the date
But
on
like
those,
is
to
it
be
a
honest.
year ago or two weeks
Look,
ago?
It wasn't. It was further back than closer. It wasn't
Okay.
a couple of weeks
I would
ago.
say it was well over a year
Yeah,
ago, but
I'd
we'll
s-
take that
I
on
guess.
notice.
I could
Yep.
get you the exact date. It's a published.
Well, that's interesting. So there's been discussions at the senior state and federal level.
No. This is something that allows the authority to operate. So once the federal government set up the authority, it needed it needed some permission from us to be able to function in New South Wales. So
Yep.
it isn't a discussion point. It's just a legal instrument that allows the authority to do its work.
Okay.
I'll defer to the secretary in case there's anything I'm missing in terms of detail. But as I understand it, there's been some work done, but and I've spoken. I think my diary disclosures will indicate that I've met with the head of the authority on some general terms of where and what they were considering at the time, which was not particularly advanced at that point. And of course, you know, the New South Wales government welcomes investment in transport infrastructure in New South Wales, and we can provide some assistance, I believe, perhaps with some planning stuff, but that we haven't,
Yep.
to the best of my knowledge, we haven't been asked formally.
No, we haven't been asked formally. I've met fairly regularly with the head of the authority, Mr. Tim Parker, to receive updates on the work that's being undertaken. They have done some preliminary work, obviously, that has allowed them to be able to undertake the business case, which has been the subject of focus over the last couple of weeks. They've also been involved in discussions about the planning pathways that they might look at, and their desire to do the work in 2 years. It is an ambitious timeline, but the department will stand ready to try and work towards that timeline as well. So I would say it's a very positive working relationship, but nothing's been formally submitted into the planning department as of today.
Okay, so now, the Premier was asked about it, Minister, and this is what he said. I'm going to quote from him. He was asked, "Is this going to happen?" Because there has been lots of false starts, and your boss said, "Quote: I mean, it's going to take a huge effort and a lot of money, but yeah, I mean, it could." Now that's not sounding like he's gung ho about this, and you know, look, doesn't bother me if we could save the budget. Bottom line, I'm happy about it. But what would you do? You think that this statement I've just read it from the Premier is an accurate sort of summary of what the state government thinks about Mr. Albanese's proposal, or can you tell the committee today that you're as enthusiastic as Mr. Albanese is about this project?
Look, I think what you've read out to the committee and to this session is an accurate quotation of the Premier's comments the other day. I couldn't speak to a whole of government position because we haven't actively considered it because it's a federal government project. My own personal view, if the federal government's able to deliver it, great. I think if you look back at Prime Minister Albanese's history in relation to this issue, he certainly has been a long-term and passionate advocate of this sort of infrastructure for the east coast of New South Wales. I think similarly people might have been sceptical about things like the inland rail progressing, and that has progressed, and I've made several determinations of projects with respect to that. So, and that's progressing. So I'm not in charge of it. We will provide assistance as and when required. But if someone wants to invest in New South Wales, we will always have a look at it.
So assuming it goes, this might be a question for Mr. Fishburn. Assuming it does keep progressing and doesn't get aborted like it has so often, would New South Wales planning be involved in actually helping to select the route that this so-called fast train would move on, or would that be something more decided in Canberra?
The proponent obviously would propose the route. We would, as we would for any project, enter into discussions with those proponents, but we're not selecting the route for them. My understanding, though, is that they've had many discussions with Transport for New South Wales as well, but that's just my belief. You'd have to test that out with the Transport Minister.
Right, so we're already, this is more progress than I understood, so we've already sort of got to the point where we are considering routes.
To understand, to get to the business case, there needs to be at least an indicative understanding. But again, I haven't seen the full business case, and I suggest you have those conversations with the Transport Minister.
So we don't have the full business case. Yet.
I haven't seen the full business case.
I'm sure you're right.
Yep.
But I mean, is it likely, and this might be more of a question for the Minister, but
Sure.
Either would be fine. I mean, is the New South Wales taxpayer likely to be contributing to this construction?
I don't believe that we've been asked to contribute.
Right. Okay, well, what if that had changed? What if you were asked to contribute? Would your approach be say, yes, sure?
Well, much like when your kids ask you to contribute to their pocket money, you have to consider the circumstances at the time.
Well, using that analogy, parents usually do give in, so that's telling me.
Your parents were clearly more generous than mine, Mr. Ruddick. I didn't get away with much.
Yes, well,
perhaps they weren't of a financial capacity to make those contributions.
Okay, well, I hope before we hand over, billions of dollars, that we work out that this thing is actually going to be economical.
Well,
it's going to pay for itself.
I have been to the Expenditure Review Committee, and I can assure you that it is a most rigorous process to go through. The Treasurer and the Premier and the Minister for Finance and others are very fiscally responsible, and I believe that they'll take that exact same attitude to the assessment of any request for a financial contribution should it be made in the future.
Okay, great. Now, I'd like to switch now to the question of manufactured homes, tiny homes, portable homes, prefabricated homes. Could you just give us a summary of what is the government's approach in general to that question, and how much could it be part of the solution to the housing crisis?
Manufactured homes, and I think we have to I use this characterisation in the broadest terms. So this can be homes that are produced by modern methods of construction and the like. So arguably they fall into the remit of manufactured homes. Modern methods of construction is something that the government is actively engaged in. In fact, it's using modern methods of construction to help deliver social housing at the moment. And I'm sure Minister Jackson, who's very passionate about this, or Minister Chandathong, who's just next door at the moment, and leading much of that work with respect to building standards, would be more than happy to give you chapter and verse on where the government's up to. But look, I think that we'd be mad not to consider it for multiple reasons. One, the productivity in construction. As we know, the construction productivity has fallen considerably over the last couple of decades. So from that sense, the fact that the part of construction productivity has decreased because we're often going back and having to fix defects. A lot of those would be addressed using more modern techniques. It puts less pressure when we're doing infill development. It puts less time pressure and disruption on neighbours. And it's got the prospect of creating an additional new domestic manufacturing sector.
Absolutely.
Which would encourage the active engagement of a lot more women into the construction workforce,
yes,
because
win-win.
there's, quite frankly, if anyone's been into one, there's really nothing worse than a construction site bathroom.
Well, Minister, sounds like you are in favour of this.
I am. I absolutely
okay,
am.
good, but
In fact, the
know.
pattern book has been designed in such a way.
Yes.
The patterns are designed in such a way as they can be adapted and used through modern methods of construction.
There's lots of win-wins here, Minister. I think we agree. So I appreciate what you just said. Now, and we all know, since you are passionate about this subject, we all know that there is a lot of resistance in the local councils. I did write to you late last year, and you wrote back and you said that there will be changes via a building bill that you were working on with Minister Chandathong.
Correct.
Could you update the committee as to where that building bill is up to and how it's going to address the manufacturing?
Yeah, Minister Chandathong has lead on that, so I think it may have been introduced, but he's got lead on that, so it's best question best.
Well, you must have had some input as the planning minister to
we had
building
input
bill.
into the development. I just can't answer for you right now at this moment exactly where it's up to. Sorry, I just don't have it to hand.
Minister,
Can I just add a clarification just so we don't have to take things further on notice? The high-speed rail reg that designated HCRA as a public authority was made in July 2024.
Great, thank you.
There you go, so more than 12.
Almost 2 years.
Minister, I'm just going to move to one of our colleagues who is tuning in from WebEx. Dr. Amanda Conn has some time now. If you're there, hello.
She is.
Okay.
Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Minister, the Australian Microplastic Assessment Project has found synthetic grass fragments are common and increasing in Sydney's waterways. For example, there was a 10-fold increase in synthetic grass debris being found at Rose Bay and Sydney Harbour between 2022 and 2025. Synthetic field installations are increasing. Are you satisfied that the current level of regulation that you've put in place is sufficient, given this new evidence about the level of pollution they're causing?
I am, and that's principally for a couple of reasons. One, obviously the runoff you're referring to in collected by that group is over 2020 to 2025, I think you said, which means
2022 to 25.
2022 to 2025. Sorry, I extended by a couple of years, but obviously they're much older fields that are creating that. The previous planning minister asked the chief scientist to undertake some investigative work into synthetic fields and the planning decisions around them. That was several hundred pages long. It was sat on by the previous government, but was released by this government, along with some guidance that had been developed to decision makers when considering the synthetic fields of various types in their decision making.
You mentioned this issue of older fields versus newer fields. So concerns previously were around the rubber crumb infill for these fields, and I understand that most modern proposals are for cork infill. But what the microplastic assessment project is finding is actually not the infill, it's the plastic blades themselves. So the fact that they're newer fields is not going to make any material difference.
And that's why the guidance includes the considerations that have to be given with respect to managing runoff, managing field degradation, the end-of-life elements to it, and the interplay between water, whether that be used to manage the field, or rain, and how any runoff is captured and treated.
So if this microplastic pollution keeps increasing since your new regulations came in, will you then have a look at it and restrict these fields?
Oh, look, I maintain the position that every regulation and every piece of legislation that I'm responsible for is on a watching brief. If new evidence comes to the light, as that old saying goes, if new evidence comes to light, you might change your mind. Others may not, but I am always open to the consideration of new evidence as it emerges.
That's good to hear, Minister. I think we'll be back here at a future.
No doubt.
I've got a question about the Planning Systems Reform Bill, which
Act.
removed the ability for rural and regional councils to directly determine development applications.
Yes.
Many councils weren't consulted and they didn't even realise this was on the cards before the bill had already passed the Parliament. You've since made a commitment to work with local government on the implementation of that reforms. Is that collaboration happening now?
Yes.
Tell us about what you've done to engage with local government.
Sorry, some people want yes or no answers, other people want detail, so I'll give you some detail. We've established a planning reform implementation group, which is a mix of local government representatives, industry representatives, the Department of Planning, and Mr. Preshaw's looking after this work, so he may be able to add some more to this. We've said that when it comes to the local planning panels, we'll be staging that. We've introduced the first proclamation with respect of the Act. That established, introduced the objects of the Act, made the Housing Delivery Authority a permanent part of it, started the work on the Development Coordination Authority, and established or removed the regional panels where local panels existed. So that was principally Greater Sydney, Wollongong and the Central Coast. In order to do anything further than that, because there aren't local panels in those areas, what we will have to do is work to establish those. We've said to local governments that we'll work progressively with them to do that. Some local governments are very, very keen to have local panels in place. Others are working together to establish how they might have a joint panel because it's of less demand. But in the end, this is also about not only improving the processes and having an outcome-focused planning system in New South Wales, it's also making sure that councils and communities are concentrating on the right part of the planning system where to have their say, and that's at strategic planning. Strategic planning is a really, really important part of the planning system, arguably the most important part of the planning system, particularly when it comes to local communities, because that's where you get to
Sorry
shape
to interrupt you, Minister. Just in the interest of time, you've answered my question, and I'll skip the informative
And,
lecture on how the planning system works
and
before
I'll
I go to
come
my
back-
colleague.
Thank
Last
you.
question
I was
from
just
me.
And
answering what we're
I'll
doing.
come back to
She's got last
strategic. Oh, go on. Sorry, Dr. Cohen, go for it, and then
Can I
we'll
just
move
ask
to
one
Kate.
last question? Minister,
Sure.
I just wanted to follow up. You made
Okay.
some very strong comments this morning against privatisation. The Sporting Venues Authority's amendment bill that the government's put forward will allow private hotel and accommodation development on public land owned by Venues New South Wales. This includes land around the WIN Stadium in the Illawarra, including the training.
Yeah, I
oval.
know. I've heard you on
will
ABC
you
about
rule
this.
out- will
I've
you
heard you
rule
on
out a
ABC
hotel on the
Illawarra
training
about
oval
this.
site?
I've heard you on ABC Illawarra about this, and I was asked immediately after that interview about exactly this situation. There is no plans for a hotel in the Wollongong Entertainment Centre or Sports Precinct. What we are doing with WIN Stadium is changing the WIN Entertainment Centre into WIN Arena, doubling the capacity to around 9,500 seats. We're revamping and redoing the Northern Grandstand. We're revamping the Southern Grandstand. We're adding a beachside kiosk and cafe, so there's full-time activation of that, which will attract around
So to clarify, you're
150...
ruling out a hotel as part of
There's
that
no
bill?
hotel in the plan. The plan is published. Our vision for that area is published. This has been something I've been working on since the day I was, or even before I was elected. I'm pleased that this government has sought fit to invest in the Illawarra, as only Labor governments do. Liberal
I'm
governments
very pleased with your
privatise our
answer,
assets.
Minister.
Labor
So
governments
given the
invest in the
government's got a
region.
carve-out- There's a carve-out in that bill for the SCG. Will you carve it out?
There's no proposal for a hotel. I'm answering your question. There's no proposal for a hotel
You are, and I'm just
on the
following it up.
Wollongong
So-
Sports and Entertainment
so the bill
Precinct.
that would allow that theoretically has a carve-out to say it doesn't apply to the SCG. If there's no plans for a hotel, would the government amend its own bill to make it clear that that's not permitted?
Look, you'd have to address that to Minister Camper, as he's the minister responsible for that piece of legislation.
Okay, I will. Thank you. Thanks, Minister.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Minister.
Dr. Cohen. Ms.
Minister, responses to questions at the last estimates show that there were approximately 16 meetings between your department and Bowden Silver Mines following the Court of Appeal decision. Did you or your staff attend any of those meetings, or did you and your staff have separate meetings to those 16?
I have not attended any of those meetings with the department because
terms of
they're
your
meetings
staff?
with the department, nor have my staff, to the best
Okay.
of my knowledge. However, complete, you asked a secondary
yes,
question
keep
if there's
going,
anything
yeah.
separately. I have not met with any of the groups, but my staff with the department, I think, in place, have met with the Mudgee Regional Health
Thank you.
Alliance,
That's
the
not what I'm
Mudgee
asking.
Regional Action
So,
Group,
thank
and the
you.
Bingham Catchment
Thanks,
Land
Minister.
Care
I'm
and
going to
others.
move to the next question. In response to a question taken on notice, whether there were, in relation to whether there were minutes and records of those meetings, the answer was that the meetings were a status update at the request of the mine proponent. No decisions were made, no approvals, and no substantive discussions of importance were had. However, I've got emails in front of me from a GIPA that show that, in fact, there were quite a few meetings that were held. The first one on the day
who
of
are
the
these meetings
appeal.
between,
This is from
sorry?
Bowden's and the Planning Department.
So this is department.
It
so
does
I'll
say,
leave this to the secretary to answer.
the meetings, the subject header, Bowden's Path Forward, from Bowden saying, can we please have an initial discussion to start mapping out the new pathway? There were then 16 meetings apparently. So was the potential for amendments to the Environmental and Planning Assessment Act
No.
discussed? But you weren't there.
No, look, I mean, what you're trying to suggest is there may have been some influence on our planning systems reform bill and subsequent act as a result of those meetings. Those meetings had nothing to do with it.
Ms Fishburn, was amendments to the Act discussed at those meetings with Bowden Silver Mine? I mean, they certainly sent their legal reps along to quite a few of them.
Not to my knowledge.
But you were at
However,
those
I will
meetings?
take it on. No, I was not present at those meetings, so I will take it on notice.
And Mr. Donoghue was, is that Donohoe? Is that correct?
Look, I mean, in fairness, though, I mean, anyone will propose, as I'm sure people propose to you, Ms. Fairman, people will propose things in meetings that don't necessarily are adopted.
I don't meet with them 16 times after
I'm
they
sure you've met with
propose
someone
something
16
unless I'm
times.
determined to see it through.
How many times have you met with the Nambucca anti-blueberry people? I
Not
mean,
16 times.
Well, I don't know. So your meetings aren't disclosed. So
I
I'll never know.
I can confirm that in no discussions that myself or Mr. Preshaw had in relation to the planning reforms with the minister himself or with
Nothing that
the
we
minister's office was Bowden's raised in any way, shape or form. Yep.
And does that include Mr. Gainsford too?
I'm not sitting here with Mr. Gainsford, but I assume that is the case. The planning reforms were led by Mr. Preshaw, and obviously I'm the Secretary of the Department, so that would have been the appropriate place to have those discussions. They never occurred with me. They never occurred with the ministers, between the minister and myself, or with Mr. Preshaw and the minister's office. It's simply, it's not, there is no nexus. Yep.
Ms. Mihalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Ms. Dunn, I just want to go back to the issue of West Terrace car park. And I think when we discussed it earlier, either yourself or the staff here mentioned that they weren't aware of the resolution.
We found that now. It was from Tuesday, is that correct?
I want to make sure that well, I'm not sure if this Tuesday, I'm talking about the original resolution that the council moved on 16th of September 2025, where they rejected the department's acquisition of West Terrace car park.
Are you able to table that?
Sure. It's right here.
We've had a letter from the mayor.
I'll accept it directly.
It's
wasting
probably
your
I'm
through someone, isn't it?
I've done it for you. I'm not doubting the accuracy of that. However,
very
we have
quickly,
had
I'm only
recent
giving it to you
correspondence.
because you were suggesting there wasn't a resolution earlier,
haven't
and
seen
I want to
it.
make sure that you know that I was referring to a resolution. The council does not want the department to acquire it. Is that why they met with you, Minister?
Look, I'm not going to furnish the committee with the discussions I have with the council on this matter, except to say we discussed what the future of that may look like.
Okay, and obviously they made it very clear that
We didn't go into. We did not go into details. We were discussing the open space elements of it. We didn't go into any other details.
That's okay. I'll ask more on
It
something.
doesn't.
Thank you. Over to the opposition. Just so you're aware, Minister, we've
So
got
hang
a
on,
bit of...
can I just go back to this for a second, though?
What was carried?
Yeah, what was carried was amended, and it says that point 4, council seek legal advice on what options it has available to get compensation from the New South Wales government for the loss of property and infrastructure at 5 to 7 West
Do you
Terrace
see
car
where they,
park.
number
But
3,
that-
where they reject your principle, they rejected what was on offer?
Yeah,
It's
sure,
not.
but that's not rejecting the West Terrace car park
You need to
being
listen to
turned
the
into an open
transcript.
space.
The entire debate was opposing you guys acquiring it. I'm
Well,
sorry,
I mean,
Minister.
I'll take your
Yeah,
word for
that's
that, but I mean
exactly
that's
what
been
was
updated
acquiring.
by a
But that's the
subsequent motion.
resolution.
All right, just so
Final
that you're aware, we've got a little bit of time extra
Sure.
where the opposition have got a few minutes and then I'll finish with a few minutes. Please go for it. Thank you.
Minister, will you guarantee that the government will only spend $50 million on Moore Park Golf Course redevelopment?
The government has set a budget for me to deliver a new 20-hectare park, and we will be delivering it on the what we've said in the establishment plan within that budget framework.
So it could be higher?
Could be lower.
I don't think that's very likely given the business case.
Your
Minister,
characterisation, not mine.
What changed your mind to eventually release the business case to the Legislative Council?
Well, the business case was released to the Legislative Council. I think you censured the leader of the Legislative leader of government, didn't you?
We did. Was
There you go.
that the turning point?
No, look, it wasn't in my remit because it's not my document. So what I'm doing is working on delivering a good 20-hectare park for the people living in one of the most densely populated parts of Sydney, and I'm disappointed that the opposition doesn't share in a desire to provide good public spaces for people of Sydney.
Yes, well, we I think there is a very good compromise on the table, which I would implore you to take another look at, Minister.
Yeah, but if that was a good compromise, it would have 20 hectares of new parkland, but it doesn't, and that's a fundamental thing. We've said we'd do something. I appreciate you guys were a bit loose with what you said and what you did, and it was all a bit blurred and all that sort of stuff. We've been very clear: 20 hectares. When something doesn't deliver 20 hectares, it doesn't meet that threshold test.
But then why?
If it delivered 21, great. I'd have a serious look at it.
Why go to all of the effort of doing the business case if you're just going to ignore it?
We
Ignore
have
options.
an establishment plan that sets out exactly what we intend to do.
Right. Minister, there's been 1,500 construction insolvencies in 2025. What do you have to say to the Narrabri family whose 47-year-old business, Narrabri Constructions, collapsed into administration a couple of weeks ago due to increases in costs and market uncertainty?
So, look, I'd say, as a son of a former small business owning parents, they've since retired, they're a bit older now and they're enjoying the fruits of their many, many years of labour. I don't like to see any small business go under. I like to see small businesses become medium businesses become large businesses. However, what we've faced in the construction sector is a dual challenge that has not been seen before. We've seen building material costs increase rapidly over the last few years, particularly in the post-COVID environment, and a lot of companies, and I don't know the particular circumstances of the Narrabris that you raise, but a lot of companies also had fixed price contracts, which put extraordinary pressure on them as operators. Now, I can't say that universally has impacted every one of those businesses you cited, but what we did have was a combination of factors that have put extreme pressure on the construction generally broadly. What we do want to see, though, is more people getting involved in construction, which is why we've put $3.4 billion into vocational education and training, and why that we're supported by the federal government in making sure that there's fee-free TAFE places that are aimed at boosting the construction trades. And I hope many of those, because I often get small business training and business training while they're going through that, I hope many of those start their small businesses and are successful and get to 47 years of and beyond of business like the Narrabris. And I'm sorry to hear about their circumstance. I'm sorry to hear that their business is no longer operating. That's a disappointment to anyone.
And look, I completely accept rezonings are important, speeding up processes and timeframes are important. A lot of that has received bipartisan support, including the planning system
not
reforms.
universal, but bipartisan.
Yeah, bipartisan, and I was elated to see that bill go through the Parliament personally. But on putting that to one side, what have you done to reduce costs within the construction industry?
Well, the biggest cost that the Department of Planning can contribute to is twofold. The first one is time, which everything we're doing is about reducing time and increasing certainty. The second one we've done is making sure that construction can get underway more quickly. Because the bankability of a project depends on its capacity to actually deliver. And in delivering projects, that's where you employ people. And that's where you employ a lot of small businesses who are subcontractors to larger firms who are providing not only the materials, not only the labour, but providing the skilled workforce to make sure that they're delivering those outcomes. The delivery of homes is the delivery of jobs, and the delivery of jobs is the delivery of good economic and social outcomes for New South Wales.
Minister, just finally, there's currently the 2 chapters still within the biodiversity and conservation set dealing with koala habitat.
Yes.
This was meant to be temporary, the guidelines remain unfinished. When will the temporary dual chapter structure be resolved?
Look, whenever there's a change to a SEP, I make sure that people know, and when and if there is a change to those arrangements, then we'll make an announcement.
So what's your plan though? Like there's a lot of... No, I know, we agreed, if that's okay, we agreed. When...
we didn't actually agree more than 1 minute, Sue.
Are you considering a standalone SEP for koalas again?
We are exploring options with DQ, and I'm discussing it with Minister Sharp.
It's cheeky, Sue.
And you'd appreciate that I'm not in a position to make any announcement today, but when I do, you'll know.
Okay, can you just tell me one thing?
come on.
Have you
Point of
evaluated
order.
whether the current
Point of
koala
order,
habitat
Chair.
protections are consistent
It's an
across
abuse of
local government
your
The,
areas?
the
position,
discussions we're having at this stage are cabinet in confidence, and as I said earlier,
I'll uphold the point
I
of order
don't
against
furnish
myself.
and don't openly discuss cabinet in confidence.
You should call yourself to order.
Out of control.
I am it's
Call
so
yourself to order.
unfair.
Well, I mean, I've been
You
very
need to
generous.
call
and I hope,
yourself
Chair,
to
that
order.
this is reflected
I
upon the next time I appear
literally
here.
am the
It's an
chair
abuse
who
of
hosts
power.
everyone, allows the
And can
minister
please,
to
can
go
someone
over
ask
time,
Mr Johnson a
and I
question?
get
He's
called
now
out.
sitting here patiently all day, so this
We
afternoon...
agreed a
we'll give
minute,
him
you
one
took
question.
two.
Okay, so thank you. We are now in government time, and you sure as heck better have some questions.
We have no questions.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Well, because you've run out of time because it was chewed up by everyone else. I mean, you know,
I
it's
literally had
disappointing.
one more question. Okay, so the thank you.
But you're not, Ms Mahaley.
Thank you,
I'm not
Minister.
rooting for you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for attending this hearing.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
We're finished with your questioning. The committee will now break for lunch, and we will return at 2 p.m. for further questioning with the department officials. And thank you all.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody and welcome back to this afternoon's session. We'll move to the opposition for some questions from you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to start maybe by going to the... Where do I want to start? I might go to Moore Park. Do you have any further information about when we might expect a decision to be made on that, on the future of Moore Park in terms of the both the contamination issue and then also the redevelopment?
So the department and Greater Sydney Parklands are currently working through the draft establishment plan, including feedback that we'd received, and further inputs to that are the work that has been done around potential contamination. They will all form part of finalising the establishment plan. I don't have a specific date for you as of today, but I'll take that on notice and come back to you.
Thank you. What's the utilisation rate of Moore Park at the moment?
I don't have the utilisation rate of the broader park precinct. I do have some utilisation figures on the golf course at present, and I'm just trying to find them for you. Okay, so here we go. It's Moore Park golf visitation. That's right. I don't have, the areas where people are dog walking and the like. We don't have visitation figures for that.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So the Moore Park golf visitation is estimated at around 500,000 people a year. Of this, around 300,000 are to the driving range, and as you're aware, we will be expanding the driving range as part of the development. Another 100,000 are estimated for food and beverage, which leaves around 100,000 estimated using the golf course.
Right. And what about Centennial Park? Do you have any figures for
I
those?
do indeed. In financial year 23-24, I'm sorry I don't have more current, but I suspect you could assume it's roughly the same. Centennial Parklands had around 300 million unique visits. My note actually says visitors, but that would be inaccurate. It would be unique visits.
And is there any, I don't know if there even is a figure, is there like a capacity or like what's the sort of maximum number that the department would think could,
fit into Centennial Parklands?
Yeah, like what would you say is an acceptable level?
To be honest, I'm not sure we've ever quantified that,
okay.
but I will take that on notice because it could be the case. We certainly do set caps for specific events in specific parts of Centennial Parklands, but the whole Parklands itself, I've never seen that figure. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, so we can try and find out for you.
And for Moore Park as well.
And for Moore Park as well, certainly.
Would someone be able to walk through, because it's all very recent, just with the announcement today, how the works in kind
that will be Ms. Gibson.
Yep. Thanks, Ms. Gibson.
Yeah, so correct. Today we released a number of documents, one of which is a policy document, which commonly is going to be referred to as the works in kind policy, but it is a guideline to help make some decisions about offers to deliver essential infrastructure to growth areas and in replacement of making a housing and productivity contribution. The other documents released today were the infrastructure opportunities plans, which outline the matters that are the essential infrastructure to support growth areas, and that's back to our urban development program. So the guideline is about 27 pages long, so I won't go through all of that. But
I didn't have time to read it before estimates this morning, but...
That is very understandable, so no concerns with that, and we will be doing a lot of briefings with councils, with the development industry, and with particular proponents who will have ideas about matters that they want to bring forward under this guideline. The key part is that it's the first time we've had this policy for the Housing and Productivity Contribution Scheme. We have had a different policy in the past, but we haven't had one with a Housing and Productivity Scheme. So that is new, and that's why we were doing a lot of briefings in relation to that. We'll be open for applications and proposals under these guidelines in June this year. We'll have a second opening later in the year. So ahead of that, we'll make sure that the people who want to use it are very well briefed on how it could operate.
The feedback from stakeholders on the draft policy, and I know things may have changed since then, but was that the guidelines may not provide sufficient scope to enable the delivery of essential infrastructure needed to support housing growth across New South Wales. Has that changed in any way from the draft to the final?
It has.
Okay.
So one of the other pieces that were released today were the infrastructure opportunity plans, and those documents will help provide some of that detail that we had questions about during the exhibition of the guideline. So that helps to identify the specific infrastructure items that a proposal could be made against.
Yeah.
It also helps provide, and we've tried to update the guideline in the finalised version to detail how some of the specifics of the policy might work. So specifics around credits and the specifics around how much of the Housing and Productivity Contribution Scheme could be used for works in kind.
Was there any change to the caps between the draft and the final?
There has been some more detail about that, but one of the things that still we will provide detail for when we open for applications is that we need to get a budget allocation to help us administer the total amount that we will use or contemplate for works in kind proposals in this first round. So we need to take a request in this upcoming state budget to ask for that amount to be allocated. And that's based on the revenue and the forward projection of HPC payments.
So it'll be partly government funded and then partly developers making that contribution, well, the in-kind contribution, so to speak.
Yeah, that there will be a number of ways that the Housing and Productivity Fund will be applied to the delivery of new infrastructure. So this policy enables a portion of that fund to be considered to be delivered by developers in lieu of making a contribution or making a partial contribution. They might still pay some housing and productivity contribution and they might deliver some works at the same time. So the guideline provides the opportunity for that to happen and explains how the government will go about making those decisions and the process that will take for evaluating proposals from developers.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I'll take a look in more detail as well, and I'll put anything on supplementary questions if I have any more questions on that. Woollahra and Edgecliff, I had some questions on. I know it's been touched on before, but Edgecliff was originally excluded as a transport-oriented development, largely because of Sydney Water. And I'll ask Sydney Water these questions next week as well. But they're now saying that they can actually provide the necessary water infrastructure for Woollahra. What advice have they given you in terms of what's changed in that 12-month period between not taking up the offer of a Todd and now saying they can actually do it when it comes to Woollahra just down the road?
Yeah, just to clarify, at the time of identifying the locations for Todds, and we're going back a couple of years now, that was in 2024 when we were doing that work, because there had not been as much detailed planning for significant growth in the eastern parts of Sydney, information wasn't always readily available to confirm the very important questions that we had in deciding locations for further growth for the TOD locations and alike. In the passage of time, more information has become available, and that's terrific through a combination of work from Sydney Water and Infrastructure New South Wales and others to help inform more decisions that the government has announced for growth in the eastern parts of Sydney. So we now have that information for Edgecliff and for Wallara, and we're using that information to inform the work that the department is leading with the master planning for those two areas. So
it would essentially be like Edgecliff and Wallara would essentially be a TOD in essence, by another name. Like it would have I'd assume it would have very similar sort of characteristics.
Look, in terms of it being a state-led zoning process and looking at more growth around train stations, one that's existing and one to be built, that is what we are doing in this situation.
Yeah.
It doesn't formally form part of the TOD program, which was a particular program that was announced and included particular sites. But it is very similar, you're correct, in it being a state-led rezoning around existing in a new train station.
When building or constructing the new Wallara train station, will there have to be any acquisition of neighbouring properties?
They're questions that the department can't answer, and they're for transport.
Yeah. And this one might be one more for you than transport. Will there be any development above the station at Wallara?
That has not been part of the proposal,
Right.
that this is not an overstation development. So no planning is being included for buildings above the new Wallara train station.
Yeah. Okay, that's all very helpful. Might just move to councils and weaponising heritage. In particular, North Sydney Council had applied protection orders to a number of Sydney single-storey homes that had already been slated for redevelopment into multi-storey projects. What powers are available to you to try to prevent that from happening? Like, it just seems outrageous that after a DA has been submitted, that a council would then almost retrospectively try to heritage list, properties slated for development
These were where they applied for an interim heritage order through Heritage New South Wales, correct? Yes.
Yeah.
So obviously, I don't direct Heritage New South Wales. That would be a question for the Minister for Environment and Heritage. We do work very closely with our colleagues there, though, and they would understand that, we would see that as a retroactive type of approach from local government, and in general we try and encourage the idea that heritage and development are not inconsistent and incompatible, and in fact actually using something is the best way to protect its heritage quality. So that is something that the department works very collaboratively with Heritage New South Wales in terms of our messaging, and but the actual assessment of a heritage item would be in that department.
For the issuing of an interim heritage order, which I think might be the matters that you're referring to in North Sydney.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it does slow things down, though. I assume what's happened in this particular case, as with other examples, is that they might not win, as in the council, or they might not be successful in the interim heritage order, but it could slow down the development at that site for months potentially while that decision's being made.
Theoretically, anything that requires assessment can have a slowing effect. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry for jumping around a bit. The North Ryde Data Centre, it was on a site in Macquarie Park. It's creating 50 jobs, which is excellent. Is that the most appropriate site? How is the decision made to put it there, given it could have been used for more housing, and could it have been placed in a more appropriate site?
I'll ask Ms Gibson to talk about the Macquarie Park rezoning, but I'll say on the outset while she's finding her note, these are quite complicated matters, and we've had a lot of consideration around sensitivities in the desire for data centre operators to be close to latent capacity, particularly in relation to the hospital, and also our aspiration and council's aspiration to see Macquarie Park as both residential and commercial.
So the data centres are permitted in a range of zones, and that reflects that not all data centres are the same, and they include data centres that are local development and assessed by councils and their processes, and some that reach a threshold for it to be state significant development and are assessed by the department. The range of zones that they can apply to include land in Macquarie Park. And so that has meant that the development would be permissible and allows for an application to be assessed, to consider, and all development applications consider the context, consider adjoining land uses, consider kind of those range of impacts that can come from development. During the accelerated TOD rezoning for Macquarie Park, we did make some zoning changes and did look at the permissibility of data centres, and there were some changes to certain sites as a result of that. So it has changed the land use intention and the land use permissibilities in Macquarie Park. So some places where data centres were permitted are now longer not permitted. And so some development may be occurring in areas where at the time it was permissible, now it's not, and not permitted on the adjoining land.
Is it, I mean, that close to the metro station, I mean, that area could have been used for more housing. Was there any consideration for other sites, or was that the only appropriate site that was considered?
So applications are led by proponents, so
Right.
it is their choice about making an application on a site depending on its permissibility. But you can no doubt see through the TOD rezoning at Macquarie Park that we made decisions to increase development potential near the metro stations for both jobs and for homes, so that Macquarie Park had a future with more development and new development to occur. And there have been a number of applications for new homes to go into the Macquarie Park area. So that upzoning that has occurred has really taken into account the infrastructure investment and the opportunity that Metro Station provides.
Just moving now to Parramatta Road and the government's plans along that corridor.
Yep.
Government announced partnered with Inner West Council to deliver up to 8,000 homes through rezoning.
Yep.
What progress is being made there? I think we all would like to see Parramatta Road be a bit better than it is.
Absolutely, which I think was a really strong sentiment when the government announced that we're partnering with Inner West Council for a state-led rezoning in that corridor. So early investigations are underway and the preliminary studies are underway. We are working very closely with Council as well as a number of agencies, including Transport, about the mix of land uses, the types of built form, so how tall the buildings would be, how bulky they would be, and the implications of that on Parramatta Road as a transport corridor and connecting into the heavy rail and the metro and the bus network that works around Parramatta Road. It's also discussions with Council about the vibrancy of that area with a mix of commercial uses as well as residential uses. And how the public domain would be improved, because that is one of those the things about Parramatta Road is that it doesn't have much amenity. So the ways to improve that public domain and improve the amenity are things that we are contemplating.
Worse, that's what you're saying.
That's right. There have been some colourful terms used to describe that part of Parramatta Road, which I might leave to others to reflect on. But bringing thought of improving the public domain into the planning controls and into the work that we'll be doing in the zoning is underway.
So we don't have any lodgements yet? Or is it
I was actually just going to suggest, Mr. Rath, that we threw to Mr. Wenlow to talk
sure.
about the Annandale dive site, in part because we've done our
I know
work
it's early
faster than was
days, but-
expected, so I
yeah.
would like that on the record too.
No, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And we've made very fast progress with that site. We only acquired it in April 25, and we have already received rezoning from the department. So that was approved in December last year. And so we are progressing now with the finalizing the design and starting construction for the build-to-rent tower. That is part of the 450 million essential worker build-to-rent program. So we are currently in or started the early contractor involvement with a contractor, and so the early works will start by mid-year. So there is very, very fast progress, taking into account that we just acquired the land last year.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're heading to Mr. Latham for some quest time.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the officials this afternoon. I'm sorry I missed I'll meet the Minister this morning, but I'll raise some of the similar matters, and I'm sure we've got the expertise here to deal with them. My starting point is to say congratulations on the overall framework for housing supply and a new planning approach in Sydney in particular. The fact that the emphasis on Sydney going up, not out, with urban sprawl. The reform of the new planning act's obviously a hugely significant achievement, and things like the HDA and so forth add to that. But could I raise and get a response to three issues that may be looming as rain clouds in terms of housing supply? The crowding out of housing investment due to the heavy financial investment we have in New South Wales in renewables and public infrastructure like Metro. Is that something that occupies and worries the planning officials, the Secretary, the crowding out of housing investment?
By housing investment, do you mean investment from government itself?
No, the
into
private
housing?
sector.
The
private
private
operators
sector.
say the capital market's very shallow.
Yep.
Sometimes finance and capital is hard to access. And the Treasurer has publicly, in our chamber at least, acknowledged the role of renewables and public infrastructure in generating that particular challenge.
I think that from the perspective of the department, our concerns there are predominantly around workforce. We are aware that there is a finite construction workforce in Australia generally, and if workforce is working on big infrastructure projects, there is, by its very nature, less to work on housing. That's an issue that I think is fairly live for everyone. Likewise, construction materials. Again, we generally tend to be an import market for a lot of construction materials. If they're going into other projects, then that can sometimes increase prices of construction material within New South Wales as well. So I don't think, I wouldn't characterise it as either or. It's not housing or renewables. Both things are priorities of the government, and both things need to be looked at. But it would be naive of us not to be aware that there could be challenges, and to be making sure that we continue to talk with industry about those and about any possible mitigation they might see.
Right, and what's industry saying about the risk factors now involved in defects, apartment defects, dispute resolution? That there's obviously a new band of lawyers out there pushing body corporates and apartment owners to make some extravagant claims. Meriton have publicised some stuff in this material. And Queensland has a tribunal system for low cost, more rapid resolution of these disputes. Is that something we need here in New South Wales to give investors greater certainty? Because at the moment, they say they're heading to Queensland.
So that is something that industry has raised with me, and Mr. Triggerboff has raised it with me on a number of occasions. Ultimately, they are matters for the Building Commissioner and the Minister for Building, and I would refer you to him. I think he's on right at,
No,
right
I
at this
questioned
point
him
in
this morning
time.
on that, but you've got a bit more oomph and can-do attitude, and I'm hoping that
I will
Scully and yourself would get involved and get it done.
I would take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Well, you should.
Look, I think that these are genuine issues for industry. I think they're not being disingenuous when they raise them with me. I wouldn't presume to be able to say what the resolution mechanism is, but I can assure you I've discussed them on many occasions with the Building Commissioner, and we'll continue to do
yeah,
so.
well, the Minister Chanthavong this morning was saying Meriton's just an outlier. It's just really related to them and one department at St Ives, but it's broader than that, isn't it? And I think the significance for planning is that at the end of the day, in the public arena, the very firm impression, quite rightly, is that you as Secretary, Paul Scully as Minister, are the chief movers for housing supply. So if something goes wrong, they're not going to blame Analac, they're going to blame you guys. So
all I can do is, say that these are matters that are raised with me by the development industry. They're not.
It's
not
more than
for
one
me.
more than one developer.
It's not for me to test those out. I don't manage the Building Commission, but I can say that yes, these are matters that have been raised with me.
Right,
Yep.
and in terms of feedback from industry, is it much of a worry, this publicity, that it said that it's you can't turn a dollar building apartments west of Parramatta or southwest of Liverpool? Really, the pattern is to concentrate in the inner ring, isn't it? And
the feasibility within the inner ring is, yes, much higher. As you get out further west, it becomes more challenging. It's not universal. There are some areas further out west, for instance, Penrith, where feasibility is still pretty strong, but there are distinct differences, yes.
Okay, but it's not a central concern for housing supply, those issues, because there's other locations where it is.
Correct. So we have modelled our housing policies around densification in the inner ring, where housing is more feasible. That said, we don't want to turn away from the West as well. People want to live in Western Sydney, as you yourself know, Mr. Latham, and people deserve to be able to have the housing choices where they can have the housing choices. But from discussions that we've had with industry, yes, it would be fair to characterise that feasibility to the east of Parramatta is easier.
Yep, and in terms of your advanced land use planning, strategic planning, what adjustments are being made to this new world of apartment construction, Sydney going up rather than out, and also what's being done to deal with legacy problems? When I was a much younger man, and the orthodoxy always was that in Sydney the congestion would be close to the CBD. I'm talking car congestion here. But now, amazingly, if I was to jump in my car from Camden Way and drive in 7 o'clock in the morning, hoping to get here, the funnel, the amazing congestion is on the M5 into Liverpool, where that's the real choke point for all the development that we know of and housing development. And once you clear that, which can be torturous, you don't get a lot of congestion there through the the M8, the M5 tunnels and into the CBD. So what's the strategic planning to deal with that problem? Because I've got to tell you, it ain't pretty. It's a nightmare. It's surprising. It breaks all the conventions of what you sort of think about congestion in Sydney, but it needs a long-term solution.
So I'll let Ms Gibson talk about the Sydney plan, other than to say I have had 9 years of experiencing that trip to the M5 to Liverpool, and the Liverpool weave is part of the problem there.
Liverpool weave.
As I'm sure you know,
Mr. Liverpool choke.
Mr. Latham.
Used to do a few of those on the footy field, but it's no good on the road.
But I will let Ms Gibson talk about the work that we've done with the draft Sydney plan, which is on exhibition currently.
Right.
That's right. So the Sydney Plan, which replaces the work that was done by the Greater Cities Commission, Sydney Commission, in 2018.
Useless, so hopefully you're going better.
So we've produced a very different plan, which is on exhibition, closes tomorrow. We've had a lot of discussions with industry and councils about that plan. And we know that submissions will come through. That plan really reinforces the work that has already started with the TOD programs and the low and mid-rise programs of making use of transport infrastructure, heavy rail, metro stations and bus routes to be able to be the places where more homes are built in the short term. Today, with the release of the Infrastructure Opportunities Plan, we've also identified some of the infrastructure that would be needed to support the growing areas in northwest, southwest and western Sydney, as well as some infrastructure that would support some of the growth in the Illawarra, the Central Coast and the Hunter. A lot of that is transport infrastructure, a lot of that is regional roads and state roads to upgrade. So while it's not new metros, it's not new motorways, but it is the intersection upgrades, it is the expansion of things like Rickard Road in Leppington from being a very small, almost rural road to being one that is the major road to support, potentially 10,000 more homes in the Leppington area. So the infrastructure opportunities plan is matching the housing growth that is being forecast in the western parts of Sydney, and with the opportunity now for the developers to contribute to the delivery of that infrastructure to bring it forward more quickly.
Well, that's good news about Rickard Road in Leppington, next to the rail station there, but it's not going to solve what's now officially known as the Liverpool Weave or the Liverpool Choke. So what have you got in that regard?
I feel like I will need to have a chat with some Liverpool experts to confirm the location of the Liverpool Weave or the Liverpool Choke.
Yeah, well, it's at the interchange of the M5 and the M7.
And
it'll extend back well past Brooks Road and then further on to Moorebank Avenue.
The Liverpool Weave is at Moorebank Avenue. It's when you have
but the congestion
3 lanes
is
coming
at that
into
Cutler Memorial thing.
Oh, VC Cutler Memorial.
Yeah, we call it the pyramid. The pyramid there at the intersection of the M5 and the M7.
I think we might have to speak to our colleagues in Transport for New
Okay,
South
we
Wales.
can take that on notice.
Happy to take it
back.
on notice. Yep.
That's a big one, a huge one actually. Moving to a different topic, Secretary, a letter of the 19th of January confirms the external probity review of EOI. And then there's the numbers. It's the
Bill Berger.
Bill Berger
Yes.
at the HDA.
Yep.
Has been completed and provided to the Minister, and that's been over 5 weeks. Has the Minister determined next steps? Will you table the probity report to the committee today or at some future time? And what's the justification for holding the report back?
So the report is legally privileged, so I'll just have to get some advice from my General Counsel, so I'll take on notice whether we are even able to do that, or we would lose legal privilege if we did that. We are using that report as one of the inputs into the 12-month review of the HDA.
Oh, and where's that up to?
We are close to having finalised that. We've done consultation with some of the peak development groups and with, I believe, Local Government New South Wales.
Yep,
Ms. Gibson?
Come back.
Yes.
We'll come back if
Thank
that's
you.
okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you.
Ms. Fishburn, can I just take you to the Coffs Jetty foreshore proposal? And thank you for the assisting the Minister earlier with some of the questions. But Property Development New South Wales continues to revise aspects of their proposal naturally as it goes through.
That's not abnormal. Yeah.
No, as it goes through the iterative process. I am being asked about the process and at what point do changes potentially become material enough to require a further public consultation process, given the public interest in the proposal?
It's somewhat a hypothetical. I mean, you are right. At a certain point, if changes are material enough in any proposal, be it planning proposal or a DA, public exhibition is required. But without having anything to hang that on it, there isn't. I can't give you an exact percentage or measure.
It's very much it's a very much a merit by merit decision about whether the changes create new impacts that weren't seen in the previous exhibition, if there are new landowners that are affected, if the development changes from one land use to another land use. They might be some of the reasons why we would re-exhibit a proposal.
And given the, I'm just actually now considering what the Minister referred to earlier about the referendum question, just gauging that kind of public interest and the engagement that has happened so far. The referenda question was the Coffs Harbour Jetty foreshore will be redeveloped. Do you agree that some of the foreshore land should be used for multi-level private residential development? That was the referendum question. And I think that there was concern around, well, now the development has changed somewhat, therefore the accuracy of the reflection of the public's view around that may have changed. But given there's now also the 61% submissions that have objected to the proposal, do you think the notion around the housing use, and in particular the idea that Property Development New South Wales has said they can't accommodate affordable housing, or Is that a change, do you think, material to warrant further communication with the community of Coffs Harbour?
So if I can just take the referendum question first, that was a referendum that Coffs Harbour Council in the previous term of its council chose to put at the time of their local council election. That's not an input into planning. There was not a development application on exhibition at that point in time. It was a question that council chose to put. Since that time, council has resolved to broadly support the proposal. I won't say that they are supportive of absolutely 100% of it. That would be exceptionally unusual for any development application, but they have a resolution that is standing on the books that says they support the proposal. Since that time, the department has gone on exhibition with the proposal, as you're aware, and has received the submission back.
But sorry, can I just ask one thing with that? At the time the council made that resolution, was there a proposal on the table?
It had not been exhibited. No.
Not the proposal that
So
was exhibited.
how is it the case that a council can resolve that they support something that isn't on the table, and that's reasonable, but a council previously can't be legitimate in their concern that they don't support a proposal on the basis there wasn't a proposal?
No. What I'm saying is that it wasn't not on exhibition at that point in time. Council obviously created a submission. What I'm doing is trying to explain there is two things. There's council's position, which has changed over time, right? That's fine. That's neither here nor there. They could have chose to not support it, and that's their right, but they chose to support it at this point in time. Then there is the fact that we have exhibited the formal proposal, right, that has gone through the planning pathway like any other planning proposal would, and council have made a submission to that proposal.
So there have been a long-standing and a number of plans proposed for the Coffs Jetty. So predating the proposal that was exhibited, there was some work that had been done, but not as a planning proposal
as
the same way that we have it. So it was a little bit more of a master plan and some early thinking. The matter that we exhibited, so it was a particular proposal, we exhibited that particular proposal, we extended the exhibition so that it was a longer period of time, and we've had quite a number of submissions, which to me reflects that there was a good opportunity for people to look at that proposal, provide feedback, and for that to be considered in the department's finalisation, our ultimate decision about whether this particular proposal should proceed as it was exhibited or with amendments. I just want to take us a step forward in time into what I usually don't like doing, which is talk about a hypothetical. If a zoning decision was made for a change in the land use and that there would be some potential then for new homes and development occur, it would need to go through a development assessment process, which again would go through a public consultation and a public an opportunity for the public to comment.
I have sat in so many land and environment court cases where you're challenging a development and they say, oh, but the zoning does allow for this, and like we know how this goes, all of us, don't we?
Yeah, but
so
the mix
it's
of
very important to the community at this point about what the zoning changes to, particularly given we would be doing what is considered a really significant land use change, and that is from public lands to lands that then allows housing where it currently doesn't. Like, it's a very, very significant rezoning proposal.
Can we check the rezoning map, because I'm sure the land that is proposed for housing is SP, not RE.
Yeah, there is. We went through this in the last estimates. There was a crossover and a bit and a part, and but they're it's a very significant change for the community. Everybody, we all know that,
and that's reflected in the level of interest and the submissions that we've received. And so we're taking those submissions and looking at them very carefully. And Property and Development New South Wales, who have also looked at all of those submissions, have considered that for some time, and that's the document that we had returned from them that we've recently published, so you can see their consideration of that. We will need to take all of that into account before we make our final decision.
So what do you say to the fact that due to significant direct delivery of affordable housing within the precinct is currently considered not economically feasible with the scale of the development proposed. Like that's, you know, the community reads that now and says, well, you know, what are they meant to think about that at this point in time?
That's the proponent's response to submissions. So I would suggest you put that to Minister Camper.
Yeah, and but in terms of the planning proposal that you've put, and this notion that this is something that's important in the public interest and it's for the benefit of the community of Coffs Harbour, who have in overwhelming steps, like steps that I haven't seen for a long time, a referendum being put up with the local council's election, 61% of people objecting to it through the submission process. At what point does it become the department that's facilitating this change of land use on behalf of Property Development New South Wales? At what point, or is there a point that the department can say, actually, perhaps this is just really not a proposal going in the right direction?
The department's currently considering the response to submissions.
Yeah, nothing is a foregone conclusion until we complete our assessment.
That's very good to hear. Thank you. I'm sure people will be very happy to hear that. Can I just ask as well, look, I know the ministers involved went to meet with First Nations elders there.
Yes, I was there too.
Yeah, and that was, you know, there was very a massive appreciation that effort was made. Can I just ask, were there any minutes taken about as part of that meeting that took place?
I will have to take that on notice, but I'm pretty sure from the department's perspective we took some minutes for a business contact form, but I'll just have to take that on notice.
Thank you. And I've been asked, why was a walk on country not facilitated? The meeting obviously was very appreciated, but why was the walk on country that was the main part of the request not?
I don't know the answer to that. I was there as
Could you
on the permission of the ministers.
Thank you. Could you please find out why the walk on country wasn't facilitated, whether the department has a protocol for culturally appropriate engagement in state-led redevelopment projects, and has that protocol been followed?
So yes, we do have protocols and practices around community consultation with First Nations groups. I feel very confident that we have followed those protocols, but I'll take that further on notice for you. In relation to what ministers choose to do in their meetings, I simply can't answer that question.
Thank you. Right, opposition.
Thank you. Well, just before we go to the opposition, can I just confirm with the Secretary, so 3 is the minimum for quorum?
Yes.
Okay, well, it might be a good idea, Mr. Deanna, if you can ask one of your friends from the government to be on standby at those.
Tash is just outside taking calls,
okay,
so she's not.
Okay,
Yeah.
over the opposition.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to move to an issue which has been reported on, the issue of an unauthorised AI application that was being used in the HDA. What action has the department taken since that has come to light?
So I'll ask Mr. Johnston to talk through the technical process that the department has taken. But from a practical basis, the unauthorised software has ceased use and has been shut down, and we'll go into further detail about that in a second. And the department has undertaken commissioned Peter Duncan to undertake a review into the way that the software had been operating and whether it had caused any pollution for decision making for HDA, and I'm happy to take you through the outcomes of the Duncan report, but I'll ask Mr. Johnson to just talk through the technical matters.
Thank you. So I guess the points I'll speak to is how we identified and managed any risks related to it. So happy to go in different paths if that's what you're looking for. We, within our cyber team and digital team, spent time with the developer of the application and understood how it was being used, and we engaged a third party who works for us at times when there's, particularly around cyber incidents, to give us advice around how to remediate, basically remove any data that might be held on outside of our environment. And this was undertaken very quickly after we identified in the weeks following. That was, we watched the developer delete and had a scan through the system to ensure that there was no footprints left from any of this, to resolve any risk from further data breaches, etc. Further to that helped us understand how it was being used and what risks might have been associated with the use of the development of the reports that was provided to Mr. Duncan for his review.
And that review's now
that review's been completed. It was publicly released by the Minister at the end of last year. Yes.
Right. What were the findings?
So there were 4 recommendations that Mr. Duncan made, all of which have been accepted by the Minister in full. So the first is to reinforce the New South Wales Government and DeFi's policies on the use of AI within the HDA and DeFi more generally. That has been ongoing throughout the department. In fact, I saw a message from Mr. Johnston just today about that to the staff as well, but we have been doing that continuously since this occurred. The relevant policies have also been reviewed in the light of the report as well. Mr. Duncan also suggested we consider using authorised software to support the work of the HDA. There was not an issue with using software to support the work. In fact, we're very supportive of that. It was a matter that had been brought in unauthorised and was wasn't within the department's controls. That recommendation is supported, and work is underway already within the corporate services area to look at that. He recommended, I should say, that we review all unsuccessful EOI reports prepared with support from the software to check for any errors. We have completed that. All 308 unsuccessful EOI reports prepared using the unauthorised software were checked for any errors, and no material errors were identified, so that was a good outcome. And finally, Mr. Duncan recommended, which is something we were intending to do anyway, but it's nice to have it formally in a review, that we undertake a previously planned review of the HDA's first 12 months of operations with a view to making continuous improvement. And as I detailed to Mr. Latham, that is well underway.
And Ms. Winter, is she still employed by the department?
I don't discuss individual personnel matters.
Right. Okay. I might move on then, because I think the rest of my questions might be you probably won't want to answer. I might move to Parramatta and the female factory,
Yes.
if someone can help me with those. So there was a report given to the government by the acronym, what is it, the International Council on Monuments and Sites?
Oh, the EOCO, yeah.
The IC,
Yep.
yeah, I don't know.
We'll just take it that we all know who we are talking about, even if we don't know the acronym.
ICOMOS, yes.
Yep.
And it was given to the government in October last year. Was there any reason why the government sat on that for 4 months?
It wasn't referred to my department. It would have been referred to the Department of Climate Change, Environment, Energy and Water. It's Heritage New South Wales.
Oh, it was all within Heritage, so planning didn't have anything.
That is my understanding. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to correct the record, but I certainly haven't seen it myself. Ms. Gibson?
They matters to the Minister for Heritage.
What about potential rezoning that could impact the nearby heritage? Is that something that's come across your desk, Ms. Gibson?
Yes.
Yeah, so we have been undertaking an assessment of a proposal from Property and Development New South Wales for a little while for Parramatta. It's a proposal that has been publicly exhibited, and we're reviewing submissions. The proposal at North Parramatta that we exhibited was for about 2,000 homes. That included up to 10% affordable housing, jobs, as well as a university campus and open space as part of those zonings. The matters in relation to the female factory, as well as a number of other heritage items and heritage values, were very carefully considered in both Property and Development's proposal that they submitted to the department, as well as our assessment of that and its suitability for public exhibition. During exhibition, we received submissions from a number of organisations and community members, as well as Parramatta City Council, about the heritage values. And those matters are all being contemplated in our work to finalise and make a final decision about the rezoning of that land.
Okay.
And just for abundance of doubt, the female
Yes.
factory is not actually captured in that particular rezoning. It is obviously adjacent, but it's not.
Yes.
Doesn't form part of the rezoning.
Yeah, it's near.
Yep.
That's right. It's nearby, but it could. I think their report said that it could potentially have an impact on the female factory, given its proximity, and it suggested other potential protections that might interfere with the potential rezoning. But it sounds like, Ms. Gibson, that's all under consideration. There's not much more you can tell me about whether that rezoning is going to continue or what impacts it might have on heritage. It's all being assessed, is it?
That's right. We're considering all of those matters that have been raised and the new information that we have about the World Heritage listing.
No worries. The Botanic Gardens, I'm not sure if this is something someone can help me with, or
That
if
will be
it
me.
might be outside of your remit, but the new parking permit system.
Yes.
Do you have any information you can provide us on the impact it might be having on tourism operators at Macquarie Point?
So at present, there is no impact because the changes don't come in until 31st of March 2026, but I
Right.
know that's not what you're asking
No,
me.
well, I
However,
suppose what
Yep.
impact will it have then, to rephrase it? Yeah.
Okay, yep. So currently parking around the Botanic Gardens and Domain, Mrs Macquarie's Road, is charged at a rate of $9 per hour across all vehicles. So commercial tour buses are charged $9 per hour. Mr Latham, once he gets away from the M7, M5 conjunction, when he's parking there, is charged $9 an hour. There's no sense about what the parking spot is actually being used for. On a proportional basis, buses should be paying $27 per hour to reflect the amount of space that they occupy alone before considering their broader impacts, and I think the broader impacts were also of consideration as well. So the change commencing from the 31st of March will be that all commercial tourist vehicles utilising the road for parking will be required to either pay a daily bus permit of $75 or purchase a seasonal or annual digital parking permit. The rates that are generated from parking all go back into the Royal Botanic Gardens, into their scientific research and protection of the gardens themselves. So it is income that is directly hypothecated into the gardens. Importantly, school buses and non-commercial community buses will be exempt from the new tariff. So it's the
What's the new tariff? What's the amount?
That's the day permit of $75, or the season permit, which is $1,500 plus GST, or an annual permit, which is $4,500 plus GST.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
So I mean, it could potentially have I suppose it could. I take the point entirely about buses taking up or trucks or whatever taking up more space, but I mean, it could have quite the impact if it's $4,500 a year. I don't know if there's been any. If you've looked at what potential impact that could have.
If I can give you some assurance, we have undertaken pretty extensive engagement on this through 2025 with key industry bodies, including Tourism Australia, the Tourism and Transport Forum, Destination New South Wales, Australian Tourism Export Council, and major operators. So consultation has occurred and the fees have been set in relation to that consultation as well. Commences on 31st of March. We'll be able to understand more at that point in time.
And sorry, I don't know if you mentioned it before. What's the expected revenue as a result of those increased fees?
I'll have to take that on notice. Okay. I don't have a revenue output here. I'm sure we can approximately work it out. It really is dependent on tourism numbers coming into Sydney at any given time.
Great, no worries. What mechanisms does the government have to compel a council to respond in a timely manner to a departmental request relating to an LEP?
Could you provide a little bit more information? Because it could be some very significant powers that we have in some certain circumstances.
Right. I suppose it's, if there's prolonged inaction or a delay in progressing an LEP, at what point could, maybe in a broad sense, what would be the trigger for state intervention in that case? Is it the time it takes, or is it
time complexity.
So there are a couple of situations where in the planning proposal process or a rezoning process where the state can become very closely involved where there are delays by council. One is at the beginning of the process, so where a proponent requests for a land to be rezoned or an LEP amendment to be made for height or floor space ratio. And if council say no, they're not going to accept that application, or they formally refuse that application, the proponent can come to the state government for what's called a rezoning review. And there's a well-established process and a policy for that to take place. We do a few of those, maybe about 20 a year of those. We also have the state significant rezoning policy, which was adopted in, I think, let's say it was 2024? 23?
24, Q3 24, I think.
Somewhere about there. The date's probably not so significant, but we've had that in place for a little while. One of the types of state significant proposals are ones where there's been significant delay by council, and we can take those proposals on to complete. There are a few examples of that where that's happening. Sometimes it's because there are really challenging and complex issues for a council to resolve, and particularly dealing with multiple state agencies or with multiple landowners, and that those matters can be difficult to get agreement on or to satisfy the requirements. So the Department of Planning can be involved. The Leppington Town Centre rezoning is an example of that, where we have two councils that have been working together, Liverpool and Camden Council, on rezoning proposals. There were some significant transport issues, so we have become more closely involved in that and taken that through to its finalisation assessment.
Can you give me any information or update on the Hawkesbury Council LEP? I think it was last updated in 2012. I suppose, what assessment has the department made of the risks to housing supply, employment, land delivery, flood resilience caused by the council operating under planning framework that's quite out of date, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if that's quite the norm, but 2012 seems like it's quite old. It probably needs to be updated at some point.
Look, it can sound quite old,
Yeah.
An LEP that has more than 13, 14, 15 years since an entirely new LEP was prepared for an area. But what happens with most councils is that they don't need to rewrite all of their planning controls. They can amend it and make these modifications on sites or precincts or across a group of zones to update their controls. That's something that councils do with their local strategic planning statements. It's something that councils also do as they do rezonings. And I know that Hawkesbury has looked at a number of site-specific rezonings. If there are some particular locations or particular rezonings that you'd like to provide us with a little bit of detail on, we can have a look at that more closely. But I know we've had discussions as recently as the last month with council on the state, on the plan for Sydney and how that applies to Hawkesbury. We look very closely at Hawkesbury's flood controls, what's also happening with their rural land, and what's happening in a number of their towns and villages, and the growth that's proposed. We have excluded Hawkesbury from some of our housing policies because of the flood impacts and because of some of the other characteristics of that local government area. So I wouldn't characterise Hawkesbury as being a place where there's not been a lot of attention on their land use planning. I think that there has been certainly in relation to housing and flooding quite a lot of attention. But if there are any particular proposals, really happy to look at that.
Consideration at the moment for intervention by the department on the council relating to the LEP.
Nothing significant, and my team might correct me if they're with a little ping in a second if there's something that's not quite right in what I've said. We have worked closely with a number of councils across Sydney about the expectations that the minister has set for their planning performance. So those expectations about the average time frame for development applications to be assessed, and if there are other land use planning matters or even some infrastructure planning matters that the minister has set expectations on. We've formally worked with 5 councils. And we have informally worked with other councils, and we've had a conversation with Hawkesbury about that because they do have had appearance in the council league table as having some longer assessment times and outside of the expectation.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I just want to move now to the Southwest Metro corridor. And the rezoning along there. I was wondering if you could explain to me how the decisions have been made at each of the stations along there. Obviously, Bankstown is the accelerated TOD, and then at each station along the way, it seems like they've had different plans maybe being developed in consultation with the council. Is that a fair assessment? They've come up with their own plans. And along there, it's only Bankstown that's the TOD, right? The others are more co-designed with the council. Is that the...
I would describe all of the work that has been happening for zoning around the Southwest Metro sites, particularly with Canterbury Bankstown Council, as co-designed.
Yeah.
So the Bankstown TOD accelerated precinct, there's some earlier questions about some of that, and I explained at the time that it started from work that council had prepared as a master plan that we then took and reviewed and prepared to finalisation as the TOD accelerated precinct. Other locations we had flagged as being matters where we would do the lower scale TOD program, so controls that were set across several other station precincts. And Canterbury Bankstown Council asked to work with us and propose something that would be more substantial than the TOD controls that we were rolling out through our state environmental planning policy. We have been working progressively and very productively with Canterbury Bankstown Council. We are very close to being at the end of that program with the last couple of sites, which are Wiley Park and Kembla. I will get a message from my team if I've got that wrong.
That would be good. I might ask a couple more questions when it's back to my turn.
Okay.
About those sites, the stations along the way.
Great.
Thank you, Opposition. We'll hear now from the Honourable Mark Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary, you mentioned earlier on in relation to the probity review of the HDA Bill Berger that it's going to be an input to inform the broader HDA review over the 12-month period. Does that mean, in summary, that the Bill Berger probity review has pointed to some problems that inform ways in which the HDA can be improved? Are they problems of impropriety, or process or some other origin?
Administrative improvements that could be made.
Right, and of what nature?
They are administrative in the way information is presented to the HDA panel. And to be frank, the Bill Berger one was a very, very early in the process, as you're aware. And I'm being careful because I do have legal privilege here, but the suggestions that were made have been broadly ironed out through our learning and through a year's worth of application as well.
Right.
Yep.
And has the Minister seen the Bill Berger review or been briefed on it? And
You'd have to ask the Minister that question. I haven't personally briefed him on
you
it.
haven't? Okay. Why is that?
I've been involved in undertaking the work from the Duncan review, and that's been taken priority.
Okay, in terms of administrative process, was this one that Ms Winter used with her husband's unauthorised AI software to assess a fast-track process? Was this one that was caught in that net?
I would need to take that on notice just because it was very early in the piece, Mr Latham, and I just don't have the exact dates, so I just have to take that on notice for you.
Okay, thank you. In your letter of the 19th of January, you state that you're not aware of any unmanaged conflict of interest in relation to the probity review. But I'm informed on the 26th of September last year in a meeting with Mr Matt Barry, you personally acknowledged that Maddox, the firm conducting the review, was conflicted because it was simultaneously acting for Canada Bay Council, your department, Transport for New South Wales. And did you say that you have trouble finding a law firm that wasn't conflicted? Doesn't this diminish confidence in the way in which the review was conducted?
I didn't make that particular statement because I wasn't involved in the appointment of the law firm. Law firms often take on multiple different clients at any time, and they need to manage that particular conflict of interest themselves.
And how was it managed? Was it managed simply by switching partners within the same firm?
I'll have to take that on notice and find out for you.
Okay, because that tends to be a habit.
There are management practices to do this, particularly in large
it still
law
doesn't
firms.
instill a lot of confidence if all they're doing is switching partners within the one firm instead of a change of firm altogether. Could I ask, were there any impropriety concerns from the review that invoked any of your Section 11 responsibilities under the ICAC Act? There were none? And are you able to summarise in any way recommendations that came from the review?
They were administrative improvements in the way that information was presented to the panel.
And how can this be avoided, these problems avoided in the future, given that it was essentially 4 separate landowners never signed a consent for this particular parcel of land that Bill Berger was seeking to progress through the HDA to state significant status, and also the Canada Bay Council's planning director wrote on the 7th of April last year warning that the applicant does not have an option over council land and therefore land tenure is not secure. So can we be assured that in the future the HDA won't be dealing with proposals where effectively the landowners haven't given consent and terribly in this instance find out after the event? So
I think we've talked previously about the fact that landowners' consent is required at the point of submitting your EIS. So that is your safety net within the planning system. But I would agree with you. We didn't handle this as effectively as we should have, and we have learnt from that and sharpened our processes as a consequence.
Yeah, and what does the new Planning Act mean for reform of the HDA? One of the observations I made from last round of estimates was that obviously Mr Draper is busy with 1,000 matters as the head of the Premier's department, and perhaps someone with a bit more time on their hands could be on the HDA to properly assess matters. He didn't seem to have any awareness of this Bill Berger problem, and also the news that these matters were being progressed, if you can call it that, tick and flick within 3 minutes. What's going to happen there in terms of planning experts with time to do it properly and giving it greater, deeper consideration than the 3 minutes average? So there is, and we've talked through this before, but I'm happy to say it again.
there is a significant amount of work that goes in throughout the department in terms of providing advice and guidance to Mr. Gellibrand, Mr. Draper and myself. That forms the subject of a report, all of which is available to us prior to the meeting. And I know Mr. Draper and Mr. Gellibrand spend some significant amount of time, as I do myself, reading those reports. We also, during the course of the meeting, get guidance and feedback from a number of people, most significantly Ms. Gibson herself, because really we are looking at the strategic context in terms of these planning proposed developments. I was going to say planning proposals, which would have confused everything. That guidance helps inform the decision as well. So there are multiple inputs that come into making those recommendations to the Minister. The Minister then further receives briefings above and beyond the information that is presented to him from the panel. So it is quite a considered process, and there's significantly more work that goes in than might be apparent just looking at the minutes. I would like to say though, Mr. Latham, last time you and I talked about this and you raised the Bill Berger issue and Mr. Draper not being aware, since that time, and I said at that time as well, I think there was a failure that we weren't reporting back when changes were made. We have now introduced that as standard practice into the HDA briefings. Mm-hmm. So if amendments are made to any of them, and amendments happen fairly often, right? Somebody might add another parcel of land or a slight shift might be changed. We might have got a lot number wrong. That happens occasionally. All of those are reported back to the HDA. So myself, Mr. Gellibrand and Mr. Draper are given awareness of those as well. And if we wanted to, we could raise that as a concern or a question to be raised with the Minister. So thank you. You suggested that and we have brought that in as standard
well, I'm glad
practice.
to hear that. That's good practice.
Yes, it is actually.
And awareness is crucial, because I've got to say I was quite stunned that Mr. Draper was unaware of it. He said he'd been overseas. But he was inferring at the session I had with him that perhaps I was making all this up, which obviously wasn't the case. And you've now done a review and people have learned from it, so I thank you for that. But didn't the legislation or the Minister's intent say that probably planning experts will be used for the HDA down the track rather than a busy man like Mr. Draper with 1,000 other responsibilities?
I can't recall that statement being made, Mr. Preshaw.
Maybe I raised it at the briefing session. And
maybe.
Another positive, always trying to help Mr. Draper with his work.
I think Mr. Draper has commented to me that the HDA meetings are amongst the most enjoyable and interesting part of his job, so I think you'll be wrestling it out of his hands.
Just a shame that he missed the Bill Berger matter. But on Bill Berger, does the department have any red flag system? That clearly this company knew they didn't have the landowner consent from the 4 private landowners nor the council, and they were pulling a Swifty. Does that mean in the system, while they temporarily got away with it, you sort of mark them out for being a bit more careful in future, that they're on a slower track than some of the other more honest and credible developers that we have in town?
I think I've learnt to be a little bit more cautious generally, and I've said that, and we've learnt from that as well. I can't speak to the specifics. We don't have
a red flag system?
We don't have a system like that. I've said our checks and balances come when somebody submits their EIS, and that's when landowners' consent is required.
Right, because Jeffrey Watson, I know he makes a lot of these recommendations. He urged a re-examine of Bill Berger's Lead Street's projects overall. You wrote to the landowners worried about it in January that they should take it off to Waikaku, even though you say you wouldn't exercise any Section 11 powers. They've been mentioned in Toulouse adversely, the ICAC inquiry. I mean, some companies are a bit more worrying than others, aren't they?
I'll just take that as a statement.
You'll take that as a comment?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think we all know what they're not. Sort of a BEAD standard, but they're not Red Riding Hood either. So we'll see how all that goes in the future. I might just take that as my time expired and come back later on if I had other matters.
Thank
Chair,
you. Absolutely.
On
Over
the
to
knocker.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to all of you. I just want to ask a few questions in relation to data centres, following on from last year's estimates. In response to my questions last estimates, it was confirmed that the department does not take into consideration the fact that approval of a data centre may trigger costly network upgrades that are then socialised across the New South Wales electricity consumers. Is that correct?
The department takes a number of factors into consideration in relation to data centres, but our role is to ensure that the utilities that are required to deliver a data centre are available. We're not responsible for electricity pricing.
No. Do you know what the total additional approved demand in the Macquarie Park area has been in the last 24 months due to data centres?
I don't have that figure on me, but we can certainly get that on notice for you.
Thank you. I've got an application document from Ausgrid in relation, so they're applying to the AER to permit them to recover the cost from consumers of a new sub-transmission substation in response to increased demand requirements in the Macquarie Park area. It's a $162 million project for that substation, and $15 million of it is going to be funded by the data centre customers directly, with the rest of it socialised across their entire customer base. Does that concern you, or is there any consideration given at a department level when you're talking about that level of significant cost?
It certainly is an issue that is a whole of government area of consideration. We would be looking to Infrastructure New South Wales and DQ for guidance as to the input into our planning assessment, and they would both be the lead agencies we would follow from direction that we had been given by them.
Okay. Are data centres required to report their actual electricity consumption post-commissioning?
Hey, John.
I know they estimate.
If that's a condition of development
consent,
yes, it would.
So if it's a condition, is it often a condition?
We'll just take that on notice and get an answer for you about that. We've approved 19 data centres, I think, since they came in as SSD. I suspect the conditions of consent are a little variable, so we'll try and get some information for you on that one.
Are data centres considered regionally significant infrastructure under the new statewide policy for industrial lands?
The statewide policy for industrial land talks about the site itself, not about the land uses per se.
Okay. And is it right that that statewide policy for industrial lands doesn't speak to employment directly?
The statewide policy doesn't talk to employment directly. Could you explain a little bit more about what you mean by that
so
question?
the policy identifies industrial lands as including lands defined by the Employment Land Development Monitor, but then those employment lands and specific employment targets don't seem to get subsumed within the broader categories of industrial lands. Is that correct?
I'm not entirely sure what that question is. Let me explain it this way. The categorisation of the land is about its spatial distribution, so how close it is to a port, how much land is in contiguous usage for industrial or existing or future. There are separate pieces of work that are being done to calculate job numbers for employment areas. And there are some very significant, state-significant employment area, industrial lands that don't have very high employment numbers. So large warehouses, ports even, don't have the same intensity of people per square metre as you might get in the CBD of Sydney, North Sydney or Parramatta. So we know that there are some really other significant ways to calculate the importance of the industrial land to the state's economy beyond just the number of jobs. It can also be about the type of activity that's occurring and how the economic activity associated with it.
So the industrial lands are protected for industrial uses. but some of those industrial uses don't need employment necessarily. Would a data centre then be permitted under regionally significant infrastructure under that policy?
Earlier today, I explained the zones to which data centres apply, and it includes commercial as well as industrial zones.
Why do the SEERs for data centres not have consideration of the way in which additional demand increases greenhouse emissions?
I don't have a copy of the data centre SEERs on me, so I'll take that on notice, and I'll give you a more detailed and meaningful response back than I could give you right now.
The SEERs ask how the development minimises greenhouse gas emissions, but there's a proponent in the Southern Highlands that's saying that they want to build a 673 megawatt gas station solely to power their project. And they're trying to argue that that's actually good for the climate because they're not burning coal, which we all understand is a bit silly.
Yes, we are aware of that project, and their proposal would be assessed against their use of energy and gas as well as other factors. So we're conscious of that.
But would it also include the fact that would then increase greenhouse gas emissions? Would that be a relevant factor?
The department requires all applicants that are data centres applicants to retrieve a power usage effectiveness criteria of 1.3, which equates to a 5-star neighbours rating, for example. Notwithstanding, most applicants, putting aside the one that you're describing, commit to using renewable energy as part of their mitigation measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through entering into things like power purchase agreements. It is an area where we would like to see more done. This is a growing area. Let's be really honest. I said we've done 19 data centres since 2019. Well, we did 7 in the last 6 months. So it is a really growing area.
Does that concern you though? Like, I understand, this is a gas station the proponent is saying that they want to build that is bigger than the Kurri Kurri gas plant. This is a massive thing, which is obviously going to have a huge impact on the climate. Do you worry that by, I guess, these proponents trying to say, look, we're not going to use as much of your energy, that we're going to end up with these kind of huge, dirty projects starting up? We will undertake a merit assessment of it. The proponents propose things that the department don't necessarily support. I don't want to prejudge an assessment that might be undertaken of this particular proposal, but we are conscious of this proposal and their intention to use gas. Okay. Does the department...
Can I just add something there? The SEERs for that project actually specifically requires assessment against the large emitters guide as well, because we are concerned about that aspect of the proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Preshaw.
Does the department assess whether proposed data centre loads are incorporated into AEMO's integrated system plan demand forecasts?
That is something that we will work with DQ about, and they would be the ones who would be providing that analysis and inputs. But we obviously take our lead from the policy and direction that they bring to us. If
data centre load is not included in ISP assumptions, how does the department ensure that transmission investment planning remains adequate?
Again, we would work with our colleagues at DQ in relation to that question.
Okay, and has the department formally provided data centre load forecasts to AEMO or Energy Co for incorporation into system planning?
The department, we certainly are aware that Energy Co undertakes that type of modelling. Of course, I don't know whether they've got the data from us or whether they've got it from somewhere else. So I just need to take that on notice.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll take the first as well on Mrs. Lynch. Thanks. Just to, can I just ask Mr. Preshaw, earlier this morning, the Minister said that the Secretary said that you were working with councils to take all their powers away. Sorry.
I would be very surprised if the Minister or I had made that statement.
I know, I was being ultra facetious, but that is the perception out there, that ultimately the decision, because the laws change, we know that, and there is a move to councils changing their roles from decision makers. These are the councils that still have those decision making powers on development applications, moving from a system where councils can do that to that strategic work. Can you please now provide the committee with some information about what that looks like, the work that you've been doing, which councils you've been talking with, and what the reception is?
Sure, I'm happy to respond to that. I'd probably have to come back to you on the details of exactly which councils we've spoken to, perhaps just going back a step in terms of what's actually happening with the proposed changes to panels. So as you know, in the metropolitan areas and also in Wollongong, Central Coast, Wingecarribee, where there are local planning panels, there has been some changes already. Just to clarify, those changes for regional planning panels, new RSDAs, new regionally significant development applications, are not going to regional planning panels anymore since January, and they will instead mostly go to the local planning panels. So that's the only change that's occurred to date in relation to panels. Now, in the regional areas where there are currently no local planning panels, there are no changes at this stage. And I think that's something that we've been making really clear in various forums, and I'm happy to come back to you on the variety of different places we've spoken about that with the regional councils, but there are essentially no changes at this stage.
So, for example, then, if we are looking at the Northern Rivers region, and I recall, Mayor of Tweed Council, Chris Cherry, and other councillors and mayors in that area were very surprised to hear about the long-term effect of the planning reforms. So has any work been undertaken with those councils that still have their full planning powers on the council and so forth to prepare them or talk with them about the future changes to their decision-making powers?
Yes, as I said, we've got a number of different forums where we speak to regional councils, and ever since the reforms have been, exhibited and available, we've been talking to those councils about the proposed changes. I think there was perhaps some misunderstanding when the reforms were proposed, even before they were passed through Parliament, that the removal of the regional planning panels would ultimately result in those council or local councillors in areas where they are currently sitting on, making decisions on DAs, that would no longer be the case if local planning panels were put into those areas and the regional planning panels were removed. I think that was just a misunderstanding.
So
that was always the intention, but it's, as I say, it hasn't happened yet. And we're very comfortable that it's meant to be a staged process, and we're certainly no rush. So we are basically just offering to talk to councils about the staged introduction of local planning panels, which will eventually lead to the removal of regional planning panels. But I think it's clear, we're not in a big rush to do that in the regional areas, and we're happy to talk to councils about whether they would like to move to that earlier or whether they would prefer to wait. We have heard representations from some councils that they'd like to go there quicker, but you've obviously referenced the Tweed, for example, where there's concerns about going there quickly. So it's really just a matter of us going through the process of consultation and hearing what the various councils' concerns are, and we will certainly address those concerns through the staged rollout.
And Chair, if you're hearing from any council, I mean, I think between Clay and myself, we possibly have spoken to most councils by now. But if there is any council that would like to speak with us, or if you're feeling that if you're hearing that we're not listening or consulting, please just let me know, and we'll happily take that up.
Yeah, we've obviously got, as you know, Ms Higginson, a large package of reforms that we're working through. Some of these other reforms, I think, are probably priorities that we're trying to get done really quickly. The changes of panels in the regional areas, I would say, is not high on our priority list at this point, but we are very happy and keen to talk to the councils in those areas about what their intentions and their concerns are.
Thank you. I've got a couple more on that, but I'll come back to it. It's the opposition. There's just room for one more 3-minute session. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I've broken my flow. I'll go back to Southwest Metro, and
I'm going to correct myself and say
please
that it's Wiley Park and Punchbowl. I think I said Wiley Park and Lakemba. Lakemba's already completed.
So Wiley Park and Punchbowl have.
That we're the last two of the locations where we're finalising controls with the collaboration of council.
Right, and what's the What's the rationale for, like, why not just make every station a TOD or a accelerated TOD? What's the rationale behind doing some as TOD, some as, you know, something more bespoke, if I can put it that way?
I'm very happy to talk to that, which is something that I've been talking at budget estimates now for a number of sessions about the way that we selected sites for the TOD program. So it was an extensive process of identifying all and looking at all of the train stations across the heavy rail network and the metro network, from the Illawarra through to the Hunter, and multifactorial consideration of infrastructure capability, so what we knew about water, sewer, what we knew about the lot size and the pattern of lots, what the current development activity was in those areas, so what the current zoning was, what the current height controls would be, and information about the currency of any planning work that councils were doing. And that information was brought together from not just the department's information, but information, kind of as I mentioned, in relation to the Edgecliff Wallara, with inputs from Infrastructure New South Wales, Sydney Water, Hunter Water, as well as information that came from Transport for New South Wales about where there might be capacity in the existing rail network to accommodate more trips and more passengers on the network. That narrowed the list from more than 350 train stations down to a number where we had a subset of that, and we identified those 36 locations for the TOD controls, and then the 8 locations for the accelerated precincts. So in 7 of those precincts, there was already substantial planning work that council had been undertaking, often stalled or slowing down. So we were able to accelerate the finalisation of that so we could bring those controls into effect more quickly. So it wasn't simply every station along this part of the rail corridor. In some situations, the land around it was zoned for industrial development, and we needed to contemplate whether it was better retained for industrial. In some locations, there was quite a bit of flooding at that station, and we needed to be able to contemplate that. So we excluded some locations because of those types of issues. So we looked carefully at each one of the stations and then came up with our list.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. We're now going to take a break for 15 minutes, and we will be back at 3:45 for our final session. Thank you, everybody. Okay, well, welcome back and thank you. We're over to the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple of questions that have come in from some community organisations just around community consultation for state significant sites and particularly around the length of time it takes or for people to be able to put in their submissions, their consultation. My understanding is is it a hard 28 days?
No, it can be extended.
And how's what's the rules around the application to be able to get the extension?
That's a decision of the department. Sometimes it's on the request of members of the community or a council. Other times, and I think Ms Gibson gave an example earlier, it's because it's quite a complex project or it's a project that has garnered quite a bit of community interest. So there isn't a one-size-fits-all.
And one of the ones
you want to talk.
I was just going to add one more thing, and that is that typically the assessment teams in the department, if it's an SSD, SSI project, even if it's a 28-day submission period, they'll allow you to make comments after that as well. So you can essentially just put in your view within the exhibition period, and then if you wanted to provide further comments at a later stage, they would accept that and consider those comments as well.
Okay, great. The one that's been raised with me is in relation to Ocean Street Narrabri proposal. Are you familiar with that?
I'd have to take that on notice. Yeah. If you want to read out the questions you've got, we can take them all on notice and we can come back. Yep.
That one in particular, it's apparently the consultation period or the seeking submissions, the actual site has been down for a period of time. So if that's something you could look into as well, which has caused problems for people to be able to actually lodge.
The portal's been down. I'll ask Mr Johnston if he can get any details on that.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I will.
Yep.
The only other one is just more broadly around the state significant development applications that remain undetermined. Do you keep a database of that or...
So
how they're tracked, basically?
Yes. All development applications are tracked through the planning portal or the major projects portal.
Are you able to provide a breakdown by local government area on those projects across the state?
Yes, but we'll have to do it at point in time because it literally changes day by day.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is it just SSDs you're looking for?
Yes.
State significant developments? Yes, certainly we're able to do that.
That's great. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Tash. Just to wrap up on the sorry.
Sorry. We just have a little bit of information which Ms Gibson just got about that SSD that you were asking about.
Yeah, we think that the application might have been appealed to the Land and Environment Court.
Right, okay.
So that might change some of its status on our website.
Okay, perfect.
We will check on any portal outages. If we know that there are any, and I'm not aware of any that have occurred just recently, that is one of the reasons why we would extend an exhibition period.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any currently, and today there haven't been any as far as I'm aware of as well. So we'll check further, but I don't think there's the best of a knowledge.
Thank you.
Just back. I'll just wrap up on the Southwest Corridor. So even if you wanted to do each station there as an accelerated TOD, you really couldn't, based on those factors you suggested, like flooding or industrial land or water and sewerage capacity or whatever the issues. It's just, it wouldn't be feasible to do them all.
Or practical. Might separate the word feasible out here
practical,
because that often's talking about some of the development costs and the developability issues there separate to the land use issues that we might consider. At the time that we did that work, but conditions do change. The industrial land, statewide industrial land policy is recently released, and we will have a look at that in relation to some of the locations both on the metro line but also on the heavy rail network to see how that might change. And we keep it in regular discussions with councils about any local planning work they might be doing. So while we might have said these were the sites for our TOD program through 2024 and 2025, there's nothing precluding council working with us or working themselves on controls to raise the density or development around a station or around a metro site, a light rail stop,
a major bus interchange. All of those things we really encourage to be well-located homes. And if council can resolve matters about the industrial zoning, or that they have better flooding information, then that can all be fed into their own local work. And we're really always very happy to work collaboratively with council on new sites for upzoning.
If you have the figures on hand, otherwise I know you might want to take them on notice, but what's the predicted increase in homes at each of the stations along the way? With the, I assume you probably have a figure for the accelerated TOD at Bankstown, but maybe not the other stations yet?
I would like to take that on
Sure.
notice, just as we're finalising the Wiley Park and Punch Bowl. That way I could give you a more
and over
accurate
what time
number.
frame as well. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, that would be very helpful. Just on the planning system reforms that passed Parliament last year and which we supported, I was just wondering what consideration was given at the time to any potential risk that may have been identified from ICAC about, ministerial discretion and, centralisation of the process. I know that in the past they've been sceptical or have urged caution when it's come to, more centralised ministerial decision making. Were they consulted as part of the planning system reforms and making sure we don't go to the bad old days of 20 years ago?
Mr. Preschall?
Yeah, I'm happy to comment on that.
Yeah.
And so the answer to your question is basically yes.
Yes.
We did consult with the ICAC during the formulation of the reforms, and I think we had 2 meetings. I'd have to take on notice exactly the dates and the outcomes of that meeting, but we received some advice from them around what we were proposing and what the potential risks were, and that was taken into account.
The department has a very good working relationship with the ICAC, as you'd
Yeah.
like to hope. So, for example, the Housing Task Force, which will merge into the Development Coordination Authority on 1st of July, as you're aware, that's one of the signature pieces of the reforms, have had the ICAC out talking to them about best practice and how to work together. So it is a very open relationship. We do learn from their experiences and from any operations that they undertake, and we also do discuss matters with them as we work them through in the
They
department.
also come and train and brief our staff.
It reminds me, we also, before I was involved with the actual establishment of the bill, there was meetings with the department and ICAC in relation to the HDA as well.
Yep.
Did they raise any concerns about the operation of the HDA?
No concerns. They gave us some advice around, things that you would expect, documentation, conflicts of interest, probity management, all of which we take very seriously any advice we're given by the ICAC.
And you would have noticed as the bill went through, there was some provisions included around reporting on the HDA and how it's operating, including the establishment of a select committee actually to review the operations of the HDA periodically after its establishment.
And with the HDA, I mean, 3 eminent public servants. You're making, you're basically making a decision. I mean, the final decision's with the minister, though, right? Like,
absolutely, we are making a recommendation. The
yeah.
final decision rests with the minister.
Yeah.
The minister hasn't always accepted our recommendations.
No.
That speaks to the integrity of the process.
No, that's true. But I mean, how does it differ to? I know this is years ago, but how would it differ to like Part 3A, for instance, under the old planning system? I mean, it was essentially ministers making decisions back then.
Well, you've answered the question via the question, right? There's three very senior public servants with differing types of expertise in these particular areas, coming together with advice from the department, and again, the most senior planner, a strategic planner in the state, who is providing advice into that. Those recommendations are then made to the minister. The record of meeting for the HDA is all absolutely transparent. It's published, so there is nothing being done behind closed doors.
Yeah.
The EOIs, the EOIs, both successful and unsuccessful, are also published as well. I really see it as quite distinct from what has occurred in the past.
No, and I accept that.
Yeah.
I mean, if the end of the day, I mean, that's I accept that. If the minister making the decision, it's that's.
He's the minister.
There's
for
a minister,
planning.
democratically elected minister, but it should be published if there's a differing opinion or decision made from the advice received. And it sounds like that's the process in place. So I accept that.
The other part 3A, was often the approval to go build.
Yeah.
Whereas this is a process to come into a
the
state
system.
significant path for assessment. The Part 3A also switched off development standards, where under the state significant assessment that happens once something is declared from the HDA, means that they're assessed against the development standards. So there's a lot more. There's a lot of change and a lot of difference between Part 3A, as you've acknowledged.
And I mean, does the HDA speed up approvals, or I assume it's expressed in a better way? It helps get an SSD more so than it would speed up the approval process, or is it by getting an SSD you're going to speed up the approval process?
I think that's so. So the HDA's only role is to provide recommendations and advice to the minister, and the recommendations would be whether something should be an SSD. The advice may be if the HDA had seen a number of projects in a particular, I'm just giving a hypothetical example, a number of projects in a particular area, may provide advice to the minister that the department might want to look at this particular area, so that they could provide advice under that. In that type of way. The way the projects are sped up, though, is the department does things in a way that is more consistent and certain than you are going to necessarily see in every single council. There's 128 councils that do things 128 different ways. We do things one way because we are the one department. So for developers, the HDA provides the option to go for council if they want to go for council, or to come into the state where you know what the SEERs will be, because we have published those SEERs and you know what you'll be assessed broadly against, and you know approximately the time the development assessment will take, because we have targets that we assiduously work towards. So you've got that certainty and you've got that consistency, which is probably, for most developers, the distinction between that and a council assessment. You can still go to a council, though, if you choose to, and I'm really pleased that some councils do speak to developers and say, stay with us. We'll give you that level of support if you stick with us.
And I assume there's a range of different criteria about whether something. I assume there's a range of different criteria about whether something should be an SSD or not, but I assume there's also a threshold, isn't there, of a certain, was it 75 million, or maybe I don't know if that's right.
It's 60 mil.
60 mil, yeah.
I'll ask Ms Gibson just to talk through the criteria, because there are criteria.
Yeah, I assume that's not the only criteria. It's
That's
the
not
60
the only
million
criteria.
figure, otherwise there'd be no need for the HDA.
Yep.
That's right. And,
well located.
Thank you. Yeah. So the criteria for EOIs to be assessed against are published. There's 4 objectives, and within those a number of subsets. So matters about the type of residential housing. So it needs to be high yield residential development. So it's not about single dwellings. It's about apartment buildings, multi-dwelling housing, seniors housing developments. It also needs to be about a value threshold. So at $60 million in the Sydney region, but it's $30 million outside of that region, so that allows for some smaller scale development to be considered in regional New South Wales. It also needs to be largely consistent with the existing development standards, and if it's not, they could apply for a concurrent rezoning. There's matters about the infrastructure that's available and development contributions that councils have, and commitments to pay those contributions in council plans. We also look at whether the application has previously been refused. So if this was an application that was previously considered to not be a good site or a good development scale for a location, then that's something that's relevant for the HDA panel to know about and to assess, to be considering in their assessment. And then well located, so that it's not on land that is bushfire prone, that has significant flooding issues, That's not a sensitive environmental area. We also want it to be well located to within about 800 metres of transport and services. We check for water and sewer capacity. We also ask that there's an affordable housing outcome, an affordable housing contribution or dedication of land or commitment to dedicate units as affordable housing. And then if there's proposing a rezoning, there's some additional matters to be taken into account. So I went into a bit of detail there to tell you all of that because it's a very thorough process. And it's not a quick assessment. These are not things that are, I think it's been characterised previously as 3 minutes of assessment. They are actually matters that take quite a bit of time and information gathered across the department from a number of teams that goes into reports that are then checked and considered, and then briefings as well to the HDA panel. So there's quite a bit of work there to consider these sites because we take this change very seriously. We very, very much want to encourage more homes to be built in New South Wales and to work towards the housing target. But they need to be well located areas, and they need to be locations that are going to be add to the great communities of New South Wales.
And are you seeing more applications coming in because of that criteria to make more of an effort to try and incorporate social and affordable housing, that developers might think that if they, for example, if you're building a 6-storey apartment block, that if they did 1 floor or 2 floors of social or affordable, that might be viewed more favourably by the HDA? Are you seeing them change their plans to...
It's the expectation that developers commit to affordable housing if they're part of the HDA, yes. What that is can vary depending on the development site.
It's a must?
It's a must.
Yeah.
But that is part of the criteria and part of the merit assessment. Can I just got a note to say Clay has more ICAC information. Mr. Preshaw, would you like to...
Go ahead.
If I can just explain the various meetings we've had with the ICAC in relation to reforms. So there's 5 meetings that I'm aware of that related to the reforms. The first was on the 5th of September, 24. That was in relation to the establishment of the Housing Task Force, which has since transitioned into the Development Coordination Authority, DCA. Another meeting on the 18th of September. That was in relation to calling in projects before the HDA was established. The 2nd of October, that was again in relation to the Housing Task Force. The 22nd of November 2024, and that was in relation to the establishment of the HDA and some of the stuff around the criteria. And then another meeting in April 2020, 30th of April 2025, and that was in relation to a number of other reforms that we were proposing at that stage. And in that latest meeting, it was agreed between the department and ICAC that we would meet again in the future once the reforms were moving into the implementation phase. So I've taken a note that we will make sure that meeting goes ahead sometime soon.
Thank you. Thanks. Just going back to Parramatta Road, I don't know, some of these questions might be more for transport, but it's got housing implications as well. So as part of the expected uplift of 8,000 homes along that corridor, what is being done, I suppose, liaising with transport about, additional transport options, buses, light rail, anything like that?
So we are working very closely with transport, as you'd well imagine, and that's partly because that corridor, the area that we're investigating, is some of Sydney's best serviced areas in terms of the number of bus routes that pass both along Parramatta Road but also connect to Parramatta Road, to connect north and south to the suburbs either side of Parramatta Road. The understanding how the motorways connect in and WestConnex connects into this area, and how that all functions, and how that might change over time. How the opening of metro stations and the new metro stations nearby will change, and what the any need for any new bus routes or bus lanes to be accommodated within that space. So we're working very, very closely with transport. We also want to see a lot of walking movements, a lot of cycling movements in this area as more people choose to live in this location and want to go to parks that are nearby, shops, schools, all the services that are nearby. And there's some excellent existing strategic cycleways, the Greenway and others that are not far away from this precinct. So lots of work across transport to look at how those movements will be accommodated if this population increase comes through the rezoning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Now, Ms Fishburn, I'll go to you and you can obviously direct it accordingly, but are you aware of a recent announcement by Newmont, the owner of Cadia Gold Mine, that they've essentially had to decrease their projection for the amount of gold by 44%, that they were going to be mining out of Cadia, primarily because of a geotechnical standoff, which is an interesting term, from the in-pit tailings facility. Now, I think your department would be quite aware of the issues with Cadia and the use of the pit to store tailings in, because your department has approved it. 6 applications for modifications for that since 2018.
Yes, I wasn't aware of the actual percentage, but I was aware that Cadia had made that statement. And I'm also aware that they've advised they will be submitting a modification request as well.
That's right. So they're going to be submitting a modification request. What I understand with this is that these 6 applications, the modification 11 to modification 15, so the last, that's 6 I think, or 5, they have happened with very quick turnaround. Apparently the community was told by the mine manager back in 2018 during a meeting, a community meeting, that you couldn't deposit tails in the pit as it was too dangerous and it posed a risk to the underground mine and would also sterilise any gold that was beneath the pit, but that's happened anyway. Are you confident that the department is giving due diligence to these approvals and considering whether it's best practice to put these tailings into this pit?
I'm confident in my departmental staff and their diligence in terms of their assessment, yes.
What does a geotechnical standoff mean then?
I haven't made that statement myself, so I would have to get a response from Cadia unless Mr. Brayshaw is aware.
Can I let you know it's in relation to the facility that you keep approving the modifications for? So any... Mr. Preshaw?
I haven't heard that terminology before, so I'd have to take that one on notice.
Do you think there's any issues with the in-pit tailings facility based on your knowledge? Are you closely involved in any of it, Mr. Preshaw?
To be honest, not at the moment. No, I've been working on planning system reform for some time now. So, but I would agree with Mr. Fishburn in that there's very detailed assessments undertaken for all of those modifications you're referring to. I might also add that in terms of compliance, the Cadia has been subject to a lot of compliance activity from the department. I've got some statistics here saying that there's been 18 inspections of the site since May 2021. So I think there's a lot of attention being put to Cadia, both from an assessment of modifications point of view and regular compliance inspections as well.
I mean, do you have any choice really other than to approve the modification request? I mean, it's a bit of a pickle of a situation because the EPA commissioned an independent report which reported last year, hydrobiology I believe it was, that has found that mine water was getting into Conjungalong Creek, that might be pronounced slightly differently, and that it was probably coming from the pit.
So the EPA's investigations are ongoing at this point
But
in
that
time.
was what that
so
report
I don't have
found.
a finalised report, and EPA's investigation should be referred to the Minister for the
It is
Environment.
published,
But
that report.
We are aware, obviously, of these things.
Okay.
Mod 16 hasn't been submitted yet, so I'm answering questions in the absence of actually having a modification on hand.
So the issue is that the pit is leaking. So this is what the independent hydrobiologist found, a geologist found, that the pit is leaking, that Cadia Mine, Newmont, has basically had to decrease their resources by 44% due to, I mean, they're calling it a geotechnical standoff from the in-pit tailings facility. That's pretty clear if they're telling the ASX that.
This is not language that the department has used or engaged with. Yeah, that's.
I think we can get you a better.
I think we can get you a better answer. I don't have any information about that particular report from Cadia. Or statement from Cadia, I should say.
The reason I'm raising it is because these modifications keep being submitted, they keep being approved, essentially to prop up an extremely dodgy arrangement at Cadia Gold Mine, where they're storing these tailings in a massive pit, something they were advised by the mine manager back in 2018 they shouldn't do. The department's approved it, another modification's coming in. At what point can the community rely on the Department of Planning to see common sense and say something else has got to happen?
All I can say at this point in time is that we haven't received the Mod 16 yet. We have had early discussions, including a scoping letter. The community will be able to comment on the modification when it's exhibited, and previous submitters and landowners will be notified as well, and that will be the opportunity.
They're very well aware of that.
Okay.
These poor people have spent hundreds and hundreds of their hours of their time wasted, really, submitting to all of these applications to no avail. So did New South Wales Planning ever require a detailed assessment of the potential risk of leakage or seepage from the pit, or the total failure of the pit, prior to issuing each modification?
I'll have to take that question on notice. I don't have the details in front of me.
Will you commit to doing it this time?
I'll take that on notice.
Well, you'll have to.
I don't have modification 16 submitted into the department at this point in time, so I simply can't answer that question. I will take on notice to look at what assessments were undertaken for previous modifications.
Yes, thank you. That would be good, and you'll take on notice whether you'll commit to doing it again, whether you'll commit to undertaking any assessment this time.
Well, I don't have the modification on hand to look at what would be required for assessment.
Has your department had any discussions with Newmont about the in-pit facility, or any meetings in the last 12 months about the in-pit tailings facility?
Well, we did issue CERS for continued operations in mid-24, so I'm presuming that we have had meetings, but I don't have the list of meetings. I'm happy to take that on notice for you.
What are you going to do to, I mean, it's the department's responsibility, isn't it, to try and protect those water sources around the area from mine pollution?
Yes, that's matters that we take into consideration as part of assessment, and that we rely on advice from the EPA.
Okay, so I'm just trying to work out, in fact, some of the what the department does do once things are approved. And one example here, it's not mining. I want to go to, well, it is mining actually. Mm-hmm. This is in relation to Maules Creek. So I submitted Maules Creek mine from Whitehaven Coal, also Boggabri, the Idemitsu mine. So I submitted quite detailed questions on notice to the Environment Minister, because I assumed it was the Environment Minister that would be responsible for all this. And some of the questions, and the reason I'm saying this, because I was told that it was all basically under the planning responsibility of the Planning Minister and under DPHI. So the Whitehaven coal, let's take the Maules Creek coal mine, the So for the clearing events that have taken place between 2015 and 2025, for anything in relation to that clearing to ensure that certain conditions were met, that clearing was restricted between 15th of February and 30th of April, for example, how do you ensure that the conditions are met and the company is undertaking the clearing according to the way they should be, that the buffer zones in the conditions are there? How do you ensure that all is all hunky-dory?
I'm going to give a general statement, not one on Maules Creek, just because I don't have the information on it. But we do undertake compliance activities, which is both reactive and proactive in relation to development consents. There is also the opportunity for people to contact the department if they think conditions of consent are being breached, and we would investigate that as well.
So within the department, okay, so which officers are they? So
we have a compliance team within the department that sits in development and assessment. Yeah. 50, yes, I've got the exact number here. 50 staff at present, and we are also increasing our compliance team as well.
Can I just add some more information around just generally how we manage the ongoing operations of a coal mine? In this case, I think you're talking about Maules Creek. I don't have the details on that particular consent at hand, but typically the way that it works is that there'll be clear operating conditions. In this case, you're talking about biodiversity limits.
Yes,
so they have very clear performance criteria that they have to comply with. There'll also always be a requirement to report. So there'll be annual reporting which will relate to all of the specific operating conditions performance criteria. So they'll have to report that to the department on an annual basis. And then, and this is the case for all coal mines, there will be a requirement for an independent environmental audit. I'll have to check the timing of that for that particular coal mine, but it'll be every 2 or 3 years they're required to get an independent auditor in that will provide essentially an independent version of events as to whether they're complying with all of those conditions. And then on top of that, as Ms Fishburn and Ms Gibson have pointed out, there's a big compliance team that has grown over the years, and they can undertake inspections at any time. And I think in the case of Maules Creek, we could provide you some details on what
numbers. I have lots of questions here that I will redirect to you now as supplementary questions that I did put in for the Environment Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask, I briefly spoke with the Minister earlier about any work in relation to the koala SEP and the fact that we're still working on the 2 chapters.
Yes.
Sorry, Ms Fishburn. Is there any work happening on the koala SEP part of the biodiversity SEP?
There is active discussions with DQ at this point in time. Yes.
When you say discussions, because look, the Minister for the Environment disclosed or explained, to budget estimates at the beginning of the week that the government's approach in relation to the koala strategy was going to be a different approach to previous governments, and that perhaps there wouldn't be a standalone koala strategy anymore, that it would be integrated into the Plan for Nature. But in terms of the planning framework...
Well, that would, as I think the Minister alluded to, be a decision of Cabinet, so I'm constrained as to what I can say, other than the 2 departments are very actively working together.
So this is my point. She's made it very clear that there are active considerations for a very different course of action to the one we've been used to for several years, a long time actually, the original koala SEP. So is it your understanding right now within the department that there will not be any change to the current koala components of the biodiversity and conservation SEP in the immediate future? Will there be no change?
As I said, the 2 departments are actively discussing koala matters together, as the Minister for Environment alluded to, and decisions would be a Cabinet decision, so I can't comment any further.
Okay, and so just in relation to that, at the moment there are those council areas that still have koala plans of management that apply to only part of their LGA.
Yes.
In particular, I'm thinking at the moment of Tweed Council.
Yep.
I've had representations made to me by various councillors that are really concerned about the gaps that are happening in terms of DAs being assessed where there isn't koala plans of management, and we're still looking at those individual plans, and it seems to be that we are really not working on a best practice system. What's your understanding of those LGAs and those kind of DAs at the moment?
So the concurrence for koala plan of management rests with me, and it's actually one I'm pretty sure I can't delegate either, so I am very aware of them. And obviously councils have made representation to both my department and the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and the Water about some of those concerns, and they are all factors that the department is aware of and alive to.
So when you're making your concurrence decision, what guidelines are you working with? Not the 1994 ones, surely.
No, I would have to. I don't want to give you the wrong details, so I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
But obviously I get advice from my sustainability and resilience part of the department.
I'm just, the concerns that have been raised with me, if you wouldn't mind just taking this on as the concurrence officer, is that we're still looking at that death by 1,000 cuts phenomena when it comes to, particularly in those areas where koalas are looking at extinction kind of realities. Can I ask you briefly about whether there's any work being done, any further work being done since we last spoke on the Linktree Road development, particularly given Newcastle Council has resolved to oppose that proposal, the infrastructure challenges, and as I put to you last time, that it is prime land for the reserve system.
I'll ask Ms Gibson to speak to that one. We know it as Eden Estates, so we'll just get that up. Yep.
So, Chair, the Eden Estates is a state-led rezoning that the department is currently undertaking studies and investigations, including a peer review of biodiversity studies that were prepared when the proposal was going through a council path. And that includes some work that Newcastle Council has given some advice to us on about matters that they would like to see investigated. We're at quite early stages of that zoning process, so it's not until later this year that we think that we will be in a position to exhibit a proposal. That will, of course, consider the infrastructure needs, the upgrades and additional requirements. In today's Lower Hunter Infrastructure Opportunities Plan, there is some infrastructure that along Newcastle Link Road that has been identified in that plan, because there's also a number of other growth areas that have happened and that access that link road. So we're aware of the infrastructure needs for that area. Are they needs or excessive challenges? I would say needs. Right. The matters that you've outlined about the environmental studies and the biodiversity studies are underway. We need to do that work to identify a draft development footprint. I know that there's been a number of proposals and how big the site could be. It is a very large site, so at over 550 hectares, it's quite a large site, but we don't expect anything like the entire of that site to be developed for housing. We think that a significant portion of that will need to remain in a conservation zoning to provide the local biodiversity and support local biodiversity.
But so any proposal will literally be looking at greenfield development?
Yes, if your thoughts of greenfield development is one where it's currently, there's no housing there at the moment, and there is the proposal is for it to be a residential area, but with some local services as well.
It's a road through the bush, isn't it? Like, that's ultimately what's there.
That is one characterisation of it. It has been identified in the Greater Newcastle Metropolitan Plan as being within the urban
hasn't council resolved to oppose it now? Is that what? I think that was the latest, that there was a resolution that they actually don't want it to proceed.
There've been a number of resolutions of council over a couple of years, so you might be referring to a range of different things in talking to that. We're taking it on as a state-led rezoning because there is a significant opportunity there that is worth exploring. We don't want to presume that that's going to result in a zoning for 3,000 homes. That is a proposal. We need to carefully assess that and to do these investigations. We're taking the lead on that because of the size and scale of the development, and also to help facilitate the discussions with our biodiversity colleagues and our transport and infrastructure colleagues as well.
Are you able to provide what you estimate the cost of that exploration exercise would look like at some point, even if it was just a rough estimate?
Happy to take on notice the budget that we've allocated towards the investigations for this state rezoning.
Thank you. That I would be very grateful. Thank you. Mr. Preshaw, can I just ask, or maybe you, Ms. Fishburne, but since the Net Zero Futures Act, the Climate Change Act of 2023, and the EPA's large emitters work and the policy and so forth, can the department identify a concrete example where the application of the Climate Change Act has altered the outcome of a planning determination? And obviously I'm looking at the high emitter type of projects.
Do you want to,
Look, I'm happy to take that question. I would say that all those policy changes, legislative changes, are now actively taken into account in assessing coal mine applications, whether that's new DAs or modification applications.
But is there one that you can point me to? Like, I'm pretty familiar with all of them, where they've applied, and it's literally that law that has changed the application and the final outcome.
Well, as you know, Ms. Higginson, I assume you know, there would have been no new DAs for coal mines approved in that time, so I can't point to any conditions of consent because we haven't had any determinations of DAs in that time. But when we were talking about the emissions, the decision on Mount Pleasant and what it has meant for projects since then.
All those extensions and projects.
Yeah, I would say
they're
that
the ones I'm referring to.
It led me to go look at a few assessment reports. And
we actually had this discussion earlier today.
I've been out of the business for about a year doing planning system reform, but I was looking.
You can blame Mr. Gainsford.
I was looking at some of the assessment reports, and the length and details that are provided now in those assessment reports for the two DAs, the assessment reports that have gone up to the IPC on Moolarben and Chain Valley in relation to emissions, they absolutely refer to those legislative changes and those policies you're referring to, and even to the Net Zero Commission report, the Spotlight report from the end of last year. I was looking at the Moolarben project, and I think there was 12 and a half pages on emissions, and there was 2.5 pages dedicated just to the issue that you raised earlier around the Mount Pleasant, the Scope 3, the potential impacts of Scope 3 emissions on the locality. So I would say that absolutely it's influencing our assessments, and the greenhouse gas emissions has become a more and more important issue for projects. But has it changed the decision? Well, there hasn't been any decisions yet on a new DA for coal mines in that time.
I know I'm just running time. Can I just finish on this? But can you show any example where you, as the assessment team, have recommended, in terms of a reduced emissions than that was applied for? And I'm happy if you want to take that on notice.
We'll take that on notice.
I just think it's that time to do that exercise, isn't it? Sorry, it's over to you.
I only have 3 or 4 more, and then we're done for the opposition.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a couple of questions on Warragamba Dam and sort of Western Sydney floodplain issues. So what if with the government's decision or priority not to raise the Warragamba Dam wall, what alternative flood mitigation strategy has been put in place to replace that?
These would be questions for the Reconstruction Authority, because we will take direction from the work that they are undertaking.
Right. I might be able to answer the next one then, insofar as housing supply. Has your department looked at if there could be any additional increase in housing with greater flood mitigation, whether it's in that Hawkesbury-Nepean catchment, whether it would be raising the Warragamba Dam wall or some other type of flood mitigation. Like, could you get a more greenfield, development out there if you had better?
Well, the government's stated position is not to raise the Warragamba Dam wall, so I would not, under those circumstances, direct my department to model something that goes against government position. Obviously, we respond to the authority that is the expert in this area, which is the Reconstruction Authority. At the moment, they're undertaking their really detailed modelling. Once that is completed, we can look at that and use that as an input into what we might do in the department. Ms Gibson, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Look, there is the very broad Hawkesbury-Nepean floodplain and issues related to that. There are some smaller catchments within that where we are looking at what might be some local mitigations that might enable some changes in land use where very tight controls can be met. And we're having discussions with a number of councils about those matters. So, for example, in doing the Marsden Park North rezoning that the Minister referred to this morning, we very carefully looked at what would be the capacity of the road network to be able to evacuate people, existing people and new people during extreme flood events and more frequent flood events. And that information informed the decision about what land was included for residential development and what wasn't included for residential development as we exhibited that plan. Similar situations in places. So we have some broad considerations to look at across the Hawkesbury-Nepean Valley, and the disaster adaptation planning for that is one that we RA is leading on, the Reconstruction Authority is leading on, and we're participating in work that they are doing. But we will look at some smaller areas within the existing policy settings to determine what is a good land use decision, particularly for residential development.
And I assume you probably don't have a figure about what the raising of the wall would cost, given it hasn't been a priority for the last 3 years.
It's not government priority. So, firstly, my department wouldn't hold that figure, and secondly, no one's going to cost out something that isn't government policy.
Yeah. Okay, that's it from me, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just ask about how you think, as Secretary, we are tracking in terms of renewable energy project approvals, given such a strong imperative to see those projects, greenlit and rolled out?
In terms of approvals, I am really pleased with the work that is done in the department, and delighted to get this on the record from my team that works on it. We have significantly improved the time that's taken for approvals for solar, wind and BESS. So we are moving at real pace to make sure that we are part of the solution in the transition to renewables. I'm also very, very pleased with the guidelines that were introduced, and I think it's now about 18 months ago. That's provided a lot of certainty to councils, to community and to proponents. They've been very well received, and I think they've helped with our capacity to be able to undertake assessment without as much community concern, although I'm not naive. I know that still remains in play. The issue that we see at the moment is not one of assessment, it's one of translation, and that's around whether approvals are translating into actual projects on the ground. Our understanding, and this is, and I'll just say our understanding, really these questions are best taken to Energy Co at a further detail, is that feasibility issues affect the renewable energy sector as well. But from the perspective of what the department can do, which is to get approvals in a timely fashion in a way that provides assurance for community and community benefit, I'm very proud of what we are doing, and I really thank, I'm going to put it on the record, Chris Ritchie and his team for the work they've done, and Clay and his team for the work in previous years.
Thank you. And so...
Sorry, could I just add, in terms of
course.
the issue that Ms Fishburne was raising around the rate of construction, maybe just some stats there I think are interesting.
Thank you.
And you've asked for this in previous versions of this forum. 134 approvals of wind, solar and battery that we've done at the SSD level. Of the 134, only 47 of those projects are actually operational, so that's 34%. I guess good news is quite a few have now become moved to the construction phase. So 28 are now under construction, which is roughly 13%. But there's some 70 odd projects that are yet to commence construction.
And
so
do you know...
more than half have
And
not
so I
commenced.
know I should ask Energy Co in terms of that, but have you got any, rumours, are you getting any feedback in terms of that? I know it's difficult because there isn't a formal system.
The predominant feedback we get is around feasibility.
Yeah.
It is an area that...
but when you say feasibility, is it the cost factor?
It is a fairly marginal investment at this point in time in terms of being able to build out the renewables. It is an area that there is whole of government interest on, and we do discuss these matters with Energy Co and our colleagues, and trying to work towards solutions together and to better understand it. So it's something that the work is well underway.
Because Ms McCarthy in the estimates on with Minister Sharp, she was indicating some positivity around what was happening in terms of the uptake.
I think you got that from the figures from Mr. Pressure. We are seeing more under construction now, and I think Energy Co are really doing a terrific job in starting to really explain the renewables transition, to work more actively with communities, and I think that will then translate into more projects actually occurring on the ground. So we all need to do our part. I'm very proud that the department has done what we need to do in making sure those assessments are there, and then we will continue to work collectively across government to see those translate into renewable energy for the state.
And just I received some suggestions to put to you about that, that the community consultation where it's proponent-led, which it, naturally often is that early engagement.
Correct.
That whether you're seeing improvements in that, whether there is, or whether you think there should be. So the suggestion was introduce the minimum statutory standards for early stage community engagement. Do you think that's already been addressed in the guidelines, or do you think we could be doing better?
Look, I think the guidelines have been very well received and certainly have improved the level of consultation and the level of engagement, because they make it quite clear what is the expectation of the department, and that makes an enormous difference. Happy to take any comments or suggestions, right? I think the Minister said when he was speaking, we believe in continuous improvement. We will continue to look at things. I will say I'm not hearing the same level of unrest or disquiet that I was hearing a few years ago, but if it still exists, of course we will have a look at that, and always open to new ideas.
If I could add, I think some of these things take a while, particularly the early engagement piece, take a while to really take hold. And there was two big tranches of work that happened in 2024 and 2025. The first was the rapid assessment framework, where you get the new scoping report guidelines and the new undertaking engagement guidelines. And I think that, in combination with the renewable energy framework that we introduced later on, I think together those things are working in a way that you are seeing better engagement from applicants with the community and with affected stakeholders. And I think that probably is borne out in the faster assessment timeframes and the ability to get some really big projects through the system. So I think we are gradually seeing improvements in that space because of the work the department has previously done in getting that guidance published.
Yeah, the question was around, should those early engagement requirements should there be standards that are enforceable rather than discretionary? And I would say that the issue we'd had probably
prior to 2025 is that a lot of the projects were sort of in the system before those guidelines became in force, and there were savings and transitionals that sort of saved those old projects. But now those guidelines are enforceable. They're referenced in the SEARs, and they are things that the department can make the applicant do because they were enforced when the projects first started coming into the system.
So your view at this point is now that those things are more being implemented, that we are actually seeing the improvements.
That would certainly be my observation, though we haven't done any analysis that would be anything outside of observation. But that's why I'm saying if you're hearing concerns otherwise, please provide it to me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have you got at the moment any pumped hydro applications for pumped hydro?
Yes, we do.
And do you know what they are at the moment?
I'll have to take that on notice, but there are 4 pumped hydro applications in some shape or form in the system, unless Mr. Preshaw can get to the note faster than me. One, of course, being Snowy Hydro.
I was going to say accepting Snowy.
So then another 3. I think 2 are preparing EIS and another is in pre-SEARS scoping.
Yep. So the 2 that I can find right now are Stratford Pumped Hydro and Musselbrook Pumped Hydro. And
Sorry, Stratford, and the other one was
Musselbrook.
Musselbrook, right? Yeah.
I'll never get back to you on the others.
I'm pretty sure there's one that is.
So they're still very early. You haven't received an actual application. You've done SEARs for those.
We've done SEARs for those 2.
Yep, and there's also Oven Mountain Pumped Hydro.
Yeah, I was going to say there's the one up north as well, isn't it? Yeah. With the SEARs for pumped hydro, can I ask, what did you as the department look to in order to get, cause obviously we've got Snowy Hydro, but that one's quite unique compared to the other.
It's quite a distinctive project, Snowy Hydro,
Where did you go to try and create and ascertain what best practice SEARs were for pumped hydro?
I'll have to take that on notice, but we certainly would have looked to what best practice looked like. It is a fairly new industry. We may be best practice ourselves. I will find out and we'll take that on notice for you.
Thank you.
So can I just clarify, there's 2 more where SEARs have been issued, Lake Lyell and Yarrabin or Phoenix Pumped Hydro.
Thank you. So that's 5 in addition to Snowy.
Correct.
Thank you. Just going back to Marsden Park, that Marsden Park North development, I have received so much concern about the wetland there. I actually went and visited the wetland with some absolutely wonderful, incredible bird enthusiasts. Birdos is what they're called. And
Twitches?
Sorry, is that a self-given name, the birdos?
Apparently, birdos.
They're twitches though.
Twitches, but no, these were birdos. It was wonderful, and these incredible, some really incredible young people. And when we were there, they were telling me all these incredible birds that I could hear and that I could see. I'm just curious, in terms of the scoping and what's happening there, there's real concern around what is already in the pipeline and what will actually happen around that wetland or potentially happen. And the idea that the flood mitigation work and the flood proofing of the area is going to have a really significant impact on that wetland. And the idea that the wetland is, a product of a development from years ago, so it's more of a constructed site over time. How is that going to be properly considered in any proposal?
So we've received submissions about the migratory shore habitat and concerns about the relocation of settlement ponds and how that might affect that habitat and the alternate proposal. There are a number of matters for us to consider, including current safety and public health concerns on their existing location, and that they're on private land, not regularly monitored, and may include contaminants. So there's quite a number of matters for us to consider in addition to the habitat that's provided, but also public safety and matters. We'll be looking at all of those as we work towards the finalisation of this proposal. The finalisation of the proposal is expected during this year, but later this year.
Okay, and so when that, so the finalisation of the project, will there be any more engagement with the community? Is there, or is it kind of that part's done and?
We've done the formal exhibition of the planning proposal, and we will consider if there's anything that changes with the proposal about whether there's a need for targeted consultation with affected landowners or community groups, or whether there'd be any other formal public exhibition of a revised proposal. So no, I don't have it, we haven't made a decision about that at this stage, and we wouldn't make that decision until we're further through our assessment.
Okay, thank you. And so are you aware, so with the current Land and Environment Court proceedings around the Red Bank proposal, are you aware of that? Is the department, when the IPC and a proponent and any other third parties are in that kind of Land and Environment Court proceedings, does the department have to assist the IPC?
We're not party to that particular proceedings, to my knowledge. I'll make sure I check that for you, but it's not.
I'm just trying to look. I know this sounds right, but it's been a while since I've been in that world. But I'm just trying to get a grasp of the back end of the system. So, who provides the assistance to the IPC as they're navigating the Class 1 merits jurisdiction in the court now?
This is not an area that is my strength, so I do just want to take that on notice so I don't give you an incorrect answer unless I get an answer back in a second, but I don't think I will. Yep.
Typically in those instances where it's an IPC decision, the department does a submitting appearance and leaves it to the IPC.
And so is it
typically?
Typically,
I think, You'd have to check the exact numbers on that.
And would you have a particular procedure where the department recommended approval, but the IPC refused it, and then the proponent is challenging it? It would seem that it would be, well, I certainly know to the community it would be seen as a terrible conflict if the department was then at all engaged in assisting the IPC. Would you agree?
Look, I think I would have to take this on notice.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a particular procedure. It's quite an unusual circumstance that you're describing there.
It's not the norm that a department recommendation is not accepted by the IPC. It is an unusual circumstance. So let us just get some further advice to you about that one.
Thank you. I'd be curious. So yes, if you could please let me know if the department currently has any role in assisting, even if it's a secretariat role, whatever that role is, because I know that relationship is generally the way it works, but now we're in that Class 1 jurisdiction. And if the department is assisting the IPC, and if so, to what extent?
I'll get some advice from my lawyers and my general counsel on that one.
Thank you. I feel like, and the other thing I just wanted to say, and I'm not trying to be a complete smarty here, but when we referred earlier to that Coffs Jetty proposal, you know, 3 of the buildings that are in that proposal at the north end of the precinct are in fact on that RE1 public recreation land. I just wanted that to be clear because there's people out there that are very concerned about the way this matter is being handled. That's all. Thank you. Do you guys have nothing else? I am thinking that we're coming to a point where we can say that these proceedings have come to an end. I knew I could feel the pressure from all directions. So,
There's always supplementaries.
Yeah, that's right. So I am going to suggest that we now all break, and I am going to thank you, government officers, for your attendance today. The committee secretariat will be in touch, as always, in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. As always, you know we are very grateful here in PC7 for your attendance, your diligence and your assistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And could I just have on the record to thank departmental staff who work very hard to get us all up to speed and to make sure we can provide information to you in a timely fashion. Can I also thank Mr Rath and Ms McLaren-Jones, first time on this particular committee. Thank you for treating my staff with courtesy and respect the whole way through. It is always appreciated, and generally we have a, you know, as much as you can in budget estimates, a fairly pleasant time, and we appreciate being able to explain the work of the department. Thank you.
And also, can I just say, I've been quoting you a lot recently because I love the quote, which is, we need to build everything, everywhere, all at once.
Yeah. Except on high conservation value lands, of course.
It's a great quote, and I've been using it a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Everyone.
Thank you.